Thanks everyone who's already tuning in. Really appreciate that. So yeah, as usual, we're taking calls. If anyone thinks that they can name the trait that is a trait or set of traits that you think are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill and eat them, as you do the animal. But anyways, in the meantime, while we wait for everybody who might come in, just gonna be reacting to some content I had sent to me a little earlier. I've never heard of this Catherine Klein person before. But wow, holy shit, she put like an hour into this. Oh, I feel like there's gonna be a lot in this. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. But yeah, so let's just get right into it. Why does she say peace loving? Why does she say peace loving vegan or deranged Zionist? First of all, why is she censoring the word Zionist? Is it a fucking curse word now? I don't understand. Is she trying to avoid people that would look up the word Zionist? Someone's gonna need to fill me in on what the hell the purpose of that's for. But secondly, I'm just really curious why she is saying why she's contrasting being a peace-loving vegan or a deranged Zionist. Like, why the fuck couldn't you be both? Like, or the opposite of one and also the other? I have no clue what she's attempting to get at there, but obviously any possible combination, or any combination is possible there. You could be a peace-loving vegan and a deranged Zionist. You could be, or quote unquote, right, from someone's perspective. You could be a non-peace-loving vegan and a non-deranged Zionist. You could be a non-peace-loving vegan and a deranged Zionist. You could be, I forgot if I said all four combinations, but you get the idea. Like, all four combinations are possible there. So I have no fucking clue why she's trying to contrast those two concepts together. It's very curious. Yeah, well, I already feel like I'm gonna regret this. Oh shit.
Hi everyone. I know I'm like a month late here, but the legendary or infamous, depending on who you ask, Gary Garofalo.
Why does she have to start off like a fucking script? Like, the legendary or infamous, depending on who you ask. God, she's like a rejected theater kid.
Is back in action after an 8-year hiatus from animal rights activism. I didn't think I'd make a video about this, as Natalie Fulton covered the controversy of his return so well on her.
Oh God, you know, I've heard about Natalie Fulton before. Oh God, I really don't know if I should actually delve into Natalie Fulton before I go into this video, because I actually have not yet seen. Yeah, I feel like I'm skipping addition and jumping into algebra. Not really, but like in terms of like storyline, I feel like I'm skipping like the third season of something and I have no exposition on like the first and second. So as tempting as this is, guys, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to figure out I think I'm gonna have to figure out where the hell this all comes from in the first place. Natalie, because I keep seeing it on the side and I'm just so fucking sick of it. It's the Name the Trait, Why I Hate Name the Trait by Natalie Fulton. It's now 2 years old. But it it really is it has like less than 7,000 views. I see it all the fucking time in my feed and I just have not clicked on it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Name the Trait is widely considered.
Here we go.
Name the Trait is widely considered to be the gold standard of vegan argumentation.
Gold standard. Okay, there's already a couple problems here. Like, if she means within the debate community of online vegan of like on vegans online, like the online vegan sphere, Um, I'm not even sure that's true. Like, I think there are like, what's the criteria there? There are people that highly regard name the trait that are popular. Oh, hey, I just opened up the other chat. What's up, Giannis? Yeah, Natalie Fulton's bad. Oh, okay, well, you know more than I do on this, so I'm gonna learn, and you're gonna watch me become a non-virgin on the sophistry. So, but anyways, no, so like, I'm just wondering what the criteria is of the gold standard, because that seems really misleading automatically. Like, there are a few people online who are popular vegans who use name the trait. Like, clearly she's showing Vegan Gains. That's a good example. Isaac is not a large YouTuber, but he has talked to a number of high public figures before. And then there's Avi, who's like less well known than even Isaac, but obviously decently known within the debate sphere. But across like veganism as a whole, it's actually crazy how I would say unpopular either in terms of being known, but most importantly being used. So when she says gold standard, I don't see popularity quantitatively. I actually seldom see people deploy name the trait, unfortunately. So like literally aside from Vegan Gains, I don't really see anybody modern day deploying it, and even he doesn't really do it too often. Maybe he does more on his live streams. I don't tune in like enough for those. But yeah, quantitatively that seems like an overstatement. Qualitatively, I don't think a lot of people respect it. So I don't unfortunate, and that's unfortunate as well. You know what's really funny with that framing, saying like it's looked at as the gold standard? I take that to be some kind of like, why? I know, right, Nelly? I kind of take that to be an admission of perhaps people scared to sound smart. I take that to be an admission of people's inability to, or sorry, Natalie is aware of other people's inability to name the trait and see how they get stumped. That's probably the most sensible interpretation, is that even though it connotates that it refers to either most likely a quantitative approach to how many people deploy name the trait, or a qualitative approach to how many people, even if it's few, just like really, really look up to it. Which, I mean, yeah, it's... well, I still think it's probably going to reduce down to some quantitative approach. But regardless, the point is just to say, even though that's connotated, I feel like a less popular connotation is probably more likely here, where it's meant to refer to the idea that nobody has a high quality answer with regards to name the trait when they do get stumped. No matter who is asked, that's a high public figure, which Isaac, ask yourself, is the number one person to thank for, I would say, obviously platforming name the trait, and specifically to high profile figures. Stefan Molyneux, obviously, Cosmic Skeptic. He's talked to Hassan Piker, Sam Cedar, like, didn't he even ask Sam Harris? Like, this motherfucker has asked people, is the point. And so it's a lot more correct, it seems, to say something like, a lot of people fear name the trait or don't seem to have a good answer. But so far, saying the gold standard is, although personally agreeable, I would say, even that's an understatement. It's the indestructible standard. Like, even gold has limitations. But I understand what you might mean. But anyways, to to say the gold standard is very misleading socially, and so I think that's very bad.
Name the trait is widely considered to be the gold standard of vegan argumentation.
Oh, that's what it was. The other part, vegan argumentation. So, in the layman sense, calling it argumentation is okay. I have a lot of qualms with calling it argumentation instead of calling it a consistency test. Because I really do think that it causes people to focus too much on the debate bro aspect, which I have a strong feeling she's going to get into exactly that bullshit in a moment here. Oh, is the horizontal... Oh, okay, it looks like we're catching up on there. Just pay attention to that one. But anyways, yeah, I have a strong feeling she's going to try to get into some debate bro culture, some dog shit points there. But actually framing it as a consistency test, which is truly what people who deploy name the trait, like the few that she's referring to, she's literally showing Vegan Gains who deploys it as a consistency test. Not some sort of, high stakes, feel good attempt at just attempting, getting off egotistically or something like that. Vigilante vegan argument. Yeah, I know, right? It's again, laymen can understand it as an argument very loosely. One qualm I have is the concept of people focusing on the debate bro component of it. Another problem I have is knowing when and how to use name the trait. Because if you frame it as a consistency test, which is accurately what it is, and you have people engage with it, right? You realize that quickly that it's the opposing party, right? It's the carnist who is in the hot seat. But when you frame it as an argument, and you either have somebody come up to you that's minorly philosophically literate, they're going to say either one, what's the argument, and they're going to expect some kind of form to it or something like that. Or even if they accept natural language, they'll be confused and think what's the what's the concept behind this? How does A follow with B? And then you have to set it up as an argument. Whereas if you leave it as you don't have to, but when you say argument, there's a higher standard that's expected with how to set it up in a certain regard, that it seems like you can save yourself a world of trouble with regards to, confusing yourself on premises and people accepting X, Y, and Z. I do think it's rare, but I do see the value in just, sometimes I do have particularists and whatnot, come up, and even in my live stream, there was one a few live streams ago that was talking about thinking that it was incompatible to them. They didn't realize that they could, that it was compatible with them because I think they thought that it assumed some sort of concept of principalism. And so... you'd be fine if you set it up in a correct format. I guess unless you're very philosophically literate, I wouldn't do that. And I think it just adds more distraction or work or nuance to the equation. So I don't really see the value in doing that. Well, it looks like we got somebody who just joined the Discord. So hopefully we'll be getting a chat in a moment here. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I do have... I do have personal qualms with that, but the biggest one being that I think we should avoid the debate bro culture sort of invitations, like bait that people are trying to set us up on. So, yeah.
I haven't seen an argument demonstrating that there's a morally substantive difference between a human and an animal that would justify...
Yeah, even that is Happy Gilmore. Your bad faith made me feel bad for attempting to debate my first ever debate. I hope you never grow your audience, but I hope you grow your faith. Happy Gilmore, honestly, dude, I don't even remember you. I don't remember if you're the dude that justified taking advantage of physically handicapped people, or were you the guy that was. Oh, we got someone in the waiting room. Okay, well, you've officially become irrelevant in like 2 seconds, whoever the fuck you were. So, you're. Oh, he just left. Um, Join back, whoever was in the waiting. Or what's his name? Let's check it out. It said Zone Chaos on the phone. I'm not sure why it's not showing up on PC. I guess it's like streamer mode or something. What should we call it? But I will say, Happy Gilmore, I do have I have grown faith in I have grown faith in general. I had an amazing fucking vegan meal the other day, and it made me find, if it wasn't Jesus, it was a really good trip because it was just such good food. So I'm not sure if I found what's technically faith or just, a really, really high set of positive brain chemicals. But yeah, I felt like I found Jesus. Genesis chapter 9, all the justification a person needs. So Robert, I see that you joined the waiting room, but then you left. So do you want to actually like defend your position via voice, or do you want to just cuck in the chat? Because like that's not very interesting to just throw some words at people and then run away. If you're actually confident in your position, right, you should be able to defend it over voice. So yeah, why do you follow up after you moved on? Thought I was irrelevant. I mean, I was finishing responding to you. It's called a joke. I don't know why you're so serious and you've got to stick up your ass, Happy Gilmore. It's funny your name is actually Happy Gilmore, because isn't that supposed to be a comedy movie, but you don't know how to take a joke? That was okay. But yeah, Robert, please do join the Discord, man. We're happy to see you actually not just throw words onto a screen that don't really do much to offer any sort of valuable insight into the specifics of what you think or how you think you can justify killing and eating animals for food. So
by taking away
that's what we were talking
substantive difference between a human and an animal that would just demonstrating that there's a morally
standard of vegan argumentation.
I haven't seen an argument demonstrating that there's a morally substantive difference between a human and an animal.
Okay, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go off on a limb here and say that Vegan Gains was asked by the person that he was debating here, what's your argument for veganism or something like that, and he gave this answer. That's not a very good debate proposition, Richard. Here's why. So number one, it focuses too much on your preferences when you say you haven't seen a good argument for why X versus Y. And although you can wrap it around to his view, I think especially to laymen, it's going to be very, very, very confusing for the sort of wording that you're offering, because it does connote that it's about your interpretation of the two of the view in question, rather than just being straightforwardly if somebody can ask themselves. And then a debate proposition that I would plug into is something that would be universally applied from anyone's perspective. So my suggestion to follow up for anyone watching or for Richard would be there is no trait that is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would make the trait equalized being lose moral value, such that you'd find it okay to kill and eat them or violate their rights, however you want to say it, as you would the animal. Because then when you say it that way, the person is going to not only feel more compelled to respond, but also give you less attacks, such as, that's your view, those are your thoughts, it's subjective, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So, just some advice. You can get away with this. It's just, I see far too many vulnerabilities with this. Even someone like myself who's very careful when I deploy name the trait, I still get people who attempt to force that down my throat of like, that's your view, trying to make it about my position rather than it being a matter of them asking themselves. So, generally speaking, we should be putting the animal murderers themselves in the hot seat, right? We shouldn't be attempting to put, ourselves in the hot seat, and then, like, we lose a lot of power there. It's not the strongest way we can go about it. PSA, if anyone here plans to debate this guy, be aware. Expect to be cut off. Have assumptions made about you. Jokes thrown your way at your expense for his audience. Expect to be hung up on abruptly. He's having a trauma fit, everybody. Yeah, this is great, dude. I don't know why you came onto here unless you're that fucking invested. Like, I don't even know how you got notified again. Like, are you subscribed? Like, thank you. I recommend debating some other creators who may be better faith. Yeah, just randomly asserting that somebody is better faith versus not better faith because of your anecdote is not convincing. You should offer reasoning for that, but it's not surprising that you don't offer reasoning because of our first interaction, which I don't remember again which one you were. Were you the guy with the accent that was talking about the approach that you hope that I debate people by means of focusing on the outcome, or were you the guy? I feel like maybe you were that guy, or I don't remember. Seriously, you're going to have to remind me. I seriously don't remember. They were like, I remember your username, but I don't recall which one you were. So which which one were you? Let's put it that way. It's not worth the effort.
The horizontal camera keeps lagging.
What do you mean it keeps lagging?
Like, sometimes you come back. You're like frozen, I should say.
Okay.
But I can hear you.
I'll try to resend it. Okay, so Happy Gilmore, you've just... I don't know. Kevin, name the trait as a stupid argument. It's a consistency test, not necessarily an argument. You could turn it into an argument. The trait is obvious. The trait? Well, first of all, the trait or set of traits are contextually dependent on the agent in question, Kevin. So it's incorrect framing to say the trait, because you're literally unable to speak on behalf of all other agents. Like, if you have, let's say, 1 million people and you ask them to name the trait or set of traits, it's not necessarily going to be the same trait across all the different people, is it? The trait is being human. That's circular reasoning. If I say what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's okay to kill and eat the animal, or sorry, the trait equalized human as you would the animal, and you say the trait is being human, right? That's circular. We're wondering what about the human would have to be lost in terms of its trait or set of traits that are currently true of them in order for them to lose moral value. Oh, Dandelion Gum, what's up? It's good to see you. Thanks for coming through. That's it. Now, if you mean to say human DNA, we can run that trait through. So, Kevin Messiah, do you mean to say the trait is human DNA? If it's not human, it's food. Got it. So, someone who has a single human DNA, someone who has their human DNA altered such that it's technically not human DNA anymore, but they're subjectively identical in all aspects, including their consciousness, to a human being, would be okay to kill and eat for food. If it is human, it's generally not food. Pretty simple, really. So what we're never interested in, Kevin, is a situation where descriptively people behave in such a way where they know what they currently do in order to categorize one set of beings as food versus not. What we're wondering is a prescription. That is to say, what ought be or ought not be the case. When you say something like, if it is human, it's generally not food, then it begs the question, right? We're still wondering, it's a category. We're still wondering what should or should not make an animal, what should not make an animal food, what should not make a human food. And if the answer is that you should not make a human into food, we're going to be wondering what trait or set of traits would make you say that we should not make an animal, or we should not make a, or we should make a human into food if the trait that's true of an animal were also true of the human. My man, you started the video knowing you don't have the correct position in every sense. I don't mind, though. It's a good thing. Wait, what? You started that video knowing you have the correct position. What video? Tita, I don't know. If you're talking about the why I hate name the trait, and you say you start the video knowing you have the correct position in every sense, I don't know what you mean by the correct position. If you mean to say I have years of experience dealing with name the trait, yes, I do. Oh, hey, what's up, Lavender? And Twitch. If you're saying I have years of experience with regards to name the trait, and I am aware of the sophistry that somebody might deploy with regards to name the trait, congratulations. Yes, I don't deny that. That was not a fucking secret. I was not hiding that. I don't know what the heck you mean. If you're trying to say something like I've seen the video for, I have not. I truly have not. I have not had the time. This is the first time I see the value in doing it because I'm reacting live to it. I don't mind, though. It's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know what you don't mind. I imagine I'm banned now. I don't know, banned from what, Happy Gilmore? All my points in my PSA are excellent points for why you're bad faith. Well, you just gave your anecdote of your experience of what you think happened from your interpretation. You didn't actually offer any reasoning, Happy Gilmore. I would rather not remind you, as I'm more sure it will result in some form of making fun of me or shunning me. You must have subscribed to me in order to see that I went live this soon. I'm just amazed that you would be that committed and sit here and bitch on my live stream instead of actually bother to remind me either of who you are, or just attempt to try to throttle the live stream. I think you're only going to make people more curious to debate me, but I'm free to get. I'm happy to give it a little bit more patience for maybe a few more minutes here just to entertain it. It might be fun. Eating humans as humans leads to prion diseases. I guess it's a disease you would get from eating humans. Eating other animals not necessarily so. No. Wait, what? I'm not asking it. Wait. Phobic. I'm not asking if you would get a disease from eating humans. If the trait, unless that's the trait you're deploying, is that there's only some kind of circumstantial reason that would prevent you from eating humans. Are you trying to say that if there wasn't a disease you would get from eating humans, you would find it morally acceptable to eat humans? Because that's gonna be a fucking crazy position. Tita, the live, my bad. Eating dead animals is indefensible if you think about it. Right, yeah, if you engage honestly, and especially with the strongest reasoning that there is to not kill animals for food, which is that you wouldn't kill a trait equalized being, then absolutely. I'm saying it to support you. No, yeah, I just didn't understand what you were referring to when you said, what was it? You started the video knowing you have the correct position in every sense. I don't mind, though. I just don't understand what that means, but I'm gonna take it to loosely mean something like I have the sort of morally desirable position universally speaking, or something like that. Yes, I mean, and no less than someone who, if they were trapped back in the 1850s, was standing up for black rights and was like, protesting, and someone walked up to them and was like, you have the morally correct position here. They don't. That's okay. Yeah. Are we frozen on the horizontal? No, it looks like it unfroze.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
It unfroze.
Okay. Darts.
But it's going back and forth a lot.
I might have to change that. I'll just respond to another couple comments. Dandelion, you could also apprehend diseases from eating non-human animals. Right, but Dandelion, you don't want to focus on the weaker point, which is whether or not you would or wouldn't get a disease descriptively, right? Like, presumably, the most important thing philosophically is that if you weren't to get a disease, it would be fucking absurd to think that you would eat humans, right? Like, that's absurd. As long as you avoid nervous tissues, you can eat human flesh. Oh, above that, you can, yes, but not necessarily. So that's the point. No, what's the point, phobic? That, like, let's just factor that out. If you hypothetically were to not get diseases, you're telling me you'd find it to be morally acceptable to consume the flesh of humans? I fucking doubt that. I'm not eating soybeans. Yeah, so that's actually not a requirement of not stabbing animals in the throat for cheeseburgers. Try a little bit harder, Def Touch. Tommy, who said you have to eat soybeans? Tommy's got it. Kevin, not a tautology. Humans are food for... animals are food for humans. Well, we're wondering why you think they ought be food for humans. We're not wondering if there's just some sort of descriptive rule you abide by. So when you say they are food for humans, I'm just going to ask, should humans be food for humans? If not, what's the trait or set of traits that more of a distinguish the two, such that you'd say if the trait of animals were true of the humans, you'd say the same thing were true of the trait equal as human. Humans are generally, are the trait as being human. Yeah, so do you mean human DNA? Humans are generally not food for humans. Humans are humans and animals are different beings. We're not wondering if they are different. We're wondering what the morally relevant difference is. It's not the same thing. Tommy said, you're talking to yourself. Def, so delicious. Yeah. Do you think that taste pleasure justifies killing and eating humans for food? Kevin, it is a tautology. Why not humans? Because they're humans. Tita, yeah, that's pretty much what I meant. Sorry for being imprecise. No, you're all good, Tita. Backstabs. Damn, I just had an amazing dead cow and baked potato with gravy. So yeah, did you have a delicious human with a baked potato with gravy? Kevin, your words are confusing. Why don't you go on voice? Absolutely. Don't be a cuck like Robert. Robert hopped on. He was in the waiting room and then he hopped off. Like, huh?
Damn.
Yeah, it was just disappointing. Happy Gilmore, you have extremist positions designed to corner... Okay, yeah, this is all just like you're having a fucking trauma fit, Happy Gilmore. Define what's meant by extremist. When you say designed, if you just mean to say that I believe that the position of name the trait is logically infallible, correct. You know, it's kind of like the irreducible belief in human rights invites the idea that trait equalized humans would just grant an extension of rights onto animals. It's almost like I don't own that realization. Everybody who believes in human rights also does as well, but just doesn't want to face it. To corner others into making themselves sound incorrect. What do you mean by incorrect? If you mean an inconsistency, that's not entailed. You can be consistent, but then you would be absurd, right? So I don't force anybody into an inconsistency or an absurdity specifically. You're welcome to name whatever trait or set of traits you think justify the world's largest Holocaust, but just remember that when you do name those, there are going to be logical consequences that follow. And by you being in front of me, I'm going to expose that. But by naming a trait, you deny multiple other factors involved in decision-making, such as ethics and others. The question of what trait or set of traits you're mentioning is the ethical discussion, dumbass. What do you mean you deny that as a factor? That's the philosophical discussion at hand. So yeah, I want to know about that. Yeah, guys, give me just a second because it looks like the horizontal stream keeps messing up, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, I'm hoping that fixed it. I just lowered the bitrate a little bit. gonna get a debate this early? Has it come back on the horizontal side? Can you see?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the technical problems, everybody. Give it just a moment here. Okay, we should be good. No, it says no data. Oh, shit. Why does it say start submitted, but I can't post it? Okay, thank God the vertical one didn't end. Okay, that should be good. Okay, we've got a lot of cucks in the chat, so let's go back. Whoa, got a lot. Okay, I want to know about that. What do you want to know about Death Touch? I don't know what you're talking about. It's like asking why we eat pigs, because they're pigs. That begs the question of what trait or set of traits are true of the animal, which if true of the human would cause you to say that you would kill the trait equalized being as you do the pig. Happy Gilmore, main point is take your reduction to a singular trait. Only you can traverse the scale of extremism. Yeah, Happy Gilmore, you're an absolute sophist. You're definitely going to go on timeout. That's just absolute dog crap. I don't know what the heck you're saying. Let's go back. Where'd we go? Why the F are we talking about cannibalism? Well, if you define cannibalism as that to which is someone who shares your DNA backstabs, all you have to do to get around that is to just say, since you're so averse to it, that there was a being who technically didn't have human DNA but was subjectively similar to a human, right? Are you going to say it's okay to kill and eat those beings? Eat right for your type. Yeah, so diets are distinct from philosophies, right? Yeah. There's also no reason to believe that there's particular diet types for people. People are actually extremely biologically similar. And so, you know, with the exception of like a few different nuances for, you know, what may be true of your particular genetics, generally speaking, it's overwhelmingly the case that, you know, anybody can thrive on a plant-based diet with very little intervention. They're not the same thing. Humans are humans. That's just going to question beg what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's okay to kill the trait equalized human as you would the animal. Pigs are pigs, cows are cows. God, this is so stupid. Well, the only one who's stupid, Kevin, is the person who continues to avoid naming the trait because you either don't understand it, or this might not be a matter of stupidity. This might be you actually just playing dumb on purpose. This is low average IQ rubbish. Which one is it? Is it low IQ or average IQ? It's actually not low IQ or average at all to, you know... It actually depends on what you're referring to. I could agree with you that it takes very little IQ, quote unquote, or very little critical thought in order to understand name the trait. But That's not the main issue that I would preside is occurring with people who take a problem with name the trait. It's mainly that people are extremely motivated. So it's not like they actually have some incapability. It is technically poor reasoning that inspires them to kill and eat, or continue to come up with justifications to kill and eat animals. But it doesn't take a strong form of capability in order to realize the problems there. Humans are friends, not food. Okay, it's going to question beg. What trait is true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause you to say that the human is no longer a friend, but food? This guy again. Which guy? Me or somebody else? You're the one who joined my live stream. What trait, if an animal had, would it make it immoral to eat, or what trait would it make it moral to eat human? Wait, what? What trait, if an animal had, would it make it immoral to eat? Well, the trait equalization process starts at what you value. So, what trait would make it moral to eat a human? Or a trait or set of traits make it moral to eat a human? Technically, the correct terminology is a trait equalized human, because you're starting from a human, Kevin, and then you're working your way through the trait equalization process, slowly taking away traits, right? Whatever trait or set of traits that you would actually name that you think make it morally justified to consume this whatever being it is in question. But you decide what those traits are. This is horseshite. They are different things. They won't be the same. When you say they won't be the same, we're not asking if the trait equalization process would come into fruition or into reality. But the underlying reasoning, if you wouldn't accept it, would be true of the real world right now. So, for example, if you thought the trait that made it acceptable to kill and eat a trait equalized human and not an animal was having less intelligence or slightly altered DNA, a severely mentally handicapped human who was born with altered DNA, right, would be a being that you'd have to say would be okay to kill and eat for food, right? It just would be insanely dumb. They are different things. They won't be the same. That's just going to question beg the prescription. We're wondering what trait, if it were true of an animal, which if it were true of a human, would make it okay, would make it morally acceptable to kill and eat the animal, the human, the trait equalized human as you would the animal. Your style is condescending, and I think Happy Gilmore has pegged you here already. Is this an alt of yours? Did you go through that much work, Happy Gilmore, that you made an alt just to...
Big time fanboy.
Super fanboy. I am so appreciative that I have people who are such super fans that they literally are bored with pretending that they are happy with me, so they want to give me a challenge because they understand that I like intellectual stimulation. That is the sweetest thing you could ever fucking do. So if you intended to upset me, you actually really made me happy. Yeah, just calling a style condescending is really uninteresting to me. Cows and chickens only exist because people made them to eat. I think you mean the current domesticated species of cows and chickens that we have. Right. So if we only had a certain form of, humans that were that existed because other humans bred them into existence, are you going to say that makes it morally acceptable to kill the beings in question because we just gave them the ability to exist? Bloody hell, this is really a simple thing. The name the trait argument is, again, it's not an argument. It's a consistency test, right? You can't look in the mirror, can you? You just cannot reflect on your own values. You're scared. You're running. Jesus. Utterly pointless. No, it actually has a point to it. It's to make you realize that the logical consequences of your own view are inescapable. And if you actually had the balls to face them, you would never even consider touching dead animals again. Sway, who are you talking to when you say, are you a doctor? If so, what are your credentials? I never claimed to be a doctor, but I wouldn't have to claim to be a doctor in order to respond to people's medical statements that are that stand on their own 2 feet individualistically, right? Like, for example, if there's a logical flaw with what somebody says, and it's a nutritional, medical, health, science-based question, I'm free to poke holes at any logical problems that I see and not be a doctor and what I say be true. I could point out that I could ask you questions and point out how you're not agnostic, how you don't understand something. These are not logical problems. These are not, there's just no issue with it, right? Phobic. Well, loving the calming piano breaks though. Well, I mean, I hate you virtuistically. But I'm glad to see universally that my music appears to be extremely likable, that even my enemies can't help but love it. At least you'll admit that, right? Oh, I gotta catch up. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Those breaks, I swear to God, they'll be the death of me. Wait, in order to eat an animal, it needs to have a trait? You're beyond lost, Backstabs. In order to justify consuming eating an animal, right? You have to name a trait or a set of traits that explain your difference of attitude of why it's wrong to eat the human, but okay to eat the animal. Otherwise, you are left with the position that would say you're just unsure. You're agnostic on if it's okay to eat humans for food. If you want to be somebody who holds that position that you don't know if it's okay to eat humans for food, because you don't have a trait or set of traits that morally distinguish the two beings such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other, then that's pretty ridiculous. At Backstabs, yes, the trait being edible. Well, what do you mean by edible? Do you mean consuming calories? Because that's not going to be a differential trait. How many bees die a year so vegans can have avocado and almonds? Why do you assume that it's a value of mine or even vegans in general in order to avoid bees dying? Why do you assume that's a value, right? I mean, this is Dan. This is tantamount to saying, hey, there's an applied ethics concern about a particular being that dies in the production of certain foods, which I thought it was wasps. I didn't think it was bees. But even if it were bees or wasps, or whatever the fuck, I'm led to believe that they die in the food without us actually killing them. Like, it's just a part of the process. But anyways, even if there was some sort of amount of deaths that occur similar to crop deaths or whatever the fuck, first of all, you don't have to subscribe to that being wrong any more than you don't have to subscribe to crop deaths. But provided anybody did, it wouldn't logically follow that it's okay to violate both farm animals and fish and that set of beings, and as well as that the other set of beings, right? It could be the case that you make a point that somebody is hypocritical to their own values if they did find it wrong and they didn't have a way to reconcile the position. But it wouldn't logically follow that you would not be obligated to believe in at least one set of beings' rights if you were to appreciate if you were to appreciate at least one set of beings, which let's just say that's the cows, chickens, and pigs. It wouldn't logically follow that if you didn't have a way to reconcile the other set of beings, or if you should even value them, or whatever your position might be there, that you shouldn't value either set of beings. That's going to be like saying, let's just say there's somebody who's pro choice, right? Maybe it's true that they ought to value sentient fetuses, but certainly not valuing sentient fetuses wouldn't cause them to say that now they have a justification to kill and eat, adult humans, right? Or even just people outside of the womb. So that's really stupid. I'd love to debate this on camera. However, being the technophobe I am not on any kind of Discord. Well, it's a real shame that you're too mentally impaired to be able to figure out how to download Discord on your phone. That's just a real shame. But you have a position where you can chirp on here all you want. I mean, do you know anybody that has a quarter of a brain that can help you through it? Because that'd be great. The bee argument is wild. I know it's actually painfully dumb. Like I want to get into crop debts. Maybe we'll have time during this live stream. Maybe not. I know we got to get through the Natalie Fulton name the trait BS here. But yeah, I'm seeing it more and more about the crop debts BS. I am inspired to do something as quickly as possible on it for sure. They're literally one of the most important species on the planet. Wait. You make it sound as if we are endangering bees because we eat avocados and almonds. Like that anybody would. Is that the argument? Wait, is that the argument? Are you claiming that we are endangering the lives of bees because we eat almonds and avocado? I have never heard. If you think you have positive evidence for that, posit it, okay? Do not posture in the corner and make such an outlandish fucking claim. Defend your position, you brain dead moron. Do not just say something like that if you don't have evidence. It's disgusting. It's stupid. It's embarrassing. You should be ashamed of yourself, but you've probably incinerated the part of your brain that's associated with feeling guilt. Fuck. Okay. Why is it wild? Dan, yo. We've got a lot of cucks in the chat. Cold Poison. That means he's not able to defend his stance intelligently yet again. Amazing coming from someone who has not hopped on Voice to give any sort of justification for a trait or set of traits that are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's okay to kill the trait equal as being as you would the animal. Amazing. But I'm the one who's not able to defend my stance. Well, it's the Carnist that needs to defend their stance if they can't name the trait, because they're the only ones with a either logically absurd or logically incoherent position, right? Because either not answering name the trait, answering it with a contradictory position, or answering it with a non-contradictory but absurd position are going to result in some sort of response that even to the person themselves would be unsatisfactory if they were to be honest with themselves. Tito, why is it wild? No denying that, but animals require a whole lot more corn and soy than humans eat almonds or avocado. Right, you can make the point that, like, animals require more and so on and so forth, but truly the strongest point that I think the vegan movement really ought to hop on is the realization that there is no reason why an appeal to hypocrisy defeats the base position of animal rights, right? Like, I spoke to somebody in my comments earlier who is trying to get me to value, most insects outside of bees. Funnily enough, even though bees are one of the only non-trivially sentient insects, as I understand it. But it's just funny because, like, I explained to him that I didn't value, most insects, like almost all insects except for bees. Or maybe I didn't mention the bee part yet. But I said I don't value insects. I think they're either non-sentient or trivially sentient. And he kept trying to tell me what my values are. And it's just funny because, like, there's a hyperfixation currently that vegans have, that I think Carnists are getting vegans to take the bait on, which is whether or not there is any sort of relevance to a vegan having or ought having an appreciation for insect rights and being on the defense with that position. Even though, yes, there's the utilitarian point of whether or not World A versus World B produces more or less suffering. Like, I'm sure the Carnist isn't aware of if wild animal suffering is greater in the non-crop deaths world. I'm sure the people talking about the B point are one and the same. I'm sure, these are all true points, but the most important aspect here is really as a priority. Would it ever defeat human rights, whether or not as a normative belief in the right to life and autonomy, just because humans haven't yet worked out whether or not we ought to be pro-life or pro-choice, for example? The answer is no. Like, it's clearly fucking no. Like, you could have a solid answer with regards to the base idea of animal rights, regardless of whether or not you've reconciled if crop deaths are wrong, although that's a meme. Like, we shouldn't be entertaining that there's any sort of defeat that's happening, because then we really have let the fixation become that oh well, there's no point in dealing with animal rights because they haven't even worked out this kink within their view, right? And it's like, guys, we haven't worked out all sorts of applied ethics human rights positions. That doesn't defeat the concept of the basic human rights, right? Saying that in case you refer to the pesticides killing the bees. So not that wild then if avocado and almond ain't that important. Wait, what do you mean it's not that wild? What's wild is making a positive claim, not having any evidence for it. The transportation of the bees. Yeah, I'm unaware of the process, but I have... Wait, is that a response to how they die? Because just stating that that's the case doesn't tell me any sort of evidence of whether or not we are... Your specific claim implicated... Or, sorry, there was an implication that you had a specific claim that anybody, right, vegan or not, is... would be endangering bees' lives if they were to consume almonds and avocados. That seems to be abundantly fucking unclear, right? That's just like, what sort of evidence do you have for that positive claim? I don't get your argument anymore. Right, it's not wild, mate. It's actually destructive to our environment. You want to know what our planet would be like without bees? Yeah, now you're just moving on to assuming that somebody doesn't value bees, even though you've just assumed your claim to be the case and haven't substantiated evidence for it. So, again, do you have evidence that anybody consuming almonds or avocados would be endangering the lives of bees, right, as a species? Let's see. But it's not true, idiot. Wait, Kevin, where did you come from? What's not true? How did the bees die for your argument, though? Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the claim in which they die? Dan Brunswick. Or Beeswick? I just realized he has Beswick, which kind of sounds like bees in his name. Holy shit. If you're trading... Oh my god, how did we get this far? You understand that farm animals are fed a lot of crops, right? Any problem you have with crop production is massively exacerbated by animal agriculture. Right, that's an issue that nobody can reconcile for sure. That point is important, but it's really only secondary to the realization that you're not reconciling a base appreciation for animals' right to life and autonomy just because you started talking about how an applied ethics issue exists for... or an interpretation of an applied ethics issue exists. We really shouldn't be letting carnists try to run circles around us on this issue when they haven't reconciled something as fundamental as the basic rights of, animals. Let's see. Dandelion gum. What? It's so obvious what I'm saying, so stop misunderstanding on purpose. Don't assume people's intentions, Dan. That's going to be a strike. You're absolutely looking bad. Dan, if you don't want to be misunderstood, you might want to elaborate your argument. Yo, Tita, coming through. Holy shit. You're making a point about crop production being terrible for biodiversity and the environment. And you also assume that only vegans eat avocados and almonds, but animal agriculture is much worse. Fantastic points. Number one, if it's not solely isolated to vegans, why would you make it out to vegans? Secondly, why would you be for animal agriculture when that would exacerbate the very issue you're pretending to care about, you're virtue signaling towards? And thirdly, last but not least, in fact, I think it's the main priority, how do you think you reconcile violating the rights of to life and autonomy of animals, like farm animals, fish, so on and so forth, just because you think that there's an applied ethics issue with regards to a specific sub-point within animal rights? If you're trade equalizing, you're starting with the assumption that humans and animals are equal. Do you let your dog drive? No, you're not. You fail to understand the trade equalization process. The trade equalization process literally asks if you have a difference of attitude requires that you have a difference of attitude between humans and animals, such that you find it to be morally acceptable to kill the one set of beings and not the other. But it's not an entailment that you view both equally if you find killing animals to be wrong to a sufficient enough degree as you would humans. I have this video titled "Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. Stop this conflation." Stop this conflation, rather, is the first part. Anyways, it's to stop this exact sophistry where you say something like, "Oh, name the trait assumes some kind of concept of equality." You literally cannot get confused on that if you just spend 6 minutes of your life watching that video instead of spending, you've tuned in for an hour here already, and you've come to me with that. I actually don't know if this is sophisticated trolling. So no, that's not an entailment. I feel like you are purposefully misunderstanding me, cause you don't have an argument. You've actually just not reiterated anything to Dandelion Gum or Tito, Dan. Dan Beeswick, you are concerned about biodiversity. That is your point, right? Or am I wrong? I thought, Dandelion Gum, I thought he was referring to, I don't know if that goes under biodiversity, but I thought he was referring to some kind of claim that, people who eat almonds and avocados, although he's strangely insinuating that only vegans do that, or that they're at least the main driver of such, would be morally problematic, or sorry, would specifically cause bees to become endangered. And there's just no reason to believe that. Like, he has not provided any evidence whatsoever. Phobic says, also at Cold Poison, you should figure out how to add super chats to your stream. So as a workaround, I have Streamlabs, and I have my pinned comment of at the top. I actually don't have enough watch hours yet, technically speaking, by YouTube standards. I'm not a part of the YouTube Partner Program. So you could at least contribute in some way, shape, or form if you would like. Or maybe you're just entertained by the idea of seeing people do that, which is why you're asking. So not quite sure, but that's my current position that I'm at right now, unfortunately. At Dan, and you are making the claim based on the assumption that all vegans eat avocados and almonds. That doesn't seem very rational. Right. There's a ton of indications that show bad faith, right? There's the assumption that vegans are the main, let's count them, Dandelion. There's the assumption that vegans are, that all vegans eat avocados and almonds. That vegans, even if not all vegans do that, vegans are the main drivers of eating avocados and almonds, even though the majority of the world that's non-vegan would, in the net, consume more avocados and almonds. That there is some sort of endangerment to the lives of bees as a whole for anybody who does consume avocados and almonds, even without any positive evidence for such. And that there's any sort of rights violations that occur within that process. There's at least 4 main issues I can think of, with the last 2 probably being the largest. None of you have actually replied to my point. Dan, everyone has tried to reply to you, and you literally have you've done exactly what you've been claiming other people are doing, which is intentionally tune out, because you were asked multiple times by multiple people, and you just don't respond. No, but avocado and almonds are obviously being grown more due to the rise in veganism. Wait, what? Another positive claim. Wait. More avocados and almonds are obviously being grown due to the rise in veganism? That's not clear. Unless there was a specific, unless people who went plant-based specifically created more demand for almonds and avocados for their choice of diet replacements, and especially to a statistically significant degree, that's not intuitive. And to whatever degree that it would occur that somebody would, that there would be an increase, that still wouldn't tell us anything about the endangerment of bees occurring from anybody who does consume them. And that certainly wouldn't tell us that it's a rights violation by itself. You'd have to tell us what the process is for us to understand if we would disagree with the process from our set of values, right? Look it up. Yeah, telling somebody else to look something up when you ask them for positive evidence is just indicative that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. This format is super slow. It's going to take you forever to read. I would have to spend $10 just to get an answer from you real quick. well, then you really should learn how to use Streamlabs. You know, I had some issues with the stream. You said you enjoy the music. I got those reconciled, and I'm catching up now. Like, I'm usually better at it, but I'm gonna take my time on this. Prove it. Dandelion's sticking to, I presume, her guns or gums. This should be good. No, but millions. What should be good? No, but millions die. Lol, you don't know. Wait, saying that bees die is not interesting. Saying that it's a showing that it's a rights violation, which is not the same thing, would be. So is the process something that ought to be looked at as a rights violation as cows, chickens, and pigs? Why would that be, right? If that's your point, make the case. Dan, even if that were the case, there are even more deaths by bees by meat production than in direct plant production of humans. That's probably the case, yeah. All bees die in 40 to 45 days except queens. I keep bees. You know what? Yeah, it's actually funny. I think Kevin and Dan are both Carnus, but it seems like Kevin... Even though Kevin seemed like he was a partial troll, it seems like Kevin was like, bro, that, if I'm understanding it correctly, I think Kevin was like, bro, they die anyways in 40 to 45 days. So there's not really a moral issue with that. I could be misreading what Kevin is trying to say, but that would actually really be funny if, like, even Kevin, another Carnist, is calling you out on your attempt to try to create an issue for veganism. That would be funny. At Dan, how many bees are there in the world? Just curious. What point do you think you're making? What's embarrassing is you selectively care about animals. What do you mean by selectively, right? Like, in order to say somebody, the connotation behind the word selectively implies that somebody has a false preference, right? That their true preference would be to value a being or set of beings, but they have some incentive that's more superficial and create some sort of poor reasoning to cause somebody to be led to an incorrect conclusion. For example, and this is an actual case of such, most people's core values do align with, veganism, with not killing cows, chickens, and pigs. But they selectively, quote unquote, care about, if not cats and dogs, they would care about trade equalized humans. However, they don't care about trade equalized. They don't realize that the consideration towards a trade equalized human would just be the animal in question that they are depriving of having moral value. And so that would be a situation where it would make sense to point out the idea of selectively caring. But I don't know what it means to say somebody selectively, quote unquote, cares if it's a genuine reflection of somebody's values, or you can't logically differentiate somebody delineating what values they hold versus what they self-deceptively hold. Come on, just look it up. Look what up? It's dude, you make a positive claim, you have the burden of evidence. I'm not going to do your work for you. At Dan, even if you somehow prove that to be true, it would just amount to a tu quo qui fallacy. It wouldn't justify abusing and exploiting other animals. Dandelion gum, fuck yes, you have got it on lock. God, I can't thank you enough for that. Thank you for the sanity check. Tina, tracked that message. OMG, it would take you 5 seconds to look it up. 5 seconds to look what up? It's not even clear what you're referring to. Also, not one of your arguments so far is valid at all to what I'm saying. I don't know if you're talking to Dandelion Gum, Tita, or me, but if you're referring to me, I'm refuting your attempt of making an argument, not really making an argument. If you mean it as a counter argument in a very, very loose sense, yeah, you could say that, but I'm just reflecting that you have the burden of proof. So if you're saying that's not valid to remind you that you have the burden of proof, you're brain dead. Also, one of your provide the proof then. Tina has got it. Exactly. What in here? In the chat, provide evidence like there's not enough word count. What? It would take you 2 seconds to copy and paste a link, to name the source in question. If you actually had positive evidence, you'd be able to figure something. You could even join the Discord. You could copy and paste it in there where you have no character limits. Like, what are you you're making excuses, bruh. Just give it your best. All right. I never called anyone an idiot, but I get a strike. Well, yeah, you seem to be engaging in bad faith. People constantly ask you questions, and then you keep assuming that their intentions are poor. You're literally Stefan Molyneuxing. Proof, enjoy. What? Dan, you made a claim and then used rhetoric to tell the other person to look it up? That's so painful. Thank you, Kaido. Oh, my God. Kaido, I've just put an article for you all to read. What are you talking about? I don't see anything in here. Is there anything?
No.
Yeah, okay, he's full of shit. All right, second strike, Dan. Second strike. And that's probably why you lulled, because you know that you were just fucking memeing on us. I've put spaces in. It won't let me put the address. Join the Discord and paste the link, or just put the title, Dan. Maybe try putting the name and author in here. We can look it up. That's right, Tita. You can't say selectively if you don't know the trait that someone uses to give separate treatment to two beings. Exactly. Trait equalization, smooth brain nonsense. That's what somebody says who is having a strong sense of cognitive dissonance towards the realization that they can't name a trait or set of traits. Traits between humans and animals are not equal. Wait, what? That's a malformed syntax. What are you saying? Traits between humans and animals are not equal. Vegans don't even have to believe. Wait. First of all, if what you mean to say is that humans and animals are not equal, vegans don't believe that and wouldn't have to believe that because of the point of moral sufficiency. Animals can have sufficient moral value such that they say it's wrong to not kill and eat them, even if they don't assign equal moral value. If what you're trying to say is that traits between them are not equal, no shit. If they had equal traits, meaning that they had all traits true of the one to be the other, it would just be the same being, dumbass. What should we call it? And as a thought experiment, it falls down immediately. Just stating that it does without explaining any sort of logic makes you freaking stupid. It's there. What are you, while you're talking? Dan, nobody sees it. J. Thompson, provide a source to prove what? Jay, we're talking about Dan's claim where he made the positive claim that he made a few positive claims. The two in question were one that bees would become. He implied bees would be endangered if people continue to eat avocados and almonds. And then he made another one about what is it that no, I think there were three. I think another one was that demand for almonds and avocados is increasing because of a rise in veganism. And I forgot the third one. I'll explain it. Didn't let me copy and paste the web address. Okay, yeah. Carnivores can be grateful, so people who kill and eat animals can be grateful for the life of an animal who they've sacrificed for their sustenance. Right, just like how a human can be grateful for the life of... a human can be grateful for the other human that they sacrificed for their sustenance. Valuing life doesn't mean there's no need to sacrifice it. Well, need is relative to a goal. If the goal is to say that you wanted to consume them, of course, you can uninterestingly say that you still value them or respected them. But if a trait true of your definition of respect or value or being grateful is to violate the being's right to life and autonomy and to slit their throat for a cheeseburger, that's fucking delusional. That's insane. That's absurd. You're crazy. Get a sanity check. Go fuck yourself, right? Unless you could actually name a trait or set of traits. And here's the thing. Name a trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it is... that you are able to still be grateful for killing sacrifice the being in question as you do the animal, right? If you can't name it and it's a trait true of killing a human is that it would be inherently demented in order for you to do that, then that's just gonna be true of the animal unless you can name a trait or set of traits. Go and read my previous comments, you troll. Yeah, just calling me a troll is uninteresting, Sway. It won't allow links. Either join the Discord or write the name of the easiest thing, just write the name of the article. Like, everyone's waiting. In the meantime, I'm finally going to play this
that would justify taking away something like the right to life from an animal. So can you name a morally substantive difference?
My question...
He said something like the right to life. I like to point to the right to life and autonomy because it concisely encapsulates everything that's done exploitatively to an animal, including rape, as well as anything else that's obviously against their own interest. I would definitely advise you, Richard, to say such as the right to life and autonomy. It's really quick, 2 words, and it gets a lot more done.
Question to you would be, if we
I just watched the Hassan Biker one.
swap all the traits true of animals to match those of humans, is there
Laughing though, such a strong argument.
any trait that once switched
Oh, Felix said my emotional support animal fried dead chicken. Would you give emotional support with human fried dead humans? Yeah.
would justify making humans into hamburgers?
Oh no, we're doing the name the trait game.
Wow, you know what's really funny, Hassan, that you understand you're reminded by the concept of name the trait, but you're not going to provide any sort of interesting answer to it that would cause you to not be logically consistent or absurd. Kevin says the trait doesn't exist. If you're saying the trait doesn't exist, first you said the trait was being human, now you're saying it doesn't exist. If you're saying the trait doesn't exist, and that means that there's no trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that the trait equalized being would lose value. Basically, you have a difference of attitude between humans and animals, but there's no trait morally differentiating them that's automatically logically incoherent. What the fuck does that mean? What does it mean to say that there is nothing differentiating the moral value between two beings, but yet there is something that but yet you have a difference of attitude such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other? There has to be something that differentiates them logically in order for you to state that it is wrong to kill and eat the one and not the other. Otherwise, you would find either both or neither to be acceptable to consume. But congratulations, you've actually just reminded everybody that they ought be vegan, because vegans actually don't name a trait. They're consistent and non-absurd because they don't kill either being for food. The Andes is cold and barren. I don't know what that means. The trait is that they are different things. That's going to beg the question, what is the morally relevant difference or set of differences? You keep sidestepping this. Who's sidestepping what? The trait that can be changed, that's what you said. Well, of course people can change the trait, but but that's not indicative of what your real position is, right? You could throw shit at the wall and try to see what does or doesn't stick, but it's only going to be an indication that you're not actually trying to philosophically evaluate the reality of your position. So, wait, saying the trait doesn't exist, you're going to have to explain what that means. Are you saying that there is no trait that morally differentiates humans and animals such that it's okay to kill the one and not the other? The Andes are a mountain range. See previous comment. Yeah, I don't see anything about that.
This is like the impossible to defeat veganism argument.
But should we?
Well, impossible meaning subjectively to any sort of universal set of preferences that value human rights I would say this. Yes, it's impossible if all you mean is practically that to anybody who subjectively values human rights, that irreducibly values human rights, that they can't name a trait or set of traits logically differentiating humans and animals such that it's okay to kill and eat one, not the other. And the appreciation in question is indexed towards some kind of appreciation towards, a general appreciation for, like, you know, humans as a whole or something like that, or then yeah, I mean, you can create, you can try to create a distinction that you think is morally significant, but I think universally speaking, to be charitable to what Hassan probably means, like, he means like anybody who universally values human rights cannot name a trait or set of traits, so they ought to go vegan, right? Which is really everybody on Earth. Kevin, we should call you on day. Explaining this to you is an uphill battle. God damn, Dandelion! Holy shite! Oh my god. Extreme psychological damage comes from cannibalism, as not in humans eating animals. Right. So if there was not psychological damage from consuming humans, would you say it's okay to kill and eat them for food? Okay, you're spamming that in the chat. Spam it one more time and you're gonzo sway. Previous comment. You're purposely not addressing this. Dude, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Somebody else, I think, made a point about cannibalism, and I don't think it was you, and I responded to that probably twice. So.
We continue to employ it so often, does it ever...
Possible to defeat veganism argument.
But should we continue to employ it so often? Does it ever actually work? Today...
Wait. When you say, does it ever actually work? We're going to need to understand what you mean by does it work, right? If your goal is to have people understand the logical consequences of their view, then having conversations or debates, or generally increasing awareness on Name the Trait, absolutely works, because it's just an entailment that informing people, educating them by means of having discussions, increasing awareness on a certain subject matter, is going to mathematically speaking, increase the amount of instances where somebody understands logical consequences of their view. Broken logic is not logical. Sway, I don't know what the heck you're saying. You're going in timeout. So yeah, so the idea that the idea that you would be against more people understanding the logical consequences of your view is problematic for a lot of reasons. Jesus, I don't even know where to begin. I would say, so likely what Natalie is referring to is an idea that people are going through free Israel. Likely what Natalie is referring to is the idea that people are going to have psychological discomfort when they realize the logical consequences of their view are unpalatable. To assert that that's problematic is actually to assert that any other movement that we've had, such as slavery, sexism, so women not having rights, Jew hating, so on and so forth, it's to deny that those positions didn't suffer the same core problem which Name the Trait exposes, which is that there's some sort of inconsistency that people are abiding by with regards to their positions that causes them to fail to appreciate both sets of beings in question, whether it's the blacks versus whites, the Jews versus non-Jews, the women versus men, gays versus non-gays, the list goes on and on. But yeah, it's important to recognize, like, no social or ethical revolution happened through non-challenging comfort. Every moral advance I could ever think of, abolition, civil rights, feminism, and of course now with animal ethics, it came from the exposure of contradictions in the status quo. It's the concept of all men are created equal versus slavery, love thy neighbor versus sexism, kindness versus killing animals. These are all concepts that if you didn't expose the contradictions with regards to people's positions, you would be fucked. And people that were brave and unafraid to stand up for that, whether it was the Northerners, whether it was the the abolitionists, female rights defenders, those who fought for Jew rights, so on and so forth. These were all people that were brave enough to make a point that we have to expose contradictions. And every single one of those examples was a debate, right? Like it's just a debate is a forced reckoning between proclaimed value and violated principles or beliefs. And so if one accepts this model, right, that challenge alienates and it therefore fails, she's just making moral progress impossible, because progress is structurally uncomfortable. So go ahead and cope harder, Natalie.
Today I'm sharing why I hate Name the Trait, why
Oh God, well I already hate you. Yeah, this is just gonna come down to a painful display of unsubstantiated positive claims, a lack of appreciation for the strongest logical foundation anybody could ever have in favor of animal rights, and a lot of rhetorical coping. So let's go, Natalie.
I think we should move on, and how
Move on! Move on from logical consistency. Oh, Michael, what's up? Japanese. I'm not sure who spoke any sort of Asian, so I don't know why you said that, but anyways.
it harms and hinders the vegan message.
The vegan. Wait, what's meant by vegan? Because if anybody takes vegan to mean an appreciation towards animal rights, then, and somebody takes animal rights to be that to which ought to be defended as you would treat equal as humans, which I would challenge her on whether or not she would believe in defending animal rights as strongly as she would treat equal as humans. That would be my question. Natalie, if you ever watch this, what is... Just yapping after 2 words. Hey, Michael, so if you actually want to hop in and debate instead of cuck in the corner and try to talk crap, you're more than welcome to. Try to justify killing and eating animals for food. You're invited to name a trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill the trait equal as human as you do the animal. It's not yapping. I'm giving intellectual discourse here. If you think you have a logical error, if you think you could spot some sort of logical error with what it is that I'm saying, you're free to do that too. But don't be a cuck and just talk crap from the chat. But yeah, so anyways, what was I saying?
Why I think we should move on, and how...
Oh, Natalie, if you're watching, right, would you believe in defending trait equalized humans as you would animals? If you want to play dumb on what that means, I'll just explain, Natalie. That means any trait or set of traits that somebody could name that they think serve to be a morally relevant symmetry breaker between humans and animals, such that they say it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. For example, intelligence, species, both, multiple other traits. Do you think that a being that starts off as a human and starts to have traits removed that somebody can name, and it could be any combination or any sort that you could think of, that all those types of beings that people can name, think of all the types of people that would name all sorts of traits, do you think that those trait equalized beings that people would claim are acceptable to kill and eat for food, that those beings should be defended, that animals should be defended as they would those trait equalized beings? If so, guess what? You're logically committed to name the trait without realizing it. Japanese is what you hear when the other person is speaking in a higher brainwave. Got him! The trait of having the DNA code of an animal. Wait, what? That... I asked what trait is true of an animal, which if it were true of a human. So you're saying that the trait of having animal DNA would... cause a human to lose moral value if it were to gain animal DNA. So Michael, would a human, or would a being who looks subjectively human but technically has cow DNA, would they be okay to kill and eat for food? Yes or no?
It harms and hinders the vegan message. Before we get into...
It might harm or hinder your concept of animal rights, which is inferior to the to any name the trait defender, but it certainly doesn't harm or hinder anybody who believes that animal rights ought to be fought for as they would trait equal as humans. So fail.
In the video, I want to clarify that I'm questioning the utility of Name the Trait in the...
You know, it's funny that you say that you question the utility of name the trait as if you are modest in your approach, but yet your video title is literally why you hate name the trait, right? That's not light language. Okay, the complete DNA code of an animal. Yeah, if they had the complete, Michael, if a being who subjectively looked identical to a human, but had the complete DNA of an animal, would they be okay to kill and eat for food as you do the animal, if that's the trait in question, right? Think really hard. I know you want to kill that being. Like, you remember, you're looking at this being that they look just like a human. They're so normal. You find out, doctor says, he comes out the room and he's like, hey, good news. They're technically a cow. Do you just get your fork and your knife and you just start running after them? No, I doubt that. This isn't how DNA works. What do you mean that's not how DNA works? Are you asserting that a trait true of DNA is that they would have a subjectively similar appearance to them? Because you're assuming that in the hypothetical, I'm not stipulating that the DNA is identical while they just didn't have something like plastic surgery or something like that, or had the shell of a human but still technically were had the DNA of a cow. It sounds like she doesn't like name the trait because she finds it difficult to explain. I don't know. I'm not defending her. No, I didn't say you are. Or no, I don't think you are. But no, I've heard about Natalie disliking name the trait for specific reasons, and she just indicated already that she finds there to be specific utility problems with it. But her video title is not agnostic, right? It's not like I have questions for name the trait, right? She just said, like, she's already feeling the backlash before it even hits her. She's like, wait, guys. I'm not attacking name the trait. I know the video title is literally I hate name the trait. I know I said that we should move on from it, but I'm just asking about the utility. I'm just a little curious. I think you would have set up a conversation with Isaac if that were the case. I think you would have set up a conversation with Avi. And now guess what, Natalie? You're going to have to set up a conversation with me. Because if they're not going to fuck with you, this Name the Trait Defender is absolutely going to take your questions. Although a person that was totally cow DNA would not be a person. Wait, I didn't assert they would be a person, though. I said if they looked subjectively similar. I don't think you understand what the word subjectively similar means. It doesn't entail that they possess the same DNA. It would be a cow and would look like one. If you're stipulating that the being has to look and possess the DNA of a cow in question, that's just going to be a shell morality position. So if your mother's consciousness were transferred inside of a cow, would it be okay to kill and eat her? Yeah, think really hard about that one.
Context of effective vegan advocacy, questioning the utility.
If it's a cow and looks like a cow, it's a cow. Wait, that the first part doesn't make any sense. If it's a cow, we're wondering what makes up a cow, right? Looks like a cow, it's a cow. Are you denying that for the sake of the hypothetical, we could stick your mom's consciousness inside of the cow and you would be saying it's okay to kill and eat her? Get on the barbecue? So your mom, so we could have infinite beings that all of humanity just gets their consciousness transferred over into cows. And if all but one person was still here, you'd say it's okay if they just infinitely holocausted them for food? Or what about an alternate universe? Let's say that was the case. Let's say the Earth duplicated, and then we had this Earth where everyone's consciousness transferred over to a cow, and then in the other Earth they said, "Oh, great! Technically, they're inside the shell of a cow. It's great. It's time to kill and eat them for food."
Of name the trait. And before we get into the video, I want to clarify that I'm questioning the utility of name the trait and the.
Questioning is too light of a term, Natalie. You are attacking name the trait. My mother's consciousness cannot be transferred to a cow. That's called a hypo dodge, right? That's not interesting. If there was you could literally you could do it in a million ways if you're trying to be stubborn about it, but essentially, if it were the case that there was a cow that had the equivalent consciousness of a human, then you would have to say that it's okay, even though they had the consciousness of a human, but they had the DNA and they had the appearance of a cow. They were subjectively similar to a cow, that it's okay to kill and eat them. That is stupid thinking. You can do that. You can give somebody the reasoning that it would be okay to kill and eat them. And by the way, if you want the real world implications of what that looks like, that would look like you contributing towards killing cows, right? Because if the traits in question were that it's okay to kill and eat a cow merely because they lack they look like a cow and they have the DNA of a cow, then any cow you kill is going to is going to be equal to a human that you would find acceptable to kill. So if you don't actually find it acceptable to kill and eat that trait equalized being, you're going to have to back off the position, because otherwise the real world implications would be you killing and eating the cow. It won't. No, you can't do it in a million ways. Do you think I mean, Kevin, that you can literally scientifically in the world, or do you think I mean it is logically the case that we can give a thought experiment where if your mother's consciousness were transferred into a cow, that yes, you could say that, you could say it's person A, person B, person 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 1 million, it would still be the case. California's almond and avocado industries are causing catastrophic bee mortality, up to 62% hive losses in recent seasons, threatening pollination systems, food insecurity, ecological stability. So that says nothing about if bees are dying because people are buying avocados and almonds. That also says nothing about a rise in veganism causing more bees to die. No, trait equalization doesn't exist. Doesn't exist as what? As a thought experiment? It absolutely does. Like, what? What do you mean it doesn't exist? It conceptually exists. What are you talking about? If you mean in the real world, nobody's fucking saying that. You know what the real world implication is of the trait equalization process? That whatever your answer is to the hypothetical, it would be what you do to animals, right? So, for example, if you said the trait that made it acceptable to kill and eat, if you said the trait that made it acceptable to kill and eat animals and not humans was intelligence, and you said, but that doesn't exist, even if we didn't have severely mentally handicapped humans, let's say no human had ever been severely mentally handicapped before, any animal which was being holocausted for food would just be the being in question that you say is wrong to kill and eat, if your answer is that it's actually wrong. What a bunch of bullshit. If that's not an argument, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. Wait. If we were back in the 1850s and somebody who was in favor of black rights said, hey, white man, what if your consciousness was transferred inside that of a black person? Would you be okay to enslave and whip and rape and remove their freedom? And they were to go, what a bunch of bullshit. That's not an argument. Yeah, it is, because every black person is just the example of what you would, if you were answering it intellectually honestly, the white person whose consciousness was transferred to the black person, right? It's literally the being in question to which you're too scared to admit that you would find it to be morally unacceptable to violate their rights, but you don't want to admit, right?
Context of effective.
Oh, Michael says, based on atheist materialism, consciousness is an emergent property of the physical mind. So at that point, it would just be a cow. Wait. Materialism consciousness? Oh, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. If you're saying that your mom would be a cow, even though her consciousness was just put inside the shell of a cow, that is to say, their body, then all I can do is laugh at how ridiculous that is. If again, what a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, you're no different than a slave owner who's saying, if again, the white person's brain can't be transferred into the black person's body. Look at how stupid that is. You're just not engaging with the logical consequences of your view. All while the equivalent or the morally sufficient issue still exists in modern day as it would have back then, of you're still enslaving black people and raping them and causing them to lose their rights. You don't avoid that by means of just restating that it's an if, right? Because the logical consequences do exist in the real world. I refer you again to the Andes. Well, I refer you again to when Dandelion reminded you that talking to you is an uphill battle. And I missed this. Kevin, it's a hypothetical. Hypotheticals are very important in analyzing morality, so we don't have to actually commit to atrocities. Beautifully said, Dandelion. Props to you. Thank you so much.
Vegan advocacy, not philosophical debates. I have seen YouTubers vegan advocacy, not philosophical debates.
Yeah, so this is going to be the sophistry pathway, right? It's not that she's trying to get out of, she already knows she'd be in hot water if she tried to say that there was a philosophical problem with it, right? And I wouldn't expect her to necessarily. In fact, I did expect her to try to make a point about the effectiveness as it exists for advocacy. But as I stated earlier, if somebody were to try to say that the concept of realizing contradictions was problematic, I doubt she would commit to that having been a problem when we were trying to get slave owners to recognize contradictions, men to recognize contradictions, Jew haters to recognize contradictions, because they were beating women, burning Jews, and raping and enslaving black people. That was a philosophy that had to be brought up via debate in order for people to realize it was wrong. The underlying logic may not always come necessarily in the form of a straightforward formal debate format where somebody's at a podium or somebody's on a computer or somebody's doing this or somebody's doing that, but it does have to prop up where the logic is effectively relayed to somebody as a realization that the contradiction is unacceptable to somebody's view. That, once again, is a concept of progress being uncomfortable. That's if and this is all it's going to come down to. If this is just going to be a point of her disliking the concept of uncomfortability, that's going to have insane fucking implications to it. But we'll get into that. Oh, Michael says the trait is human consciousness then. Wait, is it just human consciousness, or is it human consciousness plus the DNA, plus being subjectively similar to an animal, right? But I would ask you to ask yourself what is meant by human consciousness, because likely all you're trying to say is the intelligence level of that to which a human would possess. And so try to define what you think is meant by human consciousness so that we can begin to figure out what trait you're trying to plug in here.
I have seen YouTubers like Ask Yourself and
God, I don't know why Isaac ever used that photo. I'm sorry. I don't mean I'm not Isaac, I'm not attacking you, man. But like, I have to say, I've been meaning to say this for years. Like, it really looks like
not philosophical debates. I have seen
it looks like you're sniffing your fingers. Like, I'm just gonna say that, okay? Like, it's just funny. Like,
YouTubers like Ask Yourself and Vegan Gains wield Name the Trait effectively to highlight the inconsistencies of their debate opponents. However, in Street Outreach,
she said that so begrudgingly. God, run it back.
YouTubers like Ask Yourself and Vegan Gains wield Name the Trait effectively to highlight.
Like, listen to her gritting her teeth. Wields Name the Trait effectively. Like, I don't even believe she opened her teeth when she was speaking there.
Like the inconsistencies of their debate opponents. However, in
even the little S at the end. Natalie, stop lying, bruh. I get it. You fucking hate Name the Trait. You named the video title that. You couldn't help but tell the world that you thought that, right? No, but it's just funny because like you're doing this really cuck shit where like you claim that you give a little to get a lot. So you're trying to be like, oh, like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, some people deploy it well, but like 99% of the time it sucks because my anecdote. Let's see. Here we go.
In street outreach, it just doesn't work.
Well, there's too many problems with this. Number one, let's go through it. The idea that people that you're talking to the streets are going to the idea that people in general understand the scope of their preferences, specifically that they're going to be persuaded by a certain position, is not very likely. In fact, people typically have an incentive to not tell you the truth of what it is that they're feeling or attempting to reconcile inside of their head logically. But that's distinct of how they interpret their own thoughts. So for example, if somebody were to say, hey, you just made me feel really uncomfortable right now. You know what? Ego death. You got me. Oh man, yeah, that's right. I'm for animal rights now. No one's gonna do that, right? Like, practically speaking, people are going to just say they don't respect it, they don't play dumb, that they don't understand, that there's some kind of like issue with it. But in reality, the party in question is not actually reconciling some kind of realization that they have an issue with it. All the while, the sleeper effect is going to go on, which is a psychological mechanism that exists when your brain constantly tries to make sense of a message that it doesn't have an answer towards. And if it's unable to produce an answer against it, your brain will literally create more thoughts about the thing in question. And that increased stimuli, statistically increasing the amount of instances where somebody thinks about their contradictory position, only helps animal rights, right? So that uncomfortability is exactly where we want people to be. Faster Toys says, hey. Yo, what's up, Faster Toys? Earlier, you tested consciousness as a holistic thing. I don't know what you mean by that. In itself, that could be transferred, but now we have to break it into discrete elements. To help me understand, what is the trait for plants? Wait, now you sound like you're getting bad faith. When you say we have to break it into discrete elements, a couple things. I easily transferred over the trait of human consciousness as you understand it for, let's just say, your mom. But that doesn't mean that when I ask you to, I asked you two things. I asked you one, what's the, is it is it a trait stack of 3? Is it human consciousness, human consciousness, the shell of a human, and the DNA of a human? You didn't answer yes or no to that. So I'm still waiting for an answer. Number one. Number two, yes, I'm going to ask you what's meant by human consciousness, because now if you do specify that the trait if you're going to specify that you specifically do care about human consciousness as the morally relevant trait, now that I'm going to analogize the trait as being the specific morally relevant symmetry breaker, whereas I was using it not as the morally relevant symmetry breaker because you didn't name human consciousness as the morally relevant symmetry breaker. You only named human consciousness you only named everything but human consciousness, so I transferred it over, and I transferred over with an example of something that we wouldn't deny is human consciousness. But I'm going to ask you, for example, I could just plug it in and assume, but that wouldn't be very smart. I'm gonna ask you what you conceptualize when you think of human consciousness, now that we're going to deep dive into it because you've named it as the specific trait. Whether or not it's a trait stack or stands on its own. And because what's going to be important is if you conceptualize human consciousness as that to which possesses a certain level of intelligence, then severely mentally handicapped people are going to be on the table, right? So if it was the case that your mom had the reduced conscious reduced intelligence of to the point where she had that the equivalent intelligence of a cow when she was born, and then had her brain that consciousness transferred into a cow, would you still call it human consciousness, right? So it's going to be important for understanding what trait or set of traits it is. You really should care about what values that you hold. So that's the point of understanding the position. And to help you understand what is the trait for plants, I think you mean what's the moral relevant symmetry breaker between plants and animals such that it's okay to kill one, to eat the one, not the other, and it's sentience. Deep shit tonight, huh? Maybe you consider it that. I mean, it's normal for a Saturday for me where I'm just combating a shit ton of sophists, some trolls, some not. I wait for somebody to come on to Discord, or multiple people hopefully to come on to debate. I had somebody in earlier and they didn't want to come in. That was a real shame, but they started to cuck out and just deployed something about the Bible. May I ask what human consciousness has got to do with eating animals? Oh yeah, so Faster Toys. What happened was Michael over here was trying to answer name the trait, right? Name the trait is a consistency test, and what it does is it asks people what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say it's okay to kill and eat the trait equalized human as you would the animal. Okay, so basically, what's the morally relevant symmetry breaker or breakers between humans and animals, such to that you'd find it okay to kill and eat the one, not the other? And so I asked him what the traits were. He named human DNA. I gave him a reductio on human DNA. He then to a being that had was subjectively similar to a human, but did not have human DNA. He said that they had to look like a human as well, or that he thought that DNA entailed. He thought that human DNA entailed them looking like a human as well, which is not technically the same thing, but I granted that the traits, he was attempting to make a trait stack and that I was going to entertain said trait stack. So I charitably gave it to him that the being in question looked like a cow, or had the shell of a cow, but their mom's consciousness was transferred into a cow, right? The shell, the body of a cow, and if it would be okay to kill and eat them. They said, okay, well, fine. I see what you're getting at, essentially. They wouldn't hop on voice. It was really shameful. But they said the trait is human consciousness. I then asked them what human consciousness was because they're naming it as the trait. I think they failed to realize that I only didn't ask them what was meant by, or I didn't deploy a definition of human consciousness originally when I gave their mom as an example, because it was undoubtable that they already granted value to their mom. They then failed to realize that, appreciate that that was not required to fully outline the meaning of human consciousness when I just when I gave the reductio of the trait equalization process that they were at, where their mom's consciousness was transferred, that I know they value, was transferred into a being that I know they don't value, or the body of a being that I know they don't value, I should say. And they try to criticize me for compartmentalizing the understanding of what the meaning of human consciousness was. But after that, I think that's roundabout when you came in and I tried to explain to them again. And so that's where we got with that. But then I gave them a realization that if they conceptualize human consciousness as an idea of something that I anticipate they understand, because I really don't know what it would mean otherwise, other than to say having the average intelligence expected of a human, then what if it were the case that their mom was born severely mentally handicapped, right? And then had their consciousness transferred over into a cow? Would it then be okay to kill and eat them for food? Like, what if there was an alternate world where their mom's consciousness was transferred over was where she was born mentally handicapped and then her consciousness was transferred over to a cow? Would it be okay to kill and eat her for food? So we're using philosophical arguments. You could call it philosophical. I mean, I guess technically in the field of philosophy, there's not really an important distinction there, because like all arguments that we're going to investigate are inherently philosophical. But if you mean to say that they are arguments that pop up within the realm of philosophy, then yeah. it's not socially acceptable to eat the cow person. Right. So if we factored out that you can get away with it without it being socially unacceptable, would you find it okay to eat the quote unquote cow person? Oh, Michael said, if a human had the level of sentience of a plant, you would be okay with eating it. That's not a sentience level if they lack sentience. That's a category error. Well, it's basically thought experiments. Vegan 2.0 versus animal abuse. Basically thought experiments. Right, yeah, it is a thought experiment, name the trait. Correct, yeah. Dandelion gum. It's also another tautology to pick human consciousness. The trait is human property. X is just a roundabout way of saying because they're humans to the question of why not humans. Well, not necessarily. It depends on what somebody means by it, right, Dandelion gum? Maybe you found in your history of deploying name the trait, or maybe just understanding or hearing name the trait, conversations that people do mean that, but it's not the case that somebody necessarily has to commit to the trait. The trait is human property, or sorry, because they're humans or that they possess human DNA. I actually find that a lot of people mean that they have the intelligence level of the average intelligence level of a human. And so that's why I specify that. What if they were to have the average intelligence level of an animal? Would it still be human consciousness? Some people try to get into like a deep dive of it's still human consciousness because they've assigned some sort of virtue to it, but that's still actually just going to be a shell morality position, right? Like we're just going to say, okay, so, if it were it were the case that yes, they just had if you had two beings and one was your mom who's severely mentally handicapped and the other was a cow's intelligence or consciousness, and they experienced the world in identical ways, and you said you only valued the human based one because you believe there was some sort of virtue that like God assigned or something like that, it would just be insane because like to the beings themselves they're experiencing the world in identical ways. I've never seen this channel before. As a disclaimer, I'm an atheist, dead animal eater. No, I'm not saying you have. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate that. I thought I kind of remember your username, but I could be wrong. As a disclaimer, I'm an atheist. Yeah, I don't believe in God. We're on the same page, bud. Maybe you probably mean atheist. Statistically speaking, you probably mean it as agnostic, because believing that you have an argument specifically for that God doesn't exist is extremely unconvincing. But I don't want to derail because this is mainly an animal rights focused live stream. And then dead animal eater. Right. I hope that you stick around and you see every reason to, well, I hope you see the strongest reason to not kill and eat animals for food is because you cannot name a trait that you yourself find morally acceptable, of a relevant distinction between humans and animals such that it's okay to eat the one, not the other. I agree. I was just responding to the guy in the other chat that said the trait was specifically human consciousness. Oh, no, sure. And I even think with like him, he might not even be thought out on what the trait, human consciousness is. I do suspect he probably meant it to be something to the effect of the intelligence level. But to be fair, I mean, he's probably just throwing fucking words around, so it could be either. No, you're wrong. DF, I'm wrong about what? If you want to actually, there's a Discord link in the description. You're free to hop on and join the live stream and, tell the chat what you think I'm wrong about. But I have a challenge for you. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to say that it's okay to eat the trait equal as human as you would the animal? Okay. So basically I'm just going to ask you what the morally relevant distinction is between humans and animals such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other.
The goal of the philosophical debate is to test logical consistency.
So, no, that's actually extremely fucking bad faith. I would never say, for example, Natalie, the goal of the name the trait in the slave context is to just test philosophical consistency. It's not just something as frivolous as to test logical consistency. I think the only motivation why somebody would reasonably deploy name the trait, whether it be from Joey Carbstrong, And even when Isaac was starting out, was to convince people that it was wrong to kill and eat animals for food. I know that Isaac has been on the record for saying that he doesn't have the same goals as a vegan activist because he's not convinced of the effectiveness of name the trade as it stands for convincing people to go vegan. I mean this in the most respectful way possible. I actually don't think he's just very well thought out on the matter. There's two things. I think he's not well thought out on the matter of the concept of the effectiveness, because I think that's a category error to the concept of name the trait convincing somebody to go vegan, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But I actually think that he, for a very long time, and what I do believe, from what I've observed, created the motivation, and statistically speaking, what would be most likely to make somebody desire to deploy name the trait would be because they thought that it was a reason to get somebody to stop contributing to the Holocaust. And I've seen a lot of examples of that, whether or not he said it's like insulting to the victims to not call it a Holocaust or so on and so forth. But no, it's not a fucking debate, bro. Just trying to test if you're consistent for some frivolous matter, some Lauren Bash ass point, Natalie. You're so bad faith. You're so fucking bad faith. I don't think any less than when Frederick Douglass delivered his speech, "What to the slave is the 4th of July," on the 5th of July, that he didn't care about the beliefs of blacks, even though he actually was deploying the core logic behind name the trait, Natalie. Let's see. Michael, check my last response. Meant sentience, not consciousness. I know. I said it's a category error because having the sentience level of something that doesn't possess sentience is nonsensical. It's not that connotes that that plants have a sentience level, right? That as if they have some sort of stimuli of a subjective experience when they don't. I saw Piers Morgan debating a vegan and it wound me up. There was so much unscientific shit from Piers. Piers is, oh god, I can't wait to get to the Piers Morgan saga. I actually want to do a moral mic drop episode, diss rap against him one of these days. That would be great. I've got a list of people on my fucking hit list. By the way, shameful YouTube. They didn't approve my ad because they thought it promoted violence or imagery. I would love to NTT, the team from Google or YouTube or whatever the fuck, and just ask them, what trait is true of horror movie advertisements, violent movie advertisements, so on and so forth, that if true of my ad would cause you to say that, or what traits are true of my ad, which if true of the violent horror movies or action movies would cause you to say that those ads cannot be displayed as mine is not. It's clearly just art. It's just entertainment. It's not actually promoting violence. But anyways, yeah, Piers is such rage bait, man. He just does it for fucking views. I can't stand the guy. But yes, he makes a lot of unscientific claims. He tries to pivot from science and ethics back and forth. He's so bad faith. He stays ungrounded on purpose. What's a trait that allows you to advocate for human abortion and or have an abortion? Wait, this isn't about abortion. I don't know where you're coming from, Tom. What are your thoughts on hunting? In the modern age, there was mechanized slaughter on an industrial scale, which wasn't available back then. Faster. I assume you mean hunting like in the typical sense? Like, you mean to say people that go out and murder innocent deer or rabbits or any other beautiful fucking creatures? Well, I should say that are not predators, because actually I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with people killing predators. Well, my thoughts are that it's wrong. If it's wrong to hunt and kill, people that are not killing other beings, right? So, not, it would be a position that says it's not problematic to kill predators, but it would be problematic to kill, the innocent animals like deers, rabbits, if you kill birds or squirrels for game, fish, so on and so forth. If you wouldn't do it to a human, right? What's the trait or set of traits that would cause you to say it's more acceptable to do it to the animal? In the modern age, there is mechanized slaughter on an industrial scale, which wasn't available back then. Right, but hunting and industrial holocausting can both be issues, right? Pierce is such a bad actor. He lives in dishonesty. Absolutely, Giannis. Couldn't agree more. Tom, when the hell did Cold advocate for abortions? Yeah, what the fuck? It's like I said. It's like I said. I agree. I don't believe in God, and he was, and like he tuned in and was like, I bet he's a leftist. I bet he's pro. I bet he's pro-choice. Yeah, you have no fucking clue whether I'm pro-life or pro-choice. But try again. I think hunting is natural. Wait, you don't want to make an appeal to nature fallacy, though, right? The fucked up shit we do to cows today isn't. Wait, but faster. You understand that what is natural is not an indication of what is good, right? Like, diseases are natural. Pandemics are natural. Obviously, natural disasters or, wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes are all natural. Yet we try to avoid them because they cause some an action that we do not prefer the outcome of and we find to be wrong, right? Being gay is natural. If you just reduce it down to a sexual tendency that you primitively had, sure. But yeah, you wouldn't want to commit to an appeal to nature fallacy. You're so annoying. I'm back, motherfucker. No shit, we still here. Owen Volt, I don't remember. You're like vague, guys. Like whenever you sophist pop into my mind, like I only just know you generically. I sincerely do not remember who the fuck you are. Like, I don't remember. Even my wife is like, "Who the fuck are you?" and she watches the chat on the side and like stays keen on that. Like, I can you remind me which loser you are? Question: are other animals justified in eating animals? If so, what is the trait other animals have that allows them to eat other animals that humans do not have? No. So I'm logically consistent on that. If it's wrong for a mentally handicapped person to kill other people, then it's wrong for a coyote to kill a cat or dog, or of course a person. I don't mean to sound rude, Drawers, but like you came on pretty strong with the idea of, if not, what is this? I think you should have been more skeptical. I am not a brain dead vegan who just that is to say self-identifies as that to a person who believes in animal rights, but then doesn't have an answer for if it's wrong for predators to kill magnitudes of other innocent animals. Yes, it's wrong that a coyote will eat a fucking cat or a dog or whatever the fuck. There's not an alternative solution that makes it practical to let's say domesticate these animals like there exists an option for, like, let's say a dog. Like, for example, like I've told the story before, Drawers, but I had a dog who killed one of my cats, and she was fine. My dog was fine with this cat for years. It was so surprising that it happened. Still traumatized about it, but yeah, I would never say as a non-moral agent it's okay to kill her or something like that when there's the means of just putting her in a home where she's just fine, because she's not, unlike a coyote, unlike a lion, unlike a bear, unlike a tiger, unlike a cougar, unlike a million other fucking predators, she's actually able to take commands from people, and as long as she's separated from smaller animals such as cats, she won't cause any other rights violations. And that's going to be true of mentally handicapped people as well. Like, if there was a dangerous mentally handicapped person, I wouldn't want to fucking kill them. I'd want to put them inside of a home where they can be taken care of and just guarded, right? So yeah. I'd put the argument forward that we'd end up higher on the food chain. Wait, okay. The food chain justifies a Holocaust as well. So if humans were lower on the food chain, would it be acceptable to kill and eat humans for food? So what should the lions do? Make pancakes? No, we should literally kill lions until we can come up with a feasible solution to, I don't know, genetically modify them, or do some sort of technological process that would advance the species or something like that, so on and so forth. Jesus gave his body for us to eat. What? Wait, what the? Are you trying to use that as symbolism for killing and eating animals? I have no. Are you saying Jesus literally is a symbol of? Okay. Since humans evolved, they have used animal products descriptively, right? Humans have also raped each other, enslaved each other, beat each other, discriminated against each other because of sex, ethnicity, sexual preference, so on and so forth. Are those things acceptable? Descriptively, what humans have done doesn't tell us what we prescriptively, right, ought to do. We use bone and sinew to sew skins together. It helped us to inhabit new continents. Right, and if the only way to inhabit new continents was to kill other humans, I doubt you'd be for it, right? Wait, kill the lions? Whoa. Well, that's not such a crazy position, right? Like, if you had humans that were not able to be domesticated, and this subspecies of humans, was a non-moral agent that could not be negotiated with, and they, lacked the, or just that they can't be negotiated with, and we can't domesticate them, then obviously if there's no practical alternative to saving these other creatures than to kill them, I think we do the same thing that a fucking cop does when he sees a mentally handicapped person with a gun just going like this to people in the middle of the streets, and he shoots them. Like, it's sad, it's not fun, right? Like, but obviously that's what you do. So kill the sharks. Well, I'm not sure about the current status of the fish that sharks eat that are or are not predators, but it's just going to be a conditional on the answer, right? If it's the case that the sharks are, causing some sort of ultimate net rights violations or suffering that are disagreeable, then yeah. Bro, 3 a.m. where I am. Nice channel, night people. Well, thanks a lot for tuning in, Faster. It seems like, you've opened up your mind a little bit, and I appreciate that. Yeah, have a good one. Are you avoiding my question now that it removes the category error on levels of consciousness? I don't think you can answer this. Michael, I've not seen any other answer other than the last one where you spoke about the concept of sentience being present within something that doesn't have sentience. I'll scroll up, but check my last response. Meant sentience, not consciousness. Right, sentience is not true of plants. I just take it to mean one and the same. Earlier treated consciousness as a transfer. Now we have to break it into discrete. Yeah, this is all the same shit I read earlier. I don't, Michael, I don't know what you're saying. If you want to try to explain it, please come to the Discord, because I don't see any other message, and I've run through this already multiple times. Animals don't kill and eat each other for fun. It's for survival. Right. I mean, if mentally handicapped people killed other people for survival, no. Meaning your name, N-O-E. Is that how you say it? No? Like, just no? Burnaby. Let's just say Burnaby. That's easier. Burnaby, presumably you would say that's wrong, though, right? What's the last time you had a dead cow burger? If that's your like super MGTOW way of asking me how long I've been, logically consistent on trait equalize humans as I have animals, aka what someone might call vegan, it's been about 11 years. Since you believe that other animals, but if you mean when's the last time I had something that's identical to the taste of a cheeseburger, that would be, I don't know, maybe like about a year ago when I went to the vegan camp out. I think I had a cheeseburger there. No, maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe it's been about a year or two since I had something that's morally identical and makes it absurd to, kill beings for taste pleasure. Only rather adds to the absurdity. Since you believe that other animals aren't justified in eating animals, well, it's weird to say aren't justified, right? Because I'm not ascribing, what I'm not doing, Drawers, is I'm not trying to say that they are doing something wrong, as in their choosing as agents. Just to be clear. But if you're understanding it in the correct way that I mean it, that they're doing an unpreferred action to other agents, right? To minds that have a subjective experience, right? Then yes, hopefully you find it to be wrong too. I hope you actually engage with your own view instead of just trying to put me in the hot seat, right? Ask yourself if there are mentally handicapped people attempting to kill other people, right? Regardless of whether or not they were, regardless of whether or not they had to do it for survival. Presumably you'd find that to be wrong, right? Even if all humans stopped eating animals, wouldn't there still be an animal holocaust of predators killing prey? Well, I don't know what problem you're trying to point to here, Jorah. So it seems like there's two. I'll try to. I'll be charitable towards two things you could be saying. One is you could be saying that, wouldn't I not be solving the global issue of animals having their rights violated to some extent if everyone stopped killing and eating animals for food because predators exist? That's true, right? Just as much as how, like, if in my local city everyone was like killing and raping children, but if everyone in my city stopped, everyone in like else in America was still doing it, it wouldn't change that you wouldn't want my city to do it, regardless of if other cities you knew would still do it, right? So like you just don't want to make the mistake, most importantly, of conflating solving the global issue with solving the personal contribution issue or some sort of reduction in question. And it would be a massive reduction, obviously, right? Like if we didn't breed cows, chickens, pigs, so on and so forth into existence, there would be such less suffering in the world. Like you would never justify, for example, Jews getting murdered and having horrible things happen to them just because even if the Holocaust were to end as it did, well, we're not going to solve the global issue of murder existing, right? So you hopefully you appreciate that. And if you're, what was the other thing I was going to say? Would there still be, oh yeah, I mean, of course, descriptively there would be, but because one issue is not necessarily the same as the other. But should we, at that point, separately speaking now, should we make an effort to eliminate that as much as possible? Absolutely. And by the time, that we get to the point where humans care enough about animal rights as they would treat equal as humans, I'm sure we'll have advanced enough to, one, be able to genetically modify predators to not be murderous towards other beings. Or we could evolve them in some way or like do something like that. But with that, just shy of having that as an option, obviously, while we wait in the interim, right? Like it wouldn't be the case that if there was like, some sort of better solution 1,000 years ago to something, I don't know, like we didn't have medications 1,000 years ago that would save people's lives. Like, that wouldn't mean that, just because you let somebody die years ago, point by analogy that, that you wait for more people to die. I'm not articulating this well, but I'm just trying to say that like the best thing we can do now, just shy of technology, is that, unfortunately, begrudgingly, we take these non-agents' lives. It's not something you happily do per se. I mean, there's a happy aspect to it, which is saving the innocent beings, but it's not like you get off on the virtue of the non-agents dying per se. Is my comment not coming through? If sentience is the deciding factor, anything without sentience is moral to eat. Dead humans do not have sentience, therefore they are moral to eat in your worldview. No, not necessarily, right? That could be one stipulation. You could also say that the virtue of having once had sentience is also wrong. You do appreciate that, right, Michael? Like, for example, you presumably find it wrong to kill and eat humans for food, right? And you probably find it wrong to kill and eat dogs or cats for food, even though those are animals. And, if the trait was merely just having been an animal, then you'd have to find that those beings acceptable to kill and eat. Or sorry, not kill and eat, to eat even though they're already dead, like at the side of the road. But no, I appreciate virtue as well. I know there are vegans out there who don't appreciate virtue, and that sounds really ridiculous to me, but if you would maintain some sort of virtue towards, a human who is dead, I don't know why you wouldn't maintain that for an animal. So I actually am fully against vegans who aren't logically consistent on appreciating virtues as they are, for animals as they are treated equal as humans. I got some chats going on in bold, so forgive me, guys. I'm trying to catch up. What an awful point. Steven, so if you think you have something that's interesting to contribute, hop your happy ass into the Discord. Stop cucking in the corner. I just can't. I got to rant for a second. I can't believe that, like, I have so many people chirping, in my chat that are pro animal murder, and they have so much shit to say over text but not over voice. And Parker and Dean, the political YouTubers, have people lined up, thousands of people watching all the time, and they just get these MAGA supporters lining up left and right. I know they're more popular, but, like, statistically speaking, even though I have so many less viewers, like, I have people that are motivated to debate. And I had a lot of people on the first day, and even second day I had about, I think, 2 people as well. Maybe everyone saw my debates and got fucking scared, especially after the new one that I uploaded. Shout out to the guy that justified taking advantage of physically handicapped humans. Anyways, that's all just to say, Steven, come on, join the Discord, man. Like, it's so uninteresting to just chirp from the comments. Like, it's not, no. The problem is the moral equivalence you place on eating food. Don't know what you mean by moral equivalence. Moral equivalence is not required in order to appreciate animal rights. If all you mean by moral equivalence is that somebody has to view the rights of animals as tantamount to that of humans in order to not kill and eat them, in order to not kill and eat animals as they do humans, that doesn't logically follow. There's something called moral sufficiency. And, just as much as you wouldn't give a severely mentally handicapped person the right to vote, but you'd at least give them the right to life and autonomy. Just like how Einstein and a baby might not have identical moral value, but both have sufficient moral value to deserve the right to life and autonomy. Just like how $5 is greater than $2, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke. Point by analogy, something being greater than something else doesn't invalidate or push something beneath a certain threshold, obviously, right? So that doesn't follow. Watch my video titled Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. They would eat you if put in the same position, would it where it would be a necessity. Right, so would a mentally handicapped person who has the same primitive defaults to that of an animal. Would it be okay to eat a human who has the tendency to want to eat other humans? Or would you say that them literally lacking any fucking agency says nothing about if you should try to, what's this concept of, like, punishment or, like, fucking revenge you're trying to get? Like, hey, sometimes my cat, when they jump up on me, they scratch me, and they don't mean to, they don't realize it, but I have, like, marks on my thigh right now, and you know what, I'm just gonna fucking scratch him with a fucking knife, because, like, I mean, he would jump up on me again and scratch me again if it were up to him. And it's like, he's not, that's misleading. That makes it sound like they are deciding to as an agent. These animals who would eat me or you aren't deciding to with some sort of concept of, despite it being wrong or understanding what I'm doing, I'm going to consume you anyways. They're just not in realization that there's anything wrong or right or anything at all, right? There's no concept of morality. I believe the correct term is, to them, it's amoral, because there's no concept of morality applied. But if that's an incorrect term, I'll at least say they don't have morals. They're not agents. The entire foundation of this argument is illogical. If we reduce herd population, agriculture would collapse because of lack of fertilizer. Wait, what? If we reduced herd population, you mean agriculture even with regards to fruits and vegetables? Would collapse because of lack of fertilizer. That's a positive claim. If you think you have any sort of reason to believe that we wouldn't be able to grow crops because we don't have the shit of cow manure, then I mean, just post the evidence for that. There's no reason to believe that. There's literally all vegan farms that exist that use green manure. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And obviously, I mean, humans would, if there were any sort of technical issues of scaling up to any degree for any of this, we would come up with alternatives and invest in those. Kind of like how we do in the trade equal as human context. The premise that we reduce this argument to a suffering exposition is illogical. I don't know what you mean by a suffering exposition. You're going to have to be clear on what you mean by that. Jews equal chicken. Nobody said that a Jew is equal to a chicken. I already cleared up the conflation between equality versus sufficiency. Try harder. Maybe you should have this talk with the AIDS virus or COVID? What? I have no idea what you're attempting to index that towards. Furthermore, a global undiversified diet would place more stressor on land usage. So again, if you think you have any positive evidence towards these unsubstantiated claims, you're more than free to. But as a conditional, if it were the case that there was any world where what you were claiming was true, where there was more stress on land usage because if we were to not kill and eat humans, would you be for that world? Yeah, I doubt it. So we're switching from the earlier trait of sentience to has ever had sentience. No, it's not switching the traits, right? You're asking if I appreciated, if that was the only thing that I appreciated. But obviously the context that you gave for consuming a plant was just simply defined as not having had sentience. So yeah, I mean, that's not a switchover. That's just a further explanation of the view. Remember, you still haven't reconciled if, you'd kill and eat your mom's consciousness if she was born with the average intelligence level of a cow and then had said consciousness transferred over to the body of a cow. But complain to me more about how, because I appreciate the virtue of a being once having had sentience, that it's problematic. Okay, then a person who was born never having sentience, will the trait shift again? You mean to say, is it anencephaly? I think it's anencephaly, right? They don't have like a brain. They don't have like a brain. They're born without a brain. I think it's anencephaly. I think it's anencephaly. Well, no, I find that to just be disgusting, right? Like I mean, yeah, I would find it just to be a disgusting thing. If you're asking if I find it to be immoral, I would find it to be probably virtuistically problematic to consume something that's so identical to looking like a being. I would question some sort of practicality of like psychopathy, as I would, like somebody who wants to eat the flesh that tastes like a cat or the flesh that tastes like a dog. I think that that's disgusting virtuistically, but it doesn't increase demand or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's still problem. I find it virtuistically problematic. Yes, if necessity requires. Yes, wait. Yes, what if necessity requires, Anne? Your cat is a killer. Let it freak you out. No, it really doesn't. I mean, any less than how my severely mentally handicapped little brother is a killer, quote unquote, where that's such sophistry that's meant to connotate, right, that we that the being in question is an agent that gets off on doing something immoral, rather than, or has an immoral view, rather than they are a non-agent in the first place and they do something that agents find to be to find the outcome to be wrong. So no, I mean, it doesn't freak me out when a severely mentally handicapped person might stomp on a cat's tail and make them screech. It makes me think that it's sad that they would do that action, but it wouldn't make me angry or disgusted or freaked out about the mentally handicapped person. What would freak me out is if somebody tried to justify somebody, that mentally handicapped person doing it just because they're mentally handicapped. What a proverbial hand wave to my argument about animal agriculture agricultural scaling. Well, you made positive claims and didn't actually back it up. So once again, try harder. And again, you're welcome to join the Discord. You're one to talk about hand waving when you literally cuck in the corner and do not join the fucking chat. Right? They would just eat you. So if we wouldn't eat human meat, we would by necessity, you said need, require to eat them. Wait, what? Lions would eat me. So if we wouldn't eat human flesh, we would by necessity. I don't understand what the thought is there. If we wouldn't eat dead humans, we would by necessity be required to eat lions. Were you the person? I have to scroll up. Were you the person that talked about lions? They would eat you if put in the same position. Yeah, I forgot if you're the same person who mentioned lions, but or here I'll just look it up. Lion. There's 3 mentions of it. Oh no. Oh no, never mind. I'm gonna get to the other chat now because everyone's been patiently waiting in the other chat for replies. Oingville, I'm the one saying hunting is natural and I'm a country boy dickhead. Did we actually debate? I can't remember if we did though. Or did you like over voice or did we not? Thanks for coming back. I know I'm extremely fucking charming and you just can't stop, watching my face and hearing my voice. I really appreciate the engagement. Thank you so much. Remember now, dumbass? So buttered. Do they know it's wrong though? Does a being require to know what they're doing is wrong in order for you as an agent to believe that what the non-agent is doing is wrong? That's like saying, hey, the hurricane doesn't know what it's doing is wrong, so should I really retreat? It's just so dumb. Do predators know what's wrong, though? Never stated that they do. Exactly, it's not, yeah. Oh, so you're saying kill them because they're killing other animals for food. Right. I mean, if there's no other solution that's practical in order to stop a mass murderer other than to kill the mass murderer, then regardless of if they are a non-moral agent, as sad as it is to remove their life, if, again, there's no other option, yes, absolutely. Would you not kill a mentally handicapped person who's on a fucking killing spree? Jesus. We're not better or worse than the animals that eat other animals. You're absolutely worse if you are an agent and you attempt to justify the world's largest Holocaust, even though you're able to control your actions as opposed to the fucking lions, cougars, tigers, bears, oh my. Trying to be different is pointless. Trying to be different than... Wait. Trying to be different than non-moral agents is pointless? Got it. So when a man rapes a woman, when somebody rapes your mom or your wife or your sister or somebody you care about, just remember them trying to be pointless from an animal who would rape another animal or an animal who would eat you or an animal who would rape you is pointless. Yeah, you see how dumb it is to try to get your morals from non-agents? Like, that's just so insane. We could evolve them. Really? Well, did I say it's feasible in 2025, dumbass? Or did I say, hopefully we would reach that point? Yeah. Maybe it would be the case that by the time humanity wakes up to animal rights, we have that technology available. Maybe it's not. There's also a concept of genetic breeding, with regards to cats and dogs. It's wrong that cats and dogs get raped in order for them to continue, being companion animals for humans. But you know what's desirable? Still having them around. So ideally we would lab grow cats and dogs in order to, get around the consent issue and, be better off. I know you guys are going to have a fucking field day with that one. Relating to your Holocaust point here, Adam, what? That's your first comment, Adam. I don't know what you're saying relating to your Holocaust point here. Adam, if you would like to join the Discord instead of cucking in the corner and chat, you're more than welcome to. I don't know what original point. I'm going to scroll through. I don't see Adam. No, you weren't here and above. Yeah, you just told somebody else that you agreed with them, but you didn't say what you were saying in relation to my Holocaust point. I don't know what you're saying. I don't see anything on Kick. I'm not sure. Never mind. I'm wasting my time here. Yeah, you weren't getting attention on your extremely dumb interjections. Channel name, no, we are omnivores. Well, why would I have to disagree with you on the biological state of what we are in order to disagree with you on whether or not we ought kill animals for food? Is that a point meant to say that we would not be able to thrive on a plant-based diet? Because that's a positive claim you're going to have to defend, right? You're going to have to name the enzyme that's present within that's lacking with, or that's present within omnivory or dead animals, which if present within a plant-based diet would cause it to be sufficient. Right? Is there some sort of enzyme? Is there some sort of nutrient? Is there something that you could actually name that vegans cannot get on a plant-based diet? Or are you just going to assert that in a very cuckish way that it's unhealthy or it's unfeasible despite having no evidence? Because that's just uninteresting. But yeah, I mean, being biologically omnivorous doesn't matter. As long as we're able to live healthily on a plant-based diet, you don't even have a basis. Although I do think it would be wrong that humans would kill other humans if the only option was if the only option to live healthfully was to kill other humans. So take it a step farther than the average, brain dead vegan. Dead animals taste better than key. Key? What the fuck is key? A keyblade? Bitch ass what? Okay.
Maybe it's like Key, the energy, like Dragon Ball.
No, Lord only knows. Okay, back to the other chat now. We will just scale Steven Strawmans. We will just scale up magically and 8 billion people would be fed. Not even a realistic argument. Scale up what? You've not even established the positive claim that humanity would not have enough food to survive unless we killed animals for food. What the fuck are you talking about? All I did was entertain the conditional that if it weren't the case that we had enough manure. I shouldn't have even entertained that because that invites the idea that I, even by some sort of illusion, have the burden of proof when I don't, right? You have the burden of proof, quite obviously, that there is not enough, there would not be enough food to feed people if it were the case that the world were to go vegan. That's your burden. You are required to prove that. Eating humans. I lost where we were, and if you want to hop into Discord and debate, we're more than welcome to do that. So now personal disgust is the basis of morality. I don't know what you mean by the basis of morality. It just, that sounds like jargon. If you mean to say that relative to my view and relative to what I think, logically consistent and non-absurd people would be that they respect the virtues of trade equalized beings as they do animals as well, then yeah, I think that's true. I think if a person wouldn't eat the corpse of a dead human, I think they not eat the dead corpse of a cat or dog on the side of the road. Call me crazy, right? Then my trait is that eating humans personally disgusts me and eating cows doesn't. Debate over. Wait, but there's so many problems there. First of all, I didn't say personal disgust was the only factor. I said that would hold true at least if a being once had the sentience, once had non-trivial sentience, or looked sufficiently like a being that possessed sentience before. That's one. The other thing is saying that it's the basis of morality is silly because your position would be different than my position regardless, even though I was referring to, different contexts, right? And then when you say your trait is eating humans personally disgust you, right? So if that's going to just reduce down to what's meant by eating humans. So if that means by means of human DNA, then if we had a being whose DNA was altered and they had, but they were subjectively similar to humans, and that, then if that didn't disgust you, would it be okay to eat them? If your mom's consciousness was transferred inside of a being that was that was that of a cow, the body of a cow, Would you not be disgusted and therefore it's okay to eat them? And finally, the one that you never reconciled because you're scared is if the concept of human consciousness was reducible to having the intelligence level of that of a cow, then if your mom was born as severely mentally handicapped as that of a cow, and then when she was born, and then she had her consciousness immediately transferred over to the body of a cow, would it be okay to kill? Would you be disgusted by killing and eating that being? Yes or no? This, if you need to eat dead animals, you are required to do so for what? For nutrients? For what? This, if we wouldn't eat dead human meat, we would by necessity be required to eat dead animals, thus making it justified. What? I don't even understand what you're trying to say there. If we wouldn't eat dead humans, we would by necessity be required to eat dead animals. What? If we wouldn't eat human meat, we would by necessity... I have no fucking clue what you're saying. I think my comment got deleted. Fair. Burnaby, I didn't delete your comment. I didn't see that you said anything that was problematic. In fact, I see other people who are more problematic than you. It wasn't directly related to the argument, but I thought it highlighted the two-facedness of saying we should kill lions yet owning a cat. I don't see anything about that. I last responded to the last thing you said, which was animals don't kill and eat other animals for fun, though, for survival. I thought I highlighted the two-facedness of saying we should kill the lions yet owning a cat. Why do you think that having a cat as a companion is problematic? As long as my cat is not killing other animals, what do you think the problem is? Wait, are you uninterestingly assuming that my cats are animal murderers? That they are not fed a plant-based diet? You guys are just full of assumptions. This is your first rodeo with philosophy, and I can tell. You've never understood the concept of skepticism until you've entered this live stream before. It's painful. Jesus. Back to the other chat. We would deplete land fast in a vegan diet. Provide evidence for that. Also, if we would deplete land fast in a non-human diet, and the only other alternative to not kill humans was to deplete land, would you say that that's morally acceptable to continue to kill those humans? We should just clone the tasty parts and keep animals as pets. I assume when you say keep animals as pets, you mean cows, chickens, and pigs, or do you mean cats and dogs? Because that's like really virtuistically disgusting. Like, imagine you would eat the flesh of your cat, but just not like the sentient. You wouldn't kill your cat and remove his sentience. Yeah, I mean, virtuistically, I find that to be disgusting. I wouldn't do that in the human context. I don't know why the fuck I'd do that in the animal context. Dead cow, Roxy said. Drool face. I am sure that there is a huge non-sentient muscle in some laboratory somewhere being fed by tubes. Lewis, I have no fucking clue what you're saying. But if what you're trying to say, let me try to understand. Non-sentient muscle being fed by oh, are you just trying to make a point that like you're being sarcastic or doubtful to the idea that in the future we'll have like lab grown cats and dogs or something like that? I don't know. Maybe you're trying to be serious and say something like in 2020 as you know, we are in a modern day and age, like 2025, that we, you know, probably do have something like that going on in the world. I wouldn't be surprised if we have at least experimented, you know, a few times with something similar. Do you hold animals and humans complete at the same level in terms of value? No, I actually have a video, Bennett, titled Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. In short, I'll just say it as I like to remind people. You know, $5 is point by analogy. $5 is greater than $2, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke. The point is just that anybody who believes in animal rights isn't committed to the position that animal rights have to be equal to humans, any more than severely mentally handicapped people have to have equal rights to your average human, any more than you don't have to ascribe equal moral value from a newborn versus Einstein, but both you would presumably ascribe the right to life and autonomy, right? Case in point, right? I mean, you know, name the trait is not attempting to make a case that animals and humans are equal to one another. It's just trying to make a case that they deserve minimal, sufficient moral value, such for the basic rights, such as life and autonomy, such that it's, you know, you are logically consistent. You stop killing and eating animals for food. I love me some dead cows. Would you love you some dead humans? Turtle? Back to the other chat. You ran from sentience. What do you mean by ran from sentience? Your initial example literally committed a category error. I corrected you on it. When you said, when you said, what if, I think you jumped to a human body after that. I answered that would be virtuistically disgusting and I would avoid it. Not to the same degree as I would obviously say somebody murdering, but it would be morally at least disgusting enough virtuistically. So I didn't run from that. I continued to ascertain your questions, but you know, you can keep acting like I ran. Says the person who never jumped in fucking Discord to have a voice debate. So has had sentience. That's not changing the traits, right? You literally gave different context. I gave you the context that exists with regards to why, on average, I don't have a problem with consuming plants. That explained it in a concise format. Then I spoke to you about the reasoning behind why I value some subset of beings who either once had sentience or who looked like sentient creatures or technically possessed human flesh. And I added nuance to what you were once unaware of. That's not changing. That's just giving the fuller picture. Unlike somebody who tries to name a trait or set of traits that are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause them to eat the trait equalized human as they would the animal. I actually gave further clarifications for a few different sets of beings. If you give different context, you're going to get different answers. But the context that's being asked to name the trait is actually held equal, which is why somebody who changes their position will be looked at as somebody who's changing their position. Bennett, yeah, I suppose I believe humans are intrinsically superior due to our biology and soul. We treat animals with respect, but not the same as a result. Right, but you don't have to treat animals and humans, again, the same in order to give them basic rights, right? You can grant, if you can understand the concept that we would grant morally sufficient value to a newborn or to a severely mentally handicapped human, such that we wouldn't kill or rape them or violate their autonomy or anything else like that, then you should understand the concept that sufficiency doesn't equal equality. And then when you say humans are intrinsically superior, as if that reconciles the reductio that I just gave you, right? So what would you say you would do to a being that subjectively looks like a human, but has the DNA of a cow, chicken, or a pig, for example? Would they then lack intrinsic superiority if all that was defined by a human was the DNA that's present? Turtle, I mean, I don't, but some people like humans. Right, but you wouldn't want to represent somebody else's view, Turtle. You want to represent your own view. But the newborn animals are humans. What? Newborn and animals? I think you misspoke. The newborns and mentally handicapped. Right, that's why I gave the correct... I know you're responding at a different point in time. That's why I went through the reductio to say... I was just responding to the idea that we treat animals with respect, but not the same as a result, because you still made a point about equality when this should only ever be a matter of sufficiency. So I should be always seeing something about sufficient moral value or minimum sufficiency or whatever way you want to word that. So I'm just recorrecting that part of the framing. But with regards to the appreciation of you valuing humans intrinsically as being superior, that's going to suffer the issue on your view of if all that's meant by human is possessing human DNA, then any alterations that are made to human DNA such that they're sufficiently not human anymore, you would have to say that even if a being had sufficient, even if they had what you would consider to be human consciousness, let's just say that's like the equivalent average intelligence as a human, and look subjectively similar to a human, but they didn't have the technical DNA. Let's say they had like cow appendages and like other internal cow parts or whatever the fuck. They couldn't reproduce with humans, right? Would that make it would the intrinsic superiority be lost, and you would say it's okay to kill and eat those beings for food? How do you feel about one animal eating another? I don't know if you weren't around for the other parts. Maybe you were new, but predators are doing a immoral action to agents, right? The outcome is wrong. They are not immoral actors, right? But yeah, I mean, it's looked at as the outcome as morally reprehensible, so we should stop it as we would a mentally handicapped person that's just like going around with a machine gun, ba 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 ba, not possessing human DNA, but actually being a human in the full. Can you define what's meant by being a human in the full sense? Is that gonna entail something like, I presume, looking like a human and possessing human DNA? GamerCat says, I believe I'm a fish. Congratulations, you have achieved the sentience level of Bree, which is a severely mentally handicapped human. That is, let's look up Bree so we can find out what GamerCat is transferred into. All right, this is GamerCat,
diaper changing.
everybody.
Of diapers changed to date.
Wow, stimulation program. Okay.
Is when she was first born, I just was manic to find a way to keep her alive. Now at this point, the goal is to have Bree healthy and happy for as long as she decides she's going to be here. Bree.
So this is what GamerCat thinks that they have the equivalent sentience and intelligence level of. I don't think you'd be able to type if that were the case, but hopefully that helps you to realize that you're not a fish. Yeah, glad to help. Here we go. Bennett, 100% human DNA and the gift of life? I am trying not to draw from my new Christian beliefs here, so I appreciate the recognition of like an attempt to see your errors in your line of reasoning. I do. It can legitimately speaking, it can really be hard to pull away from that. So thank you. Now I'm going to help you to realize what the problems are with that. If you say 100% human DNA, and you're not entailing the subjective similarity of the appearance of the being in question, then if I were to say that a being who 100% had distinctive DNA from a human, and it was technically 100% cow, but looked human, and they didn't have the gift of life, which I'm going to presume means something that's given from God, but of course I'm going to ask for clarity before I presume that. I'm just going to deliver it as a conditional rather than saying that this is your view or the view that you espoused. Under that particular view that I just mentioned, that view, you would have to be okay with saying it's morally acceptable to kill and eat those beings for food. And I doubt you would say that, right? The gift of life, though, I'm gonna ask for clarity on. When you say gift of life, do you mean something like that to which God has ascribed, like the value towards? Like is this something about like what God has given? Is that, because I know you mentioned Christian beliefs, so I'm gonna presume that's what you mean. Actually, Bennett, if you have Discord, I'd really appreciate if you hopped on. It'd be, pretty sure it'd be a really good conversation between us. I think you seem like the best faith person in either chat going on right now. So I would be very happy to have the conversation. Mike says WTF. Yeah, I agree. Like, what the fuck? How can anybody justify trying to kill and eat a trait equal as human? Fonderbog Destroyer. How about not judging people for what they want to eat, including humans, Fonderbog? Were you going to say that too? If not, what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to say that you wouldn't judge the person for eating the trait equalized being as you don't the animal? It's someone else's lifestyle. I mean, so was Hannibal Lecter's, right? So was Hitler's. It was just his lifestyle. Obviously, if it infringes on some other being's rights, like their right to life and autonomy, it's not very interesting to just state that somebody else prefers something that violates another being's sets of rights. And you shouldn't judge based off that. Okay, so by that logic, you shouldn't have an opinion that it's wrong to kill and eat humans for food, because that's just a judgment, right? And if you say that there's a morally relevant symmetry breaker between that and judging somebody for killing and eating animals, what's the morally relevant symmetry breaker? Then that's a skin a walker? I'm not familiar with that phrase, Bennett. What's a skin a walker? And I'm running away as it's not human but looks like one? Wait, I am running away as it's not a human but looks like one. Right, if you define human as possessing 100% DNA, I'm positing that there is a being that has 100% non-human DNA. Say, for example, it's that of a cow. They've got cow appendages, they can't reproduce with humans, but they have the appearance of a human. Gift of life equals and moral worth from God, done at birth. Right, so presumably if there was an entire world of beings that were subjectively similar to humans but didn't have human DNA or weren't mentioned in the Bible as God having given them moral worth, would those beings be acceptable to kill and eat for food? What does the vegan have against dead pig? What does the what does the human rights believer have against eating human bacon? See how easy that was? Gamer Cat, what's your fave pet? Depends on what's meant by favorite. I don't really preside favoritism in terms of like how much I grant like moral consideration or like preference or something like that over one versus the other. Practically speaking, it's very easy to rescue cats. So I have rescued numerous cats throughout my life, and some people have accused me of that being my favorite animal. But if it were just as easy to do the same for dogs, I think I would have equally split the challenge on trying to rescue dogs and cats. But yeah. What is the argument here? Well, it's a question. It's a consistency test, right? So, as you could probably read, hopefully you can, the title is Debate Me Live, Episode 4, Can Anyone Justify Eating Animals? And the question that I posit to people who hop onto the live stream, hopefully voice, and they don't cuck into chat for a million years, is what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to kill the human as you would the animal, right? So there's something called the trait equalization process, and if somebody attempts to name a trait or set of traits that morally differentiate humans and animals such that it's okay to kill the one, not the other, they're going to have to say at what point in the process of a human becoming an animal that moral value is lost. So just going to ask where that is on your moral view. Sure, I can jump a Discord for 30 minutes or so if you wish. Absolutely. Please do, Bennett. I've got the link in the description. Let me know if that works for you. It seemed to have worked for somebody else earlier, so everything should be good. But if it doesn't work for whatever reason, just let me know the word and I'll send a new link and everything. Can they observe right? Tommy, that sounds like an incomplete sentence. If you could send back a full sentence, I'd really appreciate it. Oh, looks like Bennett joined. Cats chill. That's why I've had more cats. I see that. Okay, Bennett, I've got you in the room now. Go ahead and try talking. Let's see if it works.
Oh shit! Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Thanks so much for joining.
That's sweet. Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, I guess.
For sure.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know where you want me to start really, because obviously you're kind of going back and forth over text, so it's.
Oh
it's up to
no,
you.
forget the text. Like it's just you and me now. I think we were last talking about the traits of the two. There were two that you were mentioning, right? It was the gift of life, and it was also human DNA, 100% to human DNA.
Yeah, I mean, bear with me, by the way, it is 4 o'clock where I am, so just bear with me if I'm a bit slow here. But essentially, what I was getting at is that everything you're saying in terms of like, whenever someone brings up like what traits does a human have that an animal doesn't, I suppose the main trait is the fact that we are a human and it's 100% human DNA. And I suppose in your counter to that, when you say, oh, if you have this person that looks like a human but has no human DNA, although they might look the same, can you still kill them? Well, it's not a human. It isn't a human. So yes, it would be the answer.
So a couple things. So just a correction to the first part there, because
Sure.
I don't mean to sound pedantic because I'm pretty sure I know what you mean, but I just want full clarity, especially for the audience. You said that differentiates the two, but it's morally differentiates the two, just to be ultra clear, because there are all sorts of traits I could admit differentiate the two. But then to what you said, if you're just critiquing the framing where I said, would it be okay to kill that human? I don't know if I actually misspoke about that. I'm a little tired myself, but I did mean to just say the being. So yeah. And then finally, if your answer is yes, it's okay to kill that being, the being in question who doesn't possess or possesses 100% non-human DNA, say it's cow DNA, but they look like a human. And everything else is held equal, so they even have human consciousness. Everything else is held true about them. And I don't know if at this point the gift of life is still relevant, but if presumably not, because you think that only someone who's ascribed human DNA would be someone who was given the gift of life, correct?
Yeah, because I'm trying to come this from a non-Christian angle. I'm a very new Christian, like I've only just sort of come into it, if you will. So I'm trying to focus on the DNA aspect, and I think that the problem I have with your phrasing though is if you say something's got 100% non-human DNA, so say it's a cow 100%, but it looks like a human completely. Yeah. But then it wouldn't have the same sentence that we have, right? Because it's not a human. Just on a basic level.
Not necessarily, right? Brain. So you might imagine it that way, but for the sake of the hypothetical, when somebody names different traits, right? Like they're whenever they engage with name the trait, they're always coming at it in a sense where they're appreciating what the value of the traits are. So say for example, somebody says that like they value the intelligence level of a human. I'm going to plug that in, right? And name that as if they name that as a trait, I'm going to plug it in when I give the reductio. So when you say, for example, the human DNA you believe entails some concept of them having, I think you said lower sentience or lower intelligence, right? Like they would have that of a cow?
Yeah.
Right. That's how you interpret it. And I'm not criticizing you or anything like that to some like insane degree. I can see reasonably why you would imagine that. But for the sake of the concept of behind name the trait, you understand it's possible to imagine a being who has, for example, like their consciousness, average human level consciousness transferred inside that of a cow. Or maybe they still have their consciousness switched over, but they have like plastic surgery done. And they were born with like cow DNA, and so they look like a human, but they're not actually technically in possession of human DNA, right?
Right. So you're saying this thing has got consciousness of a human, but has no human DNA. Do you not see how that almost comes across as that can't happen? And even as a hypothetical, it's not really like it doesn't follow through.
No. So when you say can't, I understand if what you mean is in the real world or something like that.
Yeah.
There's not a process you could appeal to. That's all fine, right? Just like how I don't have a machine that can currently transfer the consciousness from your mom to a cow, but I can still deliver the hypothetical. Now where I do have problem and I have to push back is when you say it doesn't make sense even for a hypothetical. Because as long as you can imagine a being that looks like a human and has the mind of a human, but they have the DNA, which means like internal cellular components. So like cow appendages, they have like all, they can't reproduce with humans, so you know they're private, so on and so forth, like all the parts that make up their DNA. I take DNA to mean it's like all biological, not that like the mind in question of the agent in question. Yeah.
Okay, right. But then I suppose my thing with like your side of the debate in terms of like veganism, I suppose, is that you're taking like this really ridiculous extreme and saying like, so if you're going to establish a trait that is like you have to choose one trait that makes one human. I just don't think that's how humanity works. Like, we're such complex creatures that have like multiple facets, and like unless you are a human, you're not a human. You know, it's not kind of like a maybe situation.
There's a lot being said.
Go on. Sorry. Go on. Sorry. No. Do it. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. I just want to lose. So when you said, and I don't think you meant this terribly, but like when you said it's ridiculous. I'm just. I don't mean
like I'm not judging you, by the way. I'm not saying. Yeah.
Sure. I don't think you actually realize that and is this your first time tuning in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never done anything like this before, man.
No. I'm not Destiny or some shit like that. I'm not popular. No. But like, I was just wondering, because I actually have spoken about this a few times, so I was just curious where like you might be coming from. So I could flip this back around and kindly remind you that the thing that's ridiculous is having the reasoning, which is all that a thought experiment attempts to convey, behind something that justifies something that you underlyingly don't actually believe in, yet avoid the logical consequences of, because you merely don't answer a hypothetical or the thought experiment in question. Yeah. So for example, like say, we were in the 1850s. And there was a white slave owner who was, you know, a black activist, like the me back then. It was like, bro, like imagine you're saying being black matters. What if your wife, your mom, your friend's consciousness was put inside the mind, the body of a black person? He was like, I mean, you're saying this and it's ridiculous, like, and it's never going to happen, and so on and so forth. And you're like, but you're not, but you understand what the consequences are, right, man? And he's like, no. Now, hopefully that intuition pump coming back to this helps serve what I'm about to conclude with, which is, if you appreciate that, you know, there's problems with that view of the real world, even in that scenario, hopefully you see that regardless of how crazy or silly or complex the reductio or the logical consequences I'm giving might seem, that the real world complications, if you want to measure what that looks like, you just need to look no further than Slaughterhouse footage or Dominion, because you'll see firsthand the types of beings that you're justifying killing and eating for food are the beings that you had difficulty hypothesizing what they would look like in the real world or how they would come into fruition.
Right. But I suppose the difference with the sort of the parallel you just made is that obviously with the slaves in the 1850s, they were still the humans, right? Like, they still had 100% human DNA, and like that's quite a clear.
No, and I get that. Sorry, just to be crystal clear, the part that's being analogized is not whether or not they were human. The part that's being analogized is on the craziness of the hypothetical to the other party, and that's going to be something.
Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry,
consciousness transferring. No, it's okay. Consciousness transferring. You know, maybe it's like the plastic surgery thing. Like, he's like, how are we even going to do that? It's the 1850s. And you're like, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe doctors have the ability, like, you know, Michael Jackson, like, they'll fucking bleach your skin, or like the opposite, they'll blacken your skin, you know, like that sort of thing. And so if he struggled to appreciate the underlying moral issue with what was being posed to him merely because of the impracticality behind the hypothetical, it would be a real shame, because obviously we can see that all the beings that he ought have respected would be the very slaves that he owns.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm following you. So going back to what you want to put across in terms of the hypothetical, put that one more time across to me, and I'll try and approach it purely at face value rather than.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah. So I imagine, for example, that maybe I'll even give an intuition pump to you with regards to, were you around for Brie?
Brie? Yeah.
So are you watching the live stream now?
I mean, I've got it muted, but go for it.
Okay.
Brie, we keep her
So this is a severely mentally handicapped being. Brie obviously looks like a human, right? I'm going to make this very simple for the intuition pump just to help deliver the point. They have the intelligence level and sentience of a fish, right? So they're even less than that of a cow. Now, imagine if I told you the truth behind this person was that they were, even though they look human, they had cow DNA. So just biologically, they had like cow appendages and all those other functions. If you found out that were the case, would you infinitely find it acceptable that people would kill and eat these beings for cheeseburgers?
If it has 100% cow DNA, yes.
No,
but it's not. I mean, maybe that sounds. You're right. So, but like, hold on. So its percentage is a human. And that's one thing. It has 100% DNA of an animal, but has a sentience of a fish. But the sentience you're trying to correlate to this person. So they've got some aspects of humanity, but not others. And for me, a human is a unique creature in the world that cannot be. It's not like anything else. In the same way a cow is a cow and a sheep is a sheep, you can't just go, okay, is sentience your one thing you're going to down the hill of if that's what gives moral worth to something? I don't think that's right. I think
you don't have to pick a trait. Wait. You don't have to. So,
but you're trying to use sentience, right? Yeah.
No. Sure, but I want you to reappreciate what began here, and maybe you didn't hear earlier as well. But it's name a trait or set of traits, which is why when I asked you earlier if it was like the gift of life plus, for example, their human DNA, you could name a trait stack. And it's not going to reconcile, I think, the absurdity of the view. Although you did, unfortunately, just leave it at that the traits that you think are true that make up the value of the worth of a human, at least were human DNA. But if you want to tack on any other traits that you think more, accurately summarize your view, you're free to do that as well.
Well, I think first and foremost is the DNA, because you've got to be a human to be a human. Like in terms of your makeup, like your legs, and you've got 2 arms and 10 fingers and 10 toes, whatever. Obviously, there's abnormalities, but you still got to understand human DNA. I suppose also on top of that is the soul, is the gift of life, and I mean that in a slightly religious sense, but also just even on like a atheist level, you can kind of understand that a human and a dog have 2 different levels of understanding of the world, right? Like you can see that just on a basic level. So I think, between those 2 things, the DNA and the gift of life or the soul, I think those 2 things kind of make up the human.
I want to challenge the gift of life, though, by itself. Because if we find out that you and I, right, in evaluating your moral view, that when you're reflecting on the logical consequences of it, you actually don't think that the gift of life is a morally relevant trait, then it's not the case that's going to be a part of the trait stack. So, for example, the reductio that I gave earlier was, if you were to see an entire identical world to humanity, and they looked like humans. They had similar intelligence levels of humans, but they had altered DNA. Would God have not given these beings the gift of life, or would He?
So to run that by me one more time. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So I'm trying to understand what's meant by the gift of life, and I understand you said earlier it's what God gave to humans specifically. So I'm imagining like a morally or a clone of our universe, and I'm imagining that like if this other universe had everyone that was the true of that world, but it was the case that all these beings just didn't have human DNA, and thus God did not ascribe them the gift of life because they technically didn't have human DNA. If that's the qualifying trait that gave them the gift of life, would it be the case that those beings don't deserve the right to life?
Once again, it's such an extreme, but like I mean. Okay, so everything has moral worth to some degree, right? Like everything, like the fishes, the cows, the sheep, the dogs, everything has a moral worth, but everything's placed on sort of a hierarchy. And I suppose in that situation, you kind of got to slot them in somewhere, right?
Because like I actually have a video titled "Stop This Conflation: Moral Sufficiency versus Equality," and it goes over this concept. Like I've actually said numerous times throughout the live stream.
The £5, £3, yeah.
$5, right? Exactly, yeah. And so you could place animals on a hierarchy just as much as you would a newborn versus Einstein, but hopefully you describe them at least morally sufficient value. Now, if you're not, again, I just want to see if the value of the gift of life is going to be still appreciated here. And so what I'm concerned with is that it's not actually a morally relevant distinction at all. So I'm sorry, I don't understand your answer or response per se. Were you saying that if it were the case that this universe didn't have human DNA, would God have ascribed them the gift of life, or because they didn't have DNA, he wouldn't have ascribed them the gift of life?
I mean, if you're going to ask about God, obviously you can understand that as a Christian. I can step back and go, actually, I don't understand God. I'm so far from God, and I can't tell you what he would or would not do, because he is the ultimate arbiter of what will and wouldn't happen. You know?
Sure, but you must have, but you have enough belief to understand that he did talk about the gift of life, right?
Yeah, he said we had dominion over the earth, and he very much context. Well, the Bible is very much written in the context of this earth and what
presumably
we can
you follow his teachings.
To the best I can. We're all sinners.
Right. So if God didn't make a statement about these creatures at all, and you didn't know what to do with them, and people were to say, "Hey, we don't know what the heck God said either. We're gonna go ahead and eat them," would you give them a thumbs up or thumbs down?
It's once again, it's such an extreme. I suppose. No, but like genuinely though, because it's like
I'm not trying to be rude. It's just like
no, go for it.
I find it to be very hard to believe, especially with how sane you sound, that you would legitimately like find it, okay, and give a thumbs up that like, yeah, you'd be okay with eating them. I severely doubt it, Bennett. Like I believe in you more than that. I think you would be like they're too similar. Like they're too like. It's uncomfortable to grant yes to that. You'd probably intuit that God would say, well, no, like they deserve morally sufficient value. I didn't grant the specific page in the clause where it said that's where they deserve the right to life, but like fuck, like they're sentient, they cry, they bleed, they have sex, like they you probably feel okay.
Yeah, I suppose that's a very hard moral question. Humanity to me is the ultimate arbiter of the world. Like we are the pinnacle. Like we are the top of the food chain, all the rest of it. So we truly have a lot of power over what is below us, and that is everything on the food chain. So I suppose in that sense, you could make a fair argument to say like, ultimately humanity makes mistakes. We're all sin ridden. But if they're going to be eaten, they're going to be like eaten. Like I don't know. It's really, really difficult. That, but like I don't think the hypothetical puts a good case for veganism at all, because once again we're talking about animals here now.
Wait. The hypothetical, it depends on if it's a good case, depending on the individual's reasoning. So if nobody's reasoning depends on the quote unquote gift of life, then yeah, it's not a good hypothetical because it's not applicable to them. But it's actually a great hypothetical for exposing that the underlying reasoning ought not be abided by. So if we go back to your example of like where we plug this in, and you said it was going to be true of any being that has 100% non-human DNA, and you claimed that it was the gift of life that was morally relevant as well. But when we look to see if the gift of life was relevant by itself, such so that it would add value for this hypothetical, for example, because I know that you were falling back onto that as well to sort of take the throttle or power away from the reductio, we saw that didn't stand on its own, because you said yourself, if I heard you correctly, that you had to admit that you would not give anybody the green light to go ahead and holocaust those beings for food.
I'd also be careful conflating the word Holocaust to something that maybe it wouldn't be considered that, but like. Yeah, but I personally struggle to give the green light
for the subjectively similar humans.
Yeah, but they're subjectively similar. They're not. I mean, I'm not just you or no. I could say if they're human or not based on your own hypothetical.
Wait. What do you mean we can't say they're human or not? If I stipulate that they're not human, then yeah, I could say they're not human.
Okay, so you've said they're not human.
It's like later if you intend to go to the grocery store and get orange juice. I can't tell you you can't say it's not or not, or it is or isn't orange juice, because you're stipulating that like you hypothesize you would buy orange juice. So,
but I've no by the time looking at the orange, like no. I really
you could hypothesize. Wait. But you could hypothesize that your hypothetical of what you would be picking out at the store ideally would be orange juice. So as much as you could do that, I could stipulate that I know that they're not in possession of human DNA.
if they're not in possession of human DNA, then they're not humans, and they're not like they don't have any dominion because they're not human. Like I know it sounds really bad, and I'm struggling to say that myself, to be honest. But like,
maybe it's the case that you don't believe it, buddy. Because Bennett, like, right, like it feels like it. It's
but I still don't see how that conflates to veganism. Like in that exact hypothetical, you put me in a hard spot. I think that's difficult. I can't give you yes or no, and you make me think open mind a little bit. But in terms of veganism, I think it's much more cut and dry, right? Like I just think it is.
Well, I want to make a side note about good news for you there, because you said I've made you think a little bit. People often appeal to like this sort of like gentle persuasion that we need empathy, comedy, arts, like it's in psychology, it's called peripheral vision, or peripheral persuasion. And, emotional accessibility is very, very important here. That's why when I see you experiencing like discomfort, I actually am happy, because you are more likely to consider animal rights the more uncomfortable you feel. Psychologically, we humans respond better to not only negative stimuli, but it actually causes more total thoughts. So that's actually a good thing. And then in terms of going back to the philosophical point, just to wrap up my counter here, you say that you feel bad about it, but like if you do, I implore you to think that you don't actually commit to the position that it would be okay to kill these beings for food, right? Like it's okay
in your
to leave
situation. No, but it's not though, because in your situation, I agree, it's a difficult choice. But I think in reality, right now, I have no qualms about going down and getting a chicken burger. Like I really don't. Like, and I think that
No, and I agree that you descriptively have a disconnect between the appreciation of the reasoning that you just deployed with regards to what you think serves as a morally relevant symmetry breaker, and behind what currently allows you to consume a dead chicken burger. And the truth is, Bennett, is that it's really not the trait that you just mentioned, because that reasoning, as you said, you actually reject. And when you look at psychology within humans, it's merely because we have two things: a strong visceral response for killing humans that's present even when we are indoctrinated, like even tribes people have, even when they're indoctrinated, they still have insane responses towards, it feeling uncomfortable killing other people. There was like a guy that performed an interview with a tribes person, and even he was giving like consideration to the interviewer, even though all he does is kill and eat humans all day. But when it comes to animals, we lack a lot of that visceral response. And then when you combine that with the indoctrination of like, you don't have to say your age, but I'm going to presume you're around like, your 20s or something.
I could guess you. I'm 22.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm 27. So, you've lived presumably 22 years of your life seeing billboards, hearing advertisements, talking to people, eating your grandma's food, going to friends' houses, going to school, where like the normalization of an appreciation towards non-animal rights and violating them and not being critically thought out on the logical consequences of it have not hit you really until this moment. And so
I'm sorry, but like I have to push back on this again. You've gave me this hypothetical that I've struggled to answer, and I appreciate that, and I say I will take that away with me for sure. But I still don't see how you're then translating that hypothetical to a chicken getting killed. I really am struggling to see the bridge between those two lines of thought.
The beauty of Name the Trait is that it is a consistency test that's based in whatever trait or set of traits you mention. Okay, so you really have to ask yourself what the connection is, because I certainly, as somebody who appreciates animal rights, don't name any trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause me to kill the trait equalized human as I do the animal. Being that you did name or attempt to name two, and we found out that the gift of life was actually irrelevant. And then
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because even in your hypothetical, you didn't use the gift. You said they didn't have the gift of life, and that gift of life is almost essential. But then I suppose you're right, because I then couldn't answer a straight yes to if we should kill them or not. But,
Right. No, but I want to fixate on the other part, which is the much more intuitive portion, which I feel that there's a bit of resistance towards, which is, whether or not these beings who possess 100% non-human DNA would legitimately be okay to killing for food. Like if I pointed over here again to Bree and I said, hey, bro, like you just found out that you got the green light to turn her into a chicken burger because she has 100% chicken DNA. She has, I mean, I don't think that's how it relates, because if the actual trait that you thought morally differentiated the two beings was the non-human DNA, then it would have to follow that this sort of being would be okay to, you know, kill and eat for food.
And yeah, but I still stand by the fact that that would be okay because it's not a human, and I don't like that's I don't
Right, and I know you could say that,
that.
and I know you could say that, but Bennett, like I'm a little tired, so I'm not, you know, like I'm not giving more sort of like rhetorical ability for you to appreciate the sort of like absurdity within that view, but like I all I can tell you is I
Hit me with it, 'cause
severely doubt. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
You can hear me with it, honestly. Like, I mean, you're saying it looks like exactly like that person right now on the screen, but it's 100% not a human. Then that's not a human, and that
No,
that
it
to me
meets your
is-
criteria. It meets your criteria. I get
yeah.
that. And you could plug in the responses to, technically speaking, say that your answer would be that it would have to be okay, and it would have to logically follow. But realize that it having to logically follow is distinct from if you would realistically do it. And I think you're saying yes because it's very difficult to concede the realization that that would be morally wrong by your own standards. But I don't believe that you would, you know, pay somebody to pick up the knife on your behalf and to, you know, kill and eat them for a burger. I don't think you would be like.
I mean, I'd also struggle right now in person to go and kill I couldn't kill the chicken myself. I'd struggle to do that because you know, everyone's got empathy. I'm not a farmer. I've not been raised with that.
But don't you think that's kind of
difficult in
indicative?
itself.
Right, but don't you think that's kind of indicative that your true preference is such that you cannot name a trait or set of traits that morally differentiates the two beings? That maybe their sentience or their will to live is actually sufficient enough by itself?
I did give you the trait. It was a DNA, and I've said that I still stand by that.
You've given the trait, but going back to you saying that it's difficult for you to even do that with regards to a chicken, sounds like it's an indication that maybe you irreducibly value the concept of them possessing a minimum level of sentience, and that's actually what you're appreciating there, rather than it being explanatory that they're just not technically human. Because I mean, I
think I see what you're driving with it, but like, so for example, the chicken. If I'm going to go and kill a chicken now, I understand it's got sentience, but that does not have a bearing on whether my guilt of killing it. I suppose it's more the fact that the uncomfortability of harming anyone or anything for any reason is not nice. Everyone's had a few scuffles in their life, and if you hit someone, you feel pretty bad afterwards. So it's the same line of thought of like it as a human, it's not nice to do harm, but also you have to weigh up, does that harm?
No, but Bennett, we don't want to commit an egalitarian. We don't want to commit an egalitarian herring, which if you've probably never heard it before, but it's like somebody.
I'm not a philosopher.
No, it's okay. Somebody lifts like 1 pound, somebody lifts 1,000 pounds, and it's like the example is, well, everyone's a little strong, and it's technically a subcategory of equivocation where you say, yeah, you know, this thing is basically, you know, minimally sufficiently comparable to this other thing, right? And so what I heard you do right there was just say, well, I mean, like, there are situations where I don't even like to cause harm, even when I have to, like self-defense. Like, you mentioned a scuffle. I presume you mean, like, you know, you fought somebody.
Yeah, a fight, yeah.
Yeah. And that's, like, you know, distinct from if you were to, you know, pay somebody to stab a cow in the throat for a burger just so you can enjoy the taste of it. Just like you wouldn't say that Brie over here is a being that you might not feel good of either situation, but you feel sufficiently wrong to violate a being's right to life outside of self-defense and in the situation where you're just wanting to taste their flesh.
Yeah, when you say that, it sounds absolutely awful. But I mean, there's loads of practical reasons as well why obviously, you know, veganism doesn't really follow through. But I suppose I want to press you a little bit and ask you, like, so you'd obviously I think I asked you and you said like you don't hold a human and like a cow, for example, to the same moral worth, do you? You said about the £5, £3. They both have moral worth, and you judge that to be the point where they both don't need to die, right?
Right. Yeah. Minimum sufficient value.
Yeah, so you have a sufficient value of not dying. Why have you set that bar? Because if something if something is there and can be eaten, and there is positives to doing such thing for yourself personally, why would you not capitalize on that? Because they would do the same thing to you. Like, so, I mean, I say they. I mean, like, so an animal would happily rip you apart.
Well, let's go one by one. So, few things. So, number one, why have I set that bar? I was born with an irreducible preference towards human rights. Okay. And so when I was about 15 years old, you know, it's not going to be a whole life story, but just very crash course.
Yeah.
My mom brought up like gassing baby chickens. She thought they only did it for fast food. It's actually really funny. She was not vegetarian or vegan, but she just brought it up. And I was like, that's weird. I never thought about animal rights. One day I'm cutting the flesh of a dead chicken with my fiance, and it just hit me. I was like, this used to be the flesh of a living being, like a sentient being. She was like, no, don't say that. I said, we have to watch the truth. You know, if we don't like what we see, we go vegan overnight. And she was like, okay, so we changed overnight, never looked back. But it was when we encountered Name the Trait from Isaac Brown that we realized there's actually a logical foundation to this. And so going back to the relevance of like having an irreducible preference towards human rights, I realized that there's not a trait or set of traits that morally differentiates the beings which I irreducibly value from this other set of beings that I currently at the moment did not realize that I valued. And, you know, I said, well, you know what? If I can't name a trait or set of traits, like in order to be consistent, I have to not kill either being. So it just basically reminded me that the animals in question were just the trait equalized humans or the beings in question that I was already uncomfortable with valuing. That's why I actually say all the time, people's core values already align with veganism, whether or not they realize it, as long as there is no trait or set of traits that they can name that morally differentiates humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill the one and not the other. But to the other thing that you said about how the animal will be okay to rip me up into pieces, that is true. As much as it is that there might be a mentally handicapped person right now that is, well, you say happy, but I hope you are not making the mistake of applying some concept of like agency or understanding of what it is that they're doing, right? Like you understand there's not like some like meta appreciation of like, oh yeah, there's a concept of wrongness here, and despite this being sentient, I'm gonna fuck him up, like he's gonna die. Like you don't think that's what the lion is doing, right?
No, I mean it's just acting on its primal instincts, and that's separated from the human.
We're on the same page, buddy. So like when I don't know if you heard this story, but real quick, like my dog a few years ago killed my cat, and I thought he was totally good with my cat or she, and I left the house, and like I didn't know that you know this would happen, but she bit him, and he didn't make it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really sad. He actually went to our office chairs where, you know, he knew we were, and our friend said, you know, that was he went to the last place that he remembered getting comfort. And but you know, when we came home, and we were a part of us wanted to be really upset at Tara. That was the name of our dog. But we realized like she doesn't understand what she did. Like we went up to her, and you know, we called around like places to try to take her in, like a no-kill shelter, because we have other cats and we were scared about their safety as well, and we couldn't reasonably like protect everyone. And they wanted to kill her. And we were like disgusted, because we were like, if I had a human child that, you know, was severely mentally handicapped, like Brie over here, and she killed like another one of my kids, I would be devastated. But I would never blame the poor other baby, because at the end of the day, they're just babies. Like they're non-moral agents, and one making a mistake and harming the other doesn't reflect any sort of agency, and certainly nothing to take value from it. So that's all just to say, you know, I understand that just as much as my dog bit my cat, she didn't mean to. I don't think a lion, just because they would eat me, means that I have to eat them or eat a similar being to them.
Yeah, and then I suppose it comes back to you're going back in a circle, then I suppose. But I suppose it's like, yeah, but I suppose that dog doesn't have the same moral worth as Brie over here. So therefore, then they're back into the argument of, oh, then how do you judge moral worth? And I just think we've got a fundamental disagreement of. I mean, obviously, you know, you gave me something to think about, and I will think about that. Obviously,
I think you want there to be a fundamental disagreement.
I think we've got a fundamental disagreement. Well, there is. I think I genuinely think there is.
You think that there is?
Yeah, well, because I think 100% DNA. The gift of God, between those two things, you have a full human, and that person deserves full human rights based on not only the Bible, but also the law and normal human rights. Whereas an animal doesn't have that. Now you've tried these hypotheticals to try and use to test my not resolve, but my thought process. And I say I can't link between your hypothetical and the real life situation. I can't put the bridge together. So that's right. On me. But I suppose I'll go away and think about that. But I couldn't give you a straight answer to that right now.
I can give you the best intuition pump ever. Have you ever seen Dominion? With Joaquin Phoenix?
Can't say I have. You know, it's bad. Sorry.
I'm sorry. You know it's what?
I can't say I have. I haven't seen it. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. So I would really recommend to watch it. Okay, and the entire time that you do, okay, I do believe that you're morally courageous enough to view it. I do believe in you with that. And I sincerely mean that. I actually talk to a lot of trolls like all day, and I swear to God, this is the most refreshing conversation I've had in the weeks that I've live streamed.
I mean, it's not going to get you millions of views, man. I'm sorry. But
it doesn't have to. I value intellectual conversations with good faith interlocutors. This has met both criteria, and I really sincerely mean that. So I'm really happy that you had this with me today. And I just want to say that if you demonstrate the moral courage to face the logical consequences of what it's hard to realize, which is that it is hard to realize that we've contributed towards wrongdoings. Like, it's a lot to face. But if you face that with the intellectual honesty that you do have the capability of demonstrating, like I've seen absolute good signs of you showing today, I think you will realize that the beings in question that are in that footage are not beings that you would genuinely find yourself to want to justify killing and eating for food, just as much as if you were to watch Brie for several hours and then someone were to tap your shoulder and go, but man, don't forget, she's on the menu because of her DNA. You go, okay. All right, maybe. And it's probably just a self-deception issue with a lot of indoctrination. But I'll tell you, this is one of those situations where I can walk away saying, hey, like, that guy will probably genuinely think about, his view. And as long as you don't take this as any sort of permission to go and contribute towards the world's largest Holocaust, and you actually try to legitimately sit with your view, and
once again,
like you will, I am
yeah,
fine.
I mean, be careful on the language, man. I say, I know you might see it that way because of the logical that you put through, but like those sort of words, especially for like something that, you know, once again, I see the sort of I don't agree.
Associated with people, right? You're probably associated with a lot of people who take offense to that virtue signal towards taking offense to that, and so by means of that and not being critically thought out on animal rights, you would not appreciate the usage of the word.
Yeah, and I see that.
No, and it actually is an insult to the victims of what's going on to not call it descriptively what it is. But I have to ask, like, is it something that like you think is descriptively inaccurate, or do you think it ought to be only reserved for humans?
Yeah, no, it should be reserved for humans because of the fact that I with what I've explained, I don't see the bridge between your hypothetical and the real life situation, and that we're going to solve today. But that's just how it is.
Well, this will keep you up. Did you know that victims of the World War II Holocaust actually were the first people to liken what happens to animals to the Jewish Holocaust?
Yeah, sure, but that's semantics. That's stories. Like, that's one person, two people, three. I don't know how many people.
Wait. What do you mean that's semantics? That's stories.
Well, it's not like you know, there's things that have happened to bad people, and they've then affiliated terms to other things that maybe aren't right, and like we're all humans. We all make mistakes.
Oh, so you're saying, you said we make mistakes. So you're saying it was wrong of them to have likened it.
Yeah, because I don't believe that killing animals is a Holocaust, because I don't believe the definition matches.
But that's circular, because you only don't believe in it because you haven't, before this conversation, thought about it. Then you were left with something to but then you were left with something to think about.
And I still believe that I'm in the right. Don't get me wrong. But I have something to think about, and that's fine.
That's believing that you're in the right when you currently have no justification is going to be ideology.
But I do think I have a justification. That's the problem. You haven't. I can't find the bridge between the hypothetical that you've received, saying about this 100% non-human DNA, human skin.
That's emotional. I don't see that's but that's an emotional disconnect between.
It's not. It's a logical disconnect. I really think. It's a logical disconnect that can maybe be worked out, but I can't logically join those.
You made the logical connection because you said you would probably not actually find it to be the case, but it's something to think about, right?
I mean, it's something to think about because I need to find the logic that travels with that, because I don't think that I can't see that.
So a disposition is what I would call technically an emotion, and it's when somebody has like an intuition that something is wrong, but your mind, your logic is what tells you to act on dispositions or not. So if a guy is like, let's say, really horny and he's like on a lot of steroids or something like that, like his mind will tell him not to just act on a sex drive and take advantage of a woman. So that's
So.
So that's a disposition he might have of like, oh, me want sex, but the mind tells him to do or not do it. So when your mind tells you, hey, there's something that technically tells me that I shouldn't do this thing, but you have a problem with appreciating the disposition and what it really means for you. That sounds to me more like what I call an emotional or like an intuition pump. But all I'm trying to say here is that there's some
I really
kind
don't
of
think
lack
it's
of
intuition. I do think it's definitely logical because it's definitely not driven by passion. Like I'd say once again, like if I can't remember her name, Brie, if she was not a human but she looked like a human, it's not a human, and that just travels for me. That logic is straight and narrow, and it has no it's not complicated. It's fine.
And then when you watch her and you see her move around like that, all slow and stuff like that, and get pet on the head, you're okay with her getting stabbed as long as you just don't see it happen.
I guess in a warped way, yes, but once again, I don't believe that's right or wrong. Yeah, actually, so you're right. So it is emotional. You're right. No, you're right. It is emotional. No, it is emotional.
It's all good.
No, yeah.
So no, and then I want to wrap up on the Holocaust part because I actually agree with you on one component that you said there, and you might be very surprised. So when I've spoken to my wife about this, we would talk about it, and I would go, even if Jewish people, but I go the opposite direction. So even if Jewish people never recognized the parallel between what happened between World War II and what's currently and what has occurred that's going on with animals, it still wouldn't take away that descriptively it is slaughter or destruction on a mass scale happening to beings who possess at least more minimum sufficient value for the right to life and autonomy. To which, if people were to ask themselves if they'd be okay with it, if they'd be okay with all that suffering and all those rights violations, I don't think they would. And so, when we kind of don't want to do algebra before we learn basic like math and subtraction. Yeah, right. But so it'll be hard to appreciate, I think, more of the emotional weight there. And you're kind of seeing that even when you just like walk through the main hypothetical that we spoke about. But it'll click more to you of why like there's appreciation for the sort of depth of that. It's kind of looked like the difference between 2D and 3D. Like you have all these people walking at this sort of flat level, but if you come in and look down at them with that sort of appreciation, I mean, yeah, like you need to make sure that you actually extend the appreciation of the right to life of the animals in question before you want to ascribe words that give justice to the victim. So I see where you're coming from with that, but just don't jump the gun.
Yeah,
you're doing something wrong because society would tell you that is all I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. And I wrote down notes. I'll take this away, but listen, man, I've got to go. It's like almost 5 o'clock here. The sun's coming up, but it's been a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you're top 10 streamer by the end of the year. And God bless, man, and amen. Yeah, I'll take it easy.
Yeah, bless you. Have yourself a great one. It's been a fun chat.
Sure, man. Take it easy.
Thanks. That was really great, guys. That I can't wait to clip that and show that to all the haters that and trolls that come on and say I'm bad faith and I cut people off. Guys, it really is yourself. If you behave as a good interlocutor, it's so weird, but you don't get screamed at and cut off and muted. Sophistry will never slide in my corner. I can destroy sophistry nicely. I can be patient. I was patient with all the people that I've spoken to up until now, but it's always a relative process. If somebody is being rude to you, for example, and you're like, I don't know, you're at a grocery store and someone walks by you and they say something like really demeaning. You don't have to be like, oh my God, I'm stooping down to their level if I say something rude back. It's like, you're not stooping down to their level. It's the concept of self-defense. And so, point by analogy, if you guys don't react in such a way where I have to prevent your sophistry, where I have to stop your rambunctiousness, your eagerness to want to be right. What's really funny is Bennett showed a lot of eagerness to want to be correct or, to not be absurd or to even face that he might have been justifying previously or having, participated in something that was wrong. Yet, guess what? He still gave respect. He listened to the party that has been critically thought out on having contributed towards the world's largest Holocaust, and that to which, has he who has a person who has awakened from that. And he said, you know what? Shit, there's something to be said here. It didn't take much. It took a few minutes of his life. He's on his happy ass now on his way to bed. The sun's coming up wherever he's at. And I'm gonna guess he sounds like he's from the UK or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I mean, again, there's just ways to conduct yourself, guys. So don't blame me because of your sophistry. Bennett is the gold standard thus far. Okay, if I had an award system for how to be, my phraseology from here on out is gonna be like Bennett. So good job, man. You've got the cold poison thumbs up. Really appreciate that. I gotta take a break for a few guys. I'll be back shortly, but thanks everyone who is tuning in thus far. Stick around. We've got hopefully some more reactions to do to gotta go back to I clicked off the Natalie Fulton one. My mind wasn't focused on that. I hate when it restarts on YouTube. Okay, I'll find it. Anyways, break time for a few. Hey, we're back. Goodness gracious, Natalie. You know, fuck. Yeah. Let me just. I don't want to misremember this. Let me go back to where we were.
Gaines wield name the trait effectively to highlight the inconsistencies of their debate opponents. However, in street outreach, it just doesn't work. The goal of the philosophical debate is...
Oh, yeah. The goal of the philosophical debate. Natalie, you can't assert. There's two things. You cannot assert what the goal of people who deploy name the trait name the trait is. And you don't know what, and it's incoherent to say that the goal of name the trait is X. Like, name the trait doesn't have its own sense of agency. So what does it mean to say the goal of name the trait is to X or Y? That doesn't make any sense. The goal of using the tool name the trait can only ever be indexed towards an agent. So for you to say the goal of name the trait is X or Y is incoherent. You might say something like it doesn't have any sort of use that it could be applied for other than X or Y or Z. But then what you're really doing is attempting to make a positive claim that you're attempting to make a positive claim that name the trait would not affect somebody when it makes them realize the contradictions that exist on their view, other than something that is ineffective, that would not persuade them, that would X, Y, or Z. So if that's what you're trying to say, yeah, you're gonna want to make sure that you don't fucking say that the goal of name the trait is X or Y. Because again, like, I absolutely have a goal of deploying name the trait with regards to persuading people. And it's not an inherent issue with regards to name the trait. It's not even in fact, it's not even clear that it's a practical issue of deploying name the trait, let alone that it's not necessarily entailed.
To test logical consistency, and the goal of vegan advocacy...
Not a dichotomy. It can test logical consistency and be used to persuade others at the same time.
Philosophical debate is to test logical consistency, and the goal of vegan advocacy is to inspire and influence someone to go vegan.
Well, that last part of to go vegan is suspect, because if you uninterestingly define vegan as that to which somebody self-identifies the label as, that's going to be problematic, because that's going to mean that anybody who merely calls themselves vegan but possesses, let's just say, a view that violates the rights of animals in some way, shape, or form, or they're reducitarian, or the go vegan except for the cheese, or something like that, that somehow that actually appeases the concept of veganism. But I wouldn't consider somebody to be vegan, for example, merely from a self-identifying label. People call themselves vegan even though they justify buying pet food, buying organic, so on and so forth. So the problem with deploying name the trait, or with the problem with having a problem that's with somebody that deploys name the trait, because of the idea, how'd you phrase that?
Is to inspire and influence someone.
Oh, with the goal of going vegan, is that the idea of going vegan is not, you're right, it's not the same as street outreach. It's not something as frivolous and stupid as reducitarianism, like it mostly is, or even if it is from somebody who has the sufficient realization that it ought to be about abolition, that said concept of abolition is, okay, just go and, take challenge 22, just go and XYZ, just go and even watch a documentary. Like, I told Bennett to watch a documentary, but I did it in conjunction with the strongest logical foundation anyone ought ever had. Huh?
After name the trait.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's gotta possess some sort of baseline framework to appreciate. So these every like okay, so like with regards to this anti-debate sentiment, I know it feels, Natalie, I know it feels comforting, but it's really philosophically cowardly. And that, in effect, is cowardly towards the victims of the Holocaust. So, you could try to tell people that you're not convinced or so on and so forth. But when you walk away with no sort of structure for these people to have that is as solid as, number one, name the trait, and number two, it's usually built on a house of cards, like whether or not you gave them your 5 favorite fucking vegan cheeses, or something as frivolous as taste pleasure, something as frivolous as have they ever pet a goat, or they should go do this, or they should go do that, so on and so forth. Those are all positions that are not going to get somebody to have anything to fall back on independently, right? You effectively reduced it down to like a sort of, mood swing. Oh, I'm glad I was convinced by Natalie tonight. And then when like the feeling moves away, you've got you've got what to stand on logically on your own 2 feet. Well, it's certainly not fucking name the trait, because you've X'd that out of the equation. So, the sort of like concept that you're trying to appeal to, if it's just some like, I want somebody to feel good, so on and so forth, there's no, the reverse is actually true. It's not the case like, oh, I'm skeptical of name the trait at best. It's like, in fact, I'm not even skeptical at best of making someone just feel good without something as strong as a philosophical foundation. Something that forces their moral awareness on their moral asymmetry. Appreciating a logical invariant that once they accept no non-arbitrary trait separates humans and animals, the scope of moral concern can generalize to, it's not just I like goats, it's just I oppose unjustified harm. You can't just uninterestingly assert that someone should see the value that you see, Natalie.
One to go vegan, with the latter goal in mind, inspire and influence someone to go vegan. With the latter goal in mind, name the trait fails, and this vegan. With the latter goal in mind, and influence someone to go vegan. With
influence is even a wrong word. Like, the idea that you're just serving as sort of like an example or something like that sounds like, and maybe this is not what she means, but again, I don't like the connotation that she's putting forth. This idea that you have like something as weak as what you think is what I keep getting this fucking vibe of from her. Like, oh, I as the vegan think I like cherry pie. Bro, that's you, Natalie. That's fucking you. That's not us. People in the Name the Trait camp are the first ones to be like, yeah, so ask yourself, reflect on your values. If you wouldn't do this to X, something you already value, how can you justify doing it to Y? Again, a contradiction. Facing your contradiction. A contradiction necessarily entails that you're going to appreciate some kind of, traceability, right? And this is why this is when someone can articulate why they believe in what they believe. They can gain epistemic autonomy. Their conviction no longer demands just on who's talking. Oh, was it that activist on the street tonight? Or was it Bob, or was it Steve? Steve's really good at convincing people to go vegan. Natalie's so good at convincing people to really operate under the umbrella term as self-identifying as vegan. Congratulations. Yeah. Activism grounded in logic like NTT will produce moral literacy, which is what we really want people to have. We, rather than this moral contagion of like, just kind of sneeze around to people. Just like, oh, he got the vegan bug. He's sick now. Yeah, wait till he's cured with fucking, stupid ass positions, right? So again, it creates independent thinkers rather than followers. So, but yeah, I can't stand this like comfort-based persuasion. The underlying mistake of like psychological reductionism of any kind. The belief that because many people resist challenge must be ineffective. Persuasion that avoids discomfort only yields compliance, not conviction. So, yes, you may get people to agree in the moment to relieve tension, not because they've updated their worldview, but because it's like the equivalent of pain avoidance, right? Not moral growth. Because no moral anchor was formed, relapse is inevitable once the emotional equilibrium returns. So stop getting people to hyperfixate on the disposition that we know they already have. Yes, they have a disposition to, to not kill and eat animals. But if they don't have the logical connection, that's where the synthesis occurs.
With the latter goal in mind, name the trait fails.
Look at how much she goes back and forth. Why I hate name the trait. And then how did she word it earlier? She was like, don't get me wrong.
The utility of name the trait in the context of the video. I want to clarify that I'm questioning the utility of.
Yeah, I'm questioning the utility of name the trait. That's all. That's all. Don't shoot the messenger. It's like really subtle shit to make it sound like she is being humble when she's trying so hard to be arrogant, just in like a nonchalant way. It's so manipulative, Natalie.
Again, with the latter goal in mind, name the trait fails, and this video.
You're back to that arrogant shit, so am I, bitch. Like, with the latter goal in mind, name the trait fails. Yeah, I know you don't have evidence that it fails when people actually deploy it with the level of logical precision that Isaac and Avi do, and yet the passion of Joey Carbstrong, right, like myself, I would say it's like a beautiful mix. You can only point to individual circumstances, anecdotes where you just believe that people didn't follow name the trait, either because they didn't understand it. Your dumbass probably didn't understand it. What the fuck? You probably have never even heard of the particularist reductio. And you want me to believe that you deployed name the trait in any sort of effective regard past what like newbies think that they understand it when they engage with it for 33 seconds online? Like, shut the hell up.
Explores why. Let's begin.
Why? Yo, the arrogance. She's a social scientist, yo. She's tired of being on the streets, being taken advantage of. She's tired of fucking people walking by her, telling her she's not gonna change the world or make people go vegan. She's so fucking past that. Guys, she has the fucking cure to the disease that is named the trait. The social disgust will be exposed as our intuitions of people who are sickened by it. David Ram, stand up a little bit more for the retards in the back. Come on, David, stop failing class. I know you were made fun of as a little kid. Everyone thought you were stupid. So when Avi exposed you for being dumb, you just couldn't help it. You're dumb, bro. Fucking own it. Oh, you don't want to own it, right? That's why you're friends with Daniel Ishay. Someone who wouldn't know what a performative contradiction was if he knew what a performative contradiction was. I'm taking all you motherfuckers out. Come at me. No, I mean, come on, like, seriously, the social disgust, while just with pure arrogance, as she has no fucking concept of being able to provide evidence, appreciate where psychology actually lies. And my ultimate favorite, that if somebody walks away from the philosophy of the view in question, they would be choosing to not engage with the position just as much as somebody would with regards to other civil atrocities. Explosion, Marion. Yeah, seriously, Jesus, I know. Oh, here we go.
In with the fundamentals. Name the trait originated with ask yourself, and I'll let him explain it here.
My case for veganism is pretty simple.
Okay. Number one, specifically name the trait as it exists originated in its form from Isaac. Did you know, Natalie, Isaac Brown does not own the logic, the underlying logic to name the trait? Did you know that when black people were being enslaved in the 1850s, that when Northerners attempted to liberate them by saying effectively, what's the morally relevant symmetry breaker, in paraphrasing it with that same exact mindset of what's the non-trivial difference between blacks and whites? And I gotta read Frederick Douglass's speech over again. He basically mentions the core logic of name the trait without saying it by name. Because guess what, Natalie? When anybody has ever historically compared two or more objects, sets of beings if you're autistic, two or more things, and compared the traits within those two to say, what is it that causes you to appreciate one and not the other? Maybe they say care about one, maybe they say trivial, maybe it doesn't matter the words that they use. As long as the conceptual underlying idea is that the party in question is trying to get the other party in question, one party in question is trying to get the other to appreciate that there's not a morally relevant distinction such that it justifies the current set of actions that the party is doing, they're deploying name the trait. No, I'm not committing an egalitarian herring. I'm not saying they're using the same words. I'm not saying that they're saying it by name. But the whole point is that if you take problem with name the trait, you are taking problem with the core logic that it rests upon. Because all that it has strength behind is the operation that it conducts from point A to point B of saying, yeah, this sort of thing that's being said here, this sort of thing that's being done here, this wouldn't be said or done, or this wouldn't be done if you were to appreciate this thing. That it's all that it is. We can thank Isaac for the enhanced articulation that exists within name the trait. You could look at it as the most superior form of appreciating how to deploy name the trait. It's like our mecha. It's like the steel, indestructible like position, but it's not it's not like anybody who had earlier versions, less precise versions, but the same underlying logic wasn't wasn't able to convince somebody or wasn't operating with that same idea. So yeah, grass-fed, grass-finished. I've never fucking heard of that term, Dasha. But I'm just wondering if you're referring to humans. The hell does grass-finished mean? Corey said.
Ask yourself, and I'll let him explain it.
Can we talk about why she said, I'll let him explain it? And instead of playing content from the video that Isaac titled #NameTheTraitExplanation, she plays a video from a really old debate. I'm not saying Isaac is going to deploy Name the Trait in a poor way, but I will say it does seem to be very shady, a very shady move by Natalie, because I would think that if she was going to showcase Name the Trait, she'd do it from a designated video Isaac had where he was trying to showcase the understanding behind Name the Trait, from how he scripted the most desirable method of thinking about it, not from just a debate where he may have been like a little sloppy or imprecise in his wording or something like that. Are we good on the horizontal?
It's lagging a little in the video.
Okay, because it said it's poor, and
Yeah, just do that refresh thing you did.
hope. I don't know that it did anything because it keeps not going off.
I'll let you know in a bit.
Okay.
Here.
My case for veganism is pretty simple. I would say that
like she did my boy dirty, man. She gave the like Isaac fucking trapped in a box prehistoric ass like still selling solar panels. Fuck, dude. He's like on the phone like, yeah, so I just want to know if you want any solar. Yo, by the way, my case for veganism is pretty simple.
if you hold the position that it's okay to stab an animal to death for food, it's not okay to stab a human to death for food, that there has to be some difference between the two that actually justifies that difference of treatment. So I would ask you, what is it that's true of the animal that if it were true of the human would justify stabbing the human to death for food?
That's a good way to demonstrate how Name the Trait is deployed. Holy shit, there's no data coming in. Okay. Break time. Okay, that should have fixed that. Sucks so much. Yeah, I'm just gonna say screw it to kick. I don't know if that's messing it up. Anyways, at least got both YouTubes and Twitch. Okay. Where were we?
If it were true of the human, would justify stabbing the human to death for food.
When he describes it, it sounds great. Logic.
So yeah, what I was saying was like that actually is a fair way to demonstrate how it's typically not only deployed but also the general understanding of name the trait in a short and simplistic format. It obviously should have a bit of example or some examples to it, something exemplary. But I wouldn't say I'm opposed to that as it exists as a general way to demonstrate it. Sure.
Sound rock solid. But does name the trait logically sound rock solid? But does name the trait propel Karnus down?
Yeah, so she just non-stop does this. She just, yeah, it sounds great, but does it help? Sounds great, but does it help? I get it. You can contrast it as much as you want, Natalie. Whether or not it's logically airtight is distinct from the idea of whether or not it actually has an impact, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I know. That's been your implication. That's your positive claim. That's your burden, so on and so forth. But yeah, there's so many reasons why so many ways to explain why that fails, even just fundamentally as we appreciate philosophy, even when we talk about positions where we don't have any sort of lack of appreciation, or where we don't have any knowledge or anything like that on the specifics as it pertains to as it pertains to the psychology. Like, again, I like to source how we have treated any abolitionist movements previously. Civil rights, women's rights, fucking just like all of these different movements have been appreciated from a foundation where we said, look, if somebody decides to deny the point that you're making because the tone was harsh, like, they're the problem. Yeah, I think, like, when she indicates that making people feel challenged doesn't persuade, it's just denying the neural moral process that converts our emotions into conviction. She loves the idea of gentleness working, so on and so forth. It's really just defending the sedation of how the pipe dream of how she believes psychology and ultimately philosophy works, where it's just really, really, really child's play. Like, it's just like, you're just nice, you smile for a second and someone goes vegan. Like what the fuck are you talking about? No, don't prioritize this sort of sedation over transformation. I don't think she would accept this in any other sort of movement.
On the vegan.
Oh yeah, and then the fucking condescension behind moral superiority. Oh, the implications are fucked here. Number one, that connotates that somebody is only deploying name the trait. That connotates either a few things. That somebody is either only deploying name the traits so that they can appeal as if they're better than somebody else, just in terms of some feel good, some ego. Number two, it makes it sound like even if you're not intending to do that, that's what you're ending up doing by means of, mentioning something that's very difficult to swallow. It's a tough pill. It's a cold, hard truth. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what? That means that somehow I am trying to get off egotistically now? No, I don't think so. I think that you would like that to be the case so that you don't ever have to have uncomfortable conversations anymore. You know what sooner fits this hypothesis, Natalie? The idea that you just avoid difficult conversations with people because you merely choose to avoid the discomfort that you have in those conversations, as opposed to people who have the patience and the energy to sit through it. That's not moral superiority. That is patience past spite. That is fucking absolute rigor. Okay? You don't appreciate what that fucking takes. Being hated on, trolled on, bullshitted. That's not fun. That's not great. That's not fantastic. Okay? You know what's... You want to know what the, joyride is? Your little fucking rainbow over there? It's the... Oh... yeah, let's just smile together, even though you're only committed to, changing out the cheese, the rape cheese this week. Fuck right off. No, not the case. Not happening. If you don't have any appreciation towards the same logical foundation you would have for trade equalized humans, for any other human rights-based movements where you did not call it moral superiority, you did not call it the sort of condescending shit that you're calling it now, just something that attempts to do good but fails, you would be deploying it yourself. And if not, and if you would be consistent and be just as fucked up, then, as I would say in any other movement, you better stay the fuck out of my way, Natalie.
Vegan path, or is it more likely to backfire? My primary issue with
Piper, I never liked her videos. Fuck, I see that. She wants to break down people barriers for familiarity, but is afraid to be disliked. Get with the program, Natalie. Psh, seriously.
With Name the Trade is that you're trying to guide more likely to backfire. My primary trait propel Carnus down the vegan path, or is it more likely to backfire? My primary issue with Name the Trade is that...
And, let's play a game. I have to take a shot of fucking alcohol every single time she not only makes a positive claim that she can't defend, but says something that she doesn't give credence towards the counterfactual that could give more appreciation towards Name the Trait actually being effective, but doesn't. For example, why doesn't she talk about it being possible that people give initial backlash to Name the Trait, but they're actually entirely being affected by it? Isn't that kind of funny? Isn't that extremely fucking suspicious that she decides to say Name the Trait doesn't have any sort of effectiveness with regards to people because she's going to mention some negative stimuli that somebody said something to her, they gave their experience, they didn't like it, they were upset, blah, 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 blah. And it will say nothing about if they were actually impacted by Name the Trait and just didn't appreciate it, which is very suspicious that she's just succumbing to ideology and not engaging with her pretend agnosticism on Name the Trait. Yeah, she's absolutely gonna fucking do that. $billion fucking dollars, okay?
That you're trying to guide people
if I lose, I'll go rob Trump.
Toward a certain conclusion, but you end up issue with Name the Trade is that you're trying to guide people toward a certain conclusion, but you end up doing the opposite.
She doesn't stop. You try to guide people towards a certain conclusion, but you end up doing the opposite. This is so painful it hurts. Stop having a conclusion which is just your premise. Hey, how do we know God exists? How do you conclude that? Oh, easy. Humans breathe, God exists, therefore God exists. You fucking moron. I asked you for a conclusion that does not appear as a premise in your argument. Obviously, if you assert it to be true, what your conclusion is if you assert what you are intending to be true or if in your argument for proving something to be true, you assert it to be true, then your reasoning is flawed because you're literally taking from the very idea that your belief is valid because your belief is valid. It's just a fucking circle. It's so stupid. Why would I ever do that? God, that's dumb. God, that's dumb. Holy shit. You want me to believe that name the trait is a problem, and you've already committed circular logic? Yeah, everyone's not following name the trait when Natalie Fulton deploys into the streets, everybody. Yeah, this is like, hey guys, bench pressing doesn't work. It doesn't build your chest. Really? Show me how you bench press. Yeah, no problem. You're going down. Your chest is, doesn't work, bro. Doesn't work. Look, I told you, as a part of me trying to go up, I just go down. But why don't you try to just go up? Like, how do we know that you can't move your muscles upwards and build your chest? Because it's a part of the movement. A proof that it's part of the movement is that it's part of the movement. Like, shut the fuck up. You're retarded. Like, you don't know what it is that you are doing, what you are saying. Now, I really don't even believe that it's that, Natalie. I believe that because of how simplistic this really is, especially if you sit down and think about it for just a few minutes, you have an incentive to make name the trait sound bad, so you stop so you stop encountering or engaging with conversations that make you feel bad.
The goal is to highlight that we're similar to animals, so why are we asking?
Wait, what? The goal is to highlight that we are similar to animals? Oh, Lord. Lord, oh fucking mighty, Natalie. Oh my God, you're so dumb. You're so... Okay.
That's really bad.
Yeah. So no, what it's trying to say is not highlight that we are similar. It's to highlight that there is no morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. You might say, that's all that I mean. I'm trying to say that the idea behind name the trait is that there's not a morally relevant distinction. Well, it doesn't have to deal with that we're similar. I could say that I'm similar to another being and not be making a point that there's not a morally relevant distinction. If you don't highlight that the whole point is that somebody cannot name a morally relevant distinction because between the two beings, such that it's okay to kill only one, not the other, you've not hit on name the trait. That's not even the priority that you would give in order to describe name the trait. I don't know where the fuck you would think that. That's so fucking far gone. No, not at all. Zero fucking chance, Natalie. No. What was I going to say? With regards to name the trait, what was I going to say? Let me just run it back.
The opposite. The goal is...
the goal is to highlight the differences between... No, so in fact, the idea is that the similarities that somebody can see but doesn't appreciate, or I should say it this way, there is a minimum appreciation that people have towards the minimum sentience level of trait equalized humans, such that they would not remove moral value from them. And so if animals possess this as well, then they're not going to have a reduction in value as just as animals wouldn't. If the trait equalized beings wouldn't, then the animals wouldn't. That's more of a focus not on similarity, on some unspecified traits. That's just having the same trait that matters between both beings, which is some minimum sufficient level of sentience that is present within animals, or trait equalized humans, which is also present within animals.
Is to highlight that we're similar to animals. So why are we asking people to enumerate our differences?
Wait, what? Wait, this is her big brain point? We are similar, so why are we asking people to enumerate our differences? Oh my god, she's already equivocating.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You know, it was bad enough that even in trying to be charitable, one would have thought that you were trying to say what I was effectively saying is actually being asked of Name the Trait, which is to, or pointed out with regards to Name the Trait, which is that people likely hold to the core value of appreciating a minimum level of sentience. And so, regardless of the differences that we possess, there's not a morally relevant one. She says, if we're similar, why are we talking about how we're different? What the fuck are you saying? No, it doesn't assume a fixation on similarity. So you're starting off wrongly. And then as in regards to so why are we focusing on the differences? Because there has to be, literally logic dictates that there has to be if you have if you have two sets of beings, and you have a difference of attitude on those two sets of beings with regards to something such as whether or not they deserve the rights to life and autonomy, logic dictates that there has to be a trait that is true of one, which if it were true of the other would cause you to have the same attitude as you do the other. That's a point of only being able to highlight that you treat the two different beings with a different attitude because you spoke about the morally relevant difference. You've just reframed it in a confusing way that doesn't attempt to convey the basis of what Name the Trait actually intends to prioritize, which are the morally relevant differences, not similarities. So dumb.
Imagine my goal was to persuade you to marry your girlfriend, and to do that, I asked you to list all of her negative.
No, this wouldn't be analogous to say, I am trying to get you to marry your girlfriend. Imagine if you had, here's a more relevant symmetry breaker between that comparison and Name the Trait. I know. It would be if you had an attitude that caused you to believe that you ought not, again, a whole lot of nothing. Yo, Mike, can you shut the fuck up instead of constantly posturing from the corner there? You're just going to be up there with the whole list of cucks that has a lot of shit to say over text, but can't say shit to my fucking face, can you? Get on voice, dude. Stop cucking in the corner. You're a cuck king. As philosophy is fucking over your dumbass positions, okay? You're jerking off in the corner, watching it, and just going, oh my god, it's doing everything I can. I know, you can't debate, you can't think, you don't engage in critical thought. Last chance, dude. Hop on voice or you're out. Hop on voice or you're out, man. What's it gonna be? Let's see what he said. I get that hypotheticals could test ideas, but when they're drifting to science fiction, yeah, you don't appreciate what the concept of hypothetical is. That whole conversation went by your head because you're a bad faith interlocutor. Like mixing cow DNA into human, they stop being useful. Not true. You could have said the same thing during the 1850s when you tried to explain it to a slave master. They stop being useful. It doesn't actually apply to the real ethical question. It actually absolutely does if that's somebody's reasoning. Don't call me a poor baby when you're the one sucking your thumb because you're too busy with the pacifier in your mouth or the thumb to be able to hop onto VC and figure out how to make that shit work. Bye-bye! What was I going to say? So, Natalie, anyways, when you say Name the Trait is analogous to this idea of you trying to have an end goal of persuading somebody to marry their girlfriend, what that's missing is a difference of or a secondary attitude. You have not named an additional attitude to the being in question. You'd have to compare it to, well, there's a girl that you want to marry versus a girl that you don't want to marry. And what trait is true of the girl that you don't want to marry, to which if it was true of the girl that you do want to marry, you wouldn't want to marry her either. So you have to figure out two sets of beings. That's criteria number 1. You have not even reached that. You're so fucking stupid. Number 2, you have to show a difference of attitudes with regards to those beings. You've not met that either. You haven't even established two sets of beings. How is it that you're going to have two sets of attitudes? Wow, that's kind of a problem, isn't it? Number 3, you need to ask them what the difference is between the two beings, such to that if the thing that has the that doesn't have value was true of the thing that did have the value in question that you were pointing out, what would make it what trait or set of traits in question would make it such that the thing that does have value would not have value anymore? So yeah, you're not talking about name the trait. You're literally talking to yourself about some reconstruction straw man of name the trait. Good job. Yeah, I have a problem with this idea too. And guess what? That doesn't mean I have a problem with name the trait, because it's not name the trait.
Traits. I can say the point is to show you to list all of her negative traits. I can say the point is to show you
what?
That none of those negative traits would warrant a breakup, in the hopes that
I could show you that none of those traits would warrant a breakup. If there what? So if there were two sets of girls, one was your current partner and one was wait. So she didn't even say there were two sets of beings. Now at the end she's saying there's your current partner. What? There's your current partner she's so fucking dishonest. Holy shit. There's your current partner. So get this. There's a current partner whom she said the goal was to try to get the person in question to marry their partner, their girlfriend. And so then she jumps to, she could try to get them to believe that she could try to get them to appreciate that no negative trait would warrant a breakup. Why is the end goal about a breakup rather than it being the end goal of getting them to be married? And where is the secondary set of beings or being object to be compared to? Therefore, then where's the attitude? The difference of the secondary attitude? Like, you know what's not even tracking? Even if I were to say, yeah, so what she's trying to say is like, there's two sets. She just spoke poorly. She's trying to say there's two sets of the partner, and if you're trying to if it were correct, it would be, if you're trying to show that you weren't trying to break, you shouldn't break up with your partner despite you having problems with her, that there's no negative trait that is true of your partner, which if it were true of your hypothetical partner, which if it were true of your current partner would cause you to break up with her. That's not even what she's saying, because she switched the goal from X to Y, which is not what name the trait would do. It would only index it towards one context, which is killing and eating the being in question. It wouldn't say, yeah, so if your goal is to get them to realize that they wouldn't kill and eat the being, you know, why, what's like a parallel to something positive? It's like she started with something positive, so it would be like, yeah, so I believe that people should focus on, or if your goal was to get people to like fund a sanctuary, you could show them that there's no negative trait that if it were true of animals would cause them to want to kill them. Like, what the fuck is this mental fucking fit she's having? There's so many variables displaced. It's what? That's not even remotely close to how anyone would begin to think of the accurate foundation of name, the accurate understanding of name the trait. You've not established one clear goal, which would, if it were named the trait, it would have to be believing that it's wrong to kill and eat a being for food. An innocent being for food. Number 2, that if you then kept that true of them, that then you have a second being that they think is okay to kill and eat for food, or a second being that you just have a difference of attitude towards, if we generalize name the trait to showcase it as a general consistency test. Finally, you would talk about how if they have a difference of attitude for the one versus the other, that you would then ask them what the differentiating trait or set of traits are between the two, such that it warrants the difference of attitude, and if they would be consistent on if that were true of the being in question. So just like how name the trait shows, if the trait were intelligence, and you had like intelligence of a cow, and you had a person who was as mentally handicapped as a cow, would it be okay to kill and eat them? If it were plugged into her marriage scenario, it would be something like, hey, say I was trying to get you to find that it's wrong to break up with your partner, not to have the goal to marry her, then I could show you that there's no trait that's true of, negative trait, such a weird way to put it. There's no trait that's true of a version of your girlfriend that does something that's wrong, which if true of your current girlfriend who hasn't yet done something wrong, but let's say would be true of her, that would cause you to break up with her. And that would effectively be at least running the same structure of name the trait, but it wouldn't be landing on the same point, because obviously there's not the same level of absurdity that exists. Like somebody desiring not to be with somebody even after, let's just say you plugged in the trait, murders an entire family, or let's just say in the spirit of veganism, kills an animal. If that would be the trait that would cause you to find it to be wrong to break up with, to be with somebody, then yeah, in order to be consistent, you'd break up with them. And where's the absurdity, right? They just did something as psychopathic as fucking killed a sentient being for food. So yeah, that's pretty reasonable to me. But again, she's missing out. There's so many fucking shady moves here. She's missing out one on the point behind that, which is like the power of the reductios, the logical consequences, and 2, she's got the structure all wrong by framing it as if like it doesn't have a clear goal in mind, because if you're trying to highlight the similarities, why would you talk about the differences? It's not trying to highlight the similarities. It's trying to highlight that there's quite the opposite, that there's no morally relevant difference if you think that there is one, such that it's wrong to kill, such that you think that it's okay to kill and eat the one and not the other. And if there's no distinction that exists because they are minimally sufficiently valuable enough, then you ought value both. Now, when you say that somebody, when you say that that concept that I just said right there, that they possess, minimally sufficient value, where I can see somebody try to muddy the waters is by saying something like, so with regards to name the trait, you're saying that like they're just trying to say they're similar enough to humans such that they deserve value. You could frame it that way, but you don't want to for this very reason, that somebody may confuse the matter. It's kind of like how people equivocate on the word equality equalization in the term trade equalization process, to take it to mean that the point of the trade equalization process is to say that humans and animals have equal moral value. It's like, you can't just take a word, like this is like the false friend concept within Spanish. You can't just say siempre means simple. Like it means always, dumbass. Like, no, like appreciate what the reality of what somebody is saying. They're trying to express to you that when equalizing the traits between X and Y, there's no point where you would genuinely think that moral value is lost without succumbing to a position that, would be absurd to anybody who appreciates, irreducibly appreciates human rights. So, that's the same sort of move she's making. She's like, well, you can think of minimum sufficient value that you're trying to make a point that people ought consider people to have with regards to animals versus humans, that you're trying to say they're similar enough, right? And if they're similar enough, why would you talk about the differences? It's like, wait. You just because you just perform mental gymnastics. That's not what I'm saying. You just claimed that I'm trying to focus on the similarities. No, it's not similarities plural. Only if you define similarity as the trait of possessing minimum sufficient sentience such that someone ought value it, or someone really does value that being already and they're just not appreciating that they only that trait in question is what you're trying to get people to focus on. And in trying to get them to focus on how they appreciate that single component, you are running through all the differences that they claim would exist between beings X and Y, in this case humans and animals, such that they say that that trait of them possessing what minimally sufficiently ought be held valuable enough for you to grant them the consideration towards, or to grant the right to life and autonomy, is not relevant, right? If they're going to claim that trait of sentience is not relevant, they have to say that there is a difference that exists between the two that serves as the morally relevant symmetry breaker. So no, you just you equivocated on the word similarity, where it's supposed to mean both, one, the single trait of having minimum sufficient moral value such that minimum sufficient sentience such that it ought warrant, such that if you were to appreciate that you have that for humans, that regardless of the traits that are removed between humans and animals, then you would that there's not a difference that you can name aside from that similarity that would cause you to appreciate the one, to not appreciate the one versus the other. So it's just, the going back to the point, the equivocation exists between the concept of similarity meaning both, one, the trait of appreciating sentience, and two, being what somebody claims the traits that morally differentiate the beings are, that serve as a distinction between humans and animals, such that that trait or set of traits would cause you to not appreciate the original trait. So nice try. Yeah, so stupid.
That you'll be persuaded to propose, but we can see that it would have the opposite effect. Instead of thinking, oh, she isn't quite ambitious enough, but that's okay because I love her, you would think,
wait, what? She's not quite ambitious enough, but that's okay. I would love her.
Wow, she's not ambitious. Do I really want to be with an apathetic underachiever for the rest of my life?
So, you just said it. If there was a morally relevant distinction between... So, if name the trait was correctly framed as... which I said this earlier. But if name the trait was correctly framed, not as trying to highlight the similarity, therefore you mentioned the differences, but rather trying to take one version of your girlfriend that you would want to be with, and then take the version of your girlfriend that you wouldn't want to be with, and say, yeah, well, if this trait were true of your girlfriend, would you still be with her? And it's actually a non-absurd distinction. It's a genuinely morally relevant distinction that doesn't pose any sort of reductio that people would find to be absurd, then guess what? That's not name the trait. That's that's not the deployment of how we understand name the trait, where it has the bulletproof concept of appreciating the value of humans and animals to warrant minimum sufficient for animals to warrant minimum sufficient value as you do the humans. Because yeah, you're not talking about the basic rights to life and autonomy for either girlfriend. You're talking about whether or not you're just going to do something like a privilege and fucking marry her and fuck her and take her on cruises and, you know, travel the world with her, or, you know, live in the same household and put up with their habits and blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, of course. But you know why that's not true of the animal context? Because you're not asking about, first of all, you're not asking about negative traits. You're asking, like, when you ask for a morally relevant distinction, somebody could frame it as if they are negative traits, as if to say traits that are unlikable. But really, like, for example, like, oh, they have hooves and I just don't like hooves, or something like that. But that really doesn't connotate what comes to mind, right? Like, when I think of a reduction of value, I don't think that just because somebody doesn't have a trait true of them that it has to be a negative trait. Sometimes somebody lacking a certain trait. Tyre, you're delusional, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? Delusional. Yeah, you're gone fodder, Bob. Yeah, that's. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So with regards to name the trait, somebody who oh yeah. So would I think of it as a negative trait by itself, like this being has hooves, and if it were true of a human, or being severely mentally handicapped, or let's say somebody said like cow species, you could frame it as, I mean, I guess, like, okay, the reason why I don't like it is not because maybe it doesn't encapsulate the idea that it depicts correctly whether or not somebody thinks that's where moral value is lost, if that's all you mean by it. But it makes it sound like, for example, you inherently don't like hooves, but you may be, like, you know, indifferent to hooves or something like that by itself. But say that, or let's say being severely mentally handicapped. But, like, if someone were to be severely mentally handicapped, you don't hate them, which is, like, kind of the idea. It's like the idea that comes to mind, like, oh, it's so negative, like, I hate the idea of being mentally handicapped. It's like, you might not hate it, you might not have anger towards it, you might just think, okay, well, I don't value that being. I don't like, I don't think they warrant enough value to have the right to life or autonomy. But when I think about somebody who wouldn't want to marry somebody else because they're around somebody who's ambitious, like, you might actually hate that person or dislike that sort of attitude. It disgusts you. I don't think people have to have disgust towards mentally handicapped people, for example, in order to find them okay to Holocaust for food. I think they would just need to be, like, apathetic to their plight, like, just sort of yeah, just that, just like, oh, they don't deserve the right to life or autonomy. Like, I don't hate them, but just like, no, they don't have enough. Like, it's like, or it's not even like, it's like, it's not like disgust. It's just like, it doesn't move me. So I don't like that she goes from something that all it takes is really just apathy to a point of, like, oh yeah, you'd be disgusted if somebody had ambition, a lack of ambition, or they were lazy. Like, they should know better. Yeah, that just seems profoundly distinctive imagery in one's mind. Yeah, just completely. So,
I'm willing to bet that by the end of that conversation, you would be less likely to propose.
I think it's
Okay, a couple things. Yes, because that framework literally doesn't follow the structure of name the trait. Duh. So your analogy doesn't go through. 2, what the fuck? Was she actually there? Like, or is she just reacting with this guy to Joey Carbstrong talking to Tristan Tate? I am so fucking curious.
I'm gonna guess she's just reacting.
Yeah, probably.
it's better to like, I feel like almost let them make a positive.
I feel like it's, hold on.
To propose.
I think it's better to like, I feel like almost let them
almost feel like
make a positive case for what matters rather than inviting them to do the very human rational.
So I have no idea if Joey set up Name the Trait in such a way, or Tristan tried to retort back with regards to Name the Trait in such a way where, you know, Tristan is so fucking stressed that he's got to smoke a goddamn cigar while he talks. I have no idea if either Joey set it up poorly and or Tristan tried to frame it in this very convoluted way that gave Natalie and... Is that his tag that says Pro Animal Future? No, that's on her video. Gave this guy and or Natalie the idea to think about Name the Trait in this flawed regard. But how did he word it?
Let them make a positive case for what matters.
That's actually exactly what they're doing. They're making a positive case for what they think matters, such to that it warrants moral value for one being and not the other. What? Yeah, they're making a positive case, meaning they're putting forth something that they think is what causes a being to have moral value, what matters.
Rather than inviting them to do the very human rationalizing thing to find a reason why they shouldn't care.
The human rationalizing thing to find a reason why they shouldn't care. A few things. Number one, it's not telling you to find a reason why you should not care. It's asking you if you genuinely find a reason that you wouldn't care. Saying that someone's brain is defensively set up in such a way where they're only going to attempt to engage in Name the Trait in such a way that they try to do so dishonestly. You know, when somebody gets defensive and they say, it's got to be this trait or it's got to be that trait, like, I'm so scared. What if I can't eat my dead animals tomorrow? Blah, 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 blah. If somebody attempts to make that move, okay? That's not proof that Name the Trait is inviting them to do that. That is, at best, a point that socially people feel like they can just give bogus reasons that don't actually reflect their true moral view, such to that they can give a bullshit answer. And that's not, one, that's not an inherent problem with regards to Name the Trait. And two, that's not suggestive that that's what Name the Trait either necessitates or, practically speaking, does. Practically speaking, that's what people might even do. But that's not practically, that doesn't prove that it's practically the case that Name the Trait is to blame for that. And if Name the Trait is not to blame for that, obviously we ought to correct the, problems that are really, truly causing anybody to give bogus reasons that don't actually align with the moral view. let's just plug this into the slave context once again to get the intuition pump of how stupid this would be. Okay? So, somebody is incentivized when they are given a reductio to say, with regards to slave owners in the 1850s, to say, hey, why would you kill a black person? Though the slave owner, what's more of a trait or set of traits? And the slave owner says, it's just the fact that they're black, so it's a shell morality position. And this guy is watching in the corner over here, and he's like, oh no, they're inviting them to name something wrong. You could look at it that way, and I don't know why you would, make it sound like name the trait is, attempting either by means of a goal to do so, or it practically speaking will, but it's not really doing that if the slave owner says, well, it's just the fact that they're black. That's the agent's fault. Why would we think that it's named? Why would we think that it's someone having their contradiction exposed? Can you explain to the folks at home what we're talking about? I just got here. Yeah, sure. So we're going over Natalie Fulton's, she's a self-declared vegan, but she couldn't be further away from it with, how much she, appears to believe in reducitarianism or reductionism. She is a, self-declared vegan activist who is talking about why she hates the consistency test known as Name the Trait. Name the Trait, if you're unfamiliar, is a consistency test that asks what trait is true of a human. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say it's okay to kill the human as you would the animal. It asks essentially for a morally relevant symmetry breaker or breakers between the two sets of beings, such that it would be okay to do the action of killing and eating the one being as we do to the other. And so it really stems from the core logic of the idea of how comparisons work, with regards to, trivial differences that somebody would attempt to name with regards to values that they likely logically identically hold. And she's attempting to find issues with it while utterly failing. Terribly failing. She's misrepresented it in multiple regards. She has the video title as Why I Hate Name the Trait, yet she tried to make it sound earlier in the video like she's just trying to ask questions and explore the utility of it, but she is very arrogant on her statements, yet very ignorant. I think she's intending to not appreciate what Name the Trait is legitimately attempting to convey, because she doesn't like the social discomfort that she's given, but still believes that she can get people to identify under the label as vegan, the self-identifying label as vegan, without Name the Trait, which, yeah, no shit, I could do the same thing with all sorts of positions. I could get a slave owner to believe that he is, in belief of black rights now, all because I had him, shift his mood, and his emotional equilibrium is now in favor of blacks for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, and then it's just a catastrophe waiting to happen. You blow in the house of cards, and all falls down. With something as strong as the logical foundation of Name the Trait, it's what she's missing is the idea that debate doesn't persuade, or people shut down when they feel uncomfortable. It's a line of thinking that treats irrationality as determinism, right? And it's as though emotional avoidance were like some sort of law of nature, rather than a choice, and that can and should be challenged. And that's what it really is at the end of the day. Somebody who feels invited to try to name a trait or set of traits, that's a social issue. That's not a problem with the exposition of the contradiction or contradictions that somebody has within their moral view. That's a problem with regards to how people conduct their themselves when they address logic. So I would call it a conflation of psychology and justification. It's like descriptive psychology. This idea of like many people emotionally withdraw when challenged, with normative philosophy. Therefore, we shouldn't challenge them. It's you know what it's like. It's like the naturalistic fallacy in disguise. It takes what is common, fragility, ego defense, social conformity, and it implies that it ought to define our strategy and ethics. Actually, you're introducing me to the argument. I'll look into it further. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Technically speaking, it's not an argument. It's a consistency test. You could turn it into an argument. But yeah, I mean, please do. I invite you to name a trait or set of traits that you think differentiate animals and humans such that it's okay to kill one, not the other. Like, if you said it was intelligence, would you eat mentally handicapped people? If you said it was species, would you eat Superman? If you said it was mentally handicapped and species, would you eat mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth. But yeah, so, any mature moral framework doesn't submit to the brain's avoidance reflex, right? Like we discipline it. This is why we've evolved our philosophy over time, guys. At one point, there were cavemen. They would rape women. They would kill each other just so they could, steal and eat their food, maybe rape each other's women, so on and so forth. And then, we started to think a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. But imagine if Natalie went back in time then and was like, yeah. I mean, like, we're just, look, like, everyone's so fragile, like, they're just not going to do what's right. I think this should define our strategy. Let's try to go about it in such a way where we get the cavemen to stop raping by allowing them to do it, but just have a reduction. Don't think about what would make it wrong. Just focus on what would what would turn them off. Just focus on the really, really gentle shit, But yeah, psychology tells us what people do, and philosophy tells us what people should strive to do. It's the superior tool. Our philosophy guides our psychology. If we were just a room full of, primitive defaults that our brain succumbs to, fucking life would be catastrophe. That's what wild animal suffering is like. Oh, animals raping each other, killing and eating each other, chasing after each other, eating each other's young. Like, it's fucking sick. Thank fucking God we have morality. Jesus. So, she and this guy are and anybody like them are effectively resigning people from the latter point of philosophy telling us what people should strive to do.
Highlighting our differences creates more differences and makes it hard.
Wait, highlighting our differences, what?
Find a reason why they shouldn't care.
Highlighting our differences creates more.
No, we're not highlighting differences. We are highlighting somebody. So that makes it sound like we're pointing out just all of the trivial differences that could exist between humans and animals. We are highlighting the morally relevant differences. And what would that look like to do universally? Where anybody's individual position on what a morally relevant distinction or distinctions are up to them, right? It's just individual. It's individualistic. So it wouldn't be first of all, it wouldn't be highlighting our differences. It would be highlighting the morally relevant differences, and it wouldn't be just highlighting morally relevant differences, because what does that mean? It would just be in incorrect syntax. Confused talk. It would be silly to say we're highlighting our differences and it's not indexed towards a mind. We have to index it towards a view. So if it's indexed towards any one particular being, say it's you, the viewer at home, okay? If it's indexed towards you to ask yourself what the trait or set of traits are between humans and animals such that it's okay to kill the one, not the other, what the fuck does it mean to say that you are that there's a problem with highlighting the morally relevant distinctions that you find between the two sets of beings, such that you have the difference of attitude of killing one for cheeseburgers? That's not a problem. In fact, that's exactly how you reconcile how trivial the differences that somebody is attempting to try to name difference or differences is or are, right? Like, duh. So, no, that is entirely dishonest and stupid framing.
Differences and
Dishonest or stupid framing.
makes it harder for non-vegans to empathize with animals.
It's embarrassing to make a video about something that you dislike, and you don't even have the correct traits to dislike it for.
Exactly. She doesn't have the correct understanding of name the trait, yet she had the audacity to upload a video with such arrogance in its title, Why I Hate Name the Trait. You hate a straw man of name the trait, Natalie. That's what you hate. You hate yourself, effectively, because who created the straw man? Yeah, it was you.
Instead, we should emphasize and makes it harder for non-vegans to empathize with animals.
Getting somebody to focus on the things that they don't like, universally, people don't actually, in their core values, find to be a morally relevant distinction between, or distinctions between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill the one, not the other, only brings them closer to their view. No different than when the slave owner was asked, hey, if we all bleed, right? And that's important. She might say, that's my example because we focus on what's positive. Okay, let me frame it this way. No different than if the slave owner was asked, you say it's important that he's black, but if your consciousness was put inside of the black person, would they then become less valuable? Yeah. The answer is a pretty flat fucking no. So that would only bring the slave owner closer to their view. If the woman asked her husband after he beat her for the 15th time and she's lost a tooth and she's just wondering when she can go out to vote, finally, she picked herself up from the ground and she says, if I was a man, would you have beat me like that? And he doesn't have an answer, and he goes out to drink. If somebody were running a concentration camp during World War II, and somebody asked a Jew asked the Nazi before he got burned alive, hey, what's really different between you and me? You know, different enough, important enough to say that this warrants you burning me. And he were to go, yeah, I mean, if I was just born Jewish, I'd be screwed? Oh. Flips a switch. Fires come on. And it's literal hell. Yeah. That doesn't get people to empathize, Natalie? What was that right there? What was that right there? No, do not credit my acting. Do not credit my ability to inflect or facial expressions or otherwise. The underlying logic, I would have been nothing without the underlying logic right there. That's what allowed the mode of transportation to go through. That's what allowed the realization for people to wake up and say, hey, fuck, regardless of if he said it that way or not, shit. It wouldn't have fucking gone through without that core reasoning. The reasoning being highlighting the triviality of the differences when somebody claims that they're important. Natalie.
Instead, we should emphasize our similarities.
If you're going to focus on the traits that are true of the animal, that are true of the human, that cause them to value that cause them to realize why they have some level of appreciation towards the animal and human, that will never tell the agent in question why they, if, where, when, why, or how they don't possess a difference of attitude for some reason. Like, it's possible they're like, yes, it's true, a goat is cute. It deserves to be pet. It has love. It has this. It has that. It has X. It has Y. It has Z, A, B, C, D, E. Those points should all be mentioned in tandem with the realization that if all of those similarities are important, what then would be the difference? Because a difference has to exist necessarily if you have a difference of attitude, or you don't, and you're being inconsistent on realizing that you don't have, or that you have a difference of attitude that you wouldn't actually hold up to if you appreciated name the trait. But the idea just being that people don't kill animals because of the similarities. People kill animals because of what they perceive there to be an illusion of differences. Morally relevant difference or set of differences. And so the idea that people have some kind of idea of, similarities that they could focus on, if we focused on those, people wouldn't find a difference. Well, just going back to what you said, if it was true that people are going to have or what he said, people are going to try to find some difference, so on and so forth. Well, I guess as much as you focus on the similarity, as long as all they have to do is find a difference, then guess what? They would be, the animals would be fucked. Because again, they don't see why no difference justifies, and why no difference that they can name justifies the Holocaust. If they only focus on the similarities, they're leaving the world unexplored of the realization that there's no difference that would justify it. Reminding them that a similarity or similarities exist between the two such that they shouldn't kill them doesn't tell them why they wouldn't. This is like saying when people talk about like serial killers or serial rapists, people that are horrendous, that chose like wow, someone was crying out in pain, like a little girl, 12 years old being like fucking raped by a guy, just like begging not to be. And he just like laughs sadistically through that, and he can't wait to do that for like 15 more children. That like you would ever listen to somebody say, but just focus on the similarities. Focus on the similarities. Don't cause him to lose moral value, because what about all the similarities? Using your logic, if I hyperfixated on the similarities, you would never get to the realization that it's a difference or a set of differences that causes me to hate the motherfucker. So, yeah, like, it could be the case that I have traits true of, that he and I have traits true of each other that I appreciate the moral value of, but that doesn't tell me if we have a difference or set of differences that tell me why I wouldn't value him anymore, or how a being would lose moral value if they were to have those traits true of them. So this is like, perfect example is like the recent Kirk shooting. Oh, he had family, blah, blah, blah. Anybody who ever says as a means to try to justify not talking, honestly about your thoughts, even if negative, about somebody who's already passed away, or so on and so forth, about somebody who's dead because they have loved ones. The reason why that's so dumb is like, who cares? Like the external value, there's two reasons. I mean, there's the external value point that I named last time, but like what I'm mentioning now is like, yeah, so they have a trait true of them of having sufficient traits that I care about, like, oh, people that have external value towards you, I have some consideration towards, blah 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 blah. But then when you add the difference of being somebody I don't like, possessing some trait or set of traits, then that's when you become somebody that I lose moral value for them. So you're never answering the question of why they think it's okay to kill and eat one being versus the other, Natalie. You're only entertaining the idea that there are similarities that they should hyperfixate on, all while not addressing that the purported difference of attitude that the person in question either thinks that they have or has currently, which likely wouldn't hold up under logical scrutiny. So yes, the differences have to be focused upon for somebody to appreciate why they shouldn't do an action, not the similarities.
Ask people if animals shiver when they get cold, if they experience hunger like we do, if they...
Yeah, so it... Does the serial rapist experience hunger? Does he shiver when he gets cold? Does the serial killer, did Hitler shiver when he was cold? Was he scared when they were coming for him and they had him cornered?
Yep, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. I don't give a fuck. Like, you've not established the difference, the thing that's going to make a difference, whether or not you would rob that being of moral value.
They can feel emotions like happiness,
Hitler could have felt happiness and
sadness, anger, and fear.
He could have felt anger and fear. There's still a morally relevant distinction between him and your average person, Natalie. It's almost like the difference is what causes an appreciation or lack thereof towards a being or set of beings. Again, if this is just to say that the similarity of minimums, every trait that she's naming reduces down likely to just sentience, and she's attempting to verbosify it in a multitude of traits, subcategorical traits such as one who has a subjective experience can shiver, they can feel hunger, they can feel pain, blah 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 blah. But it's all reducible to just saying that you care about the underlying subjective experience. And if that's the thing that you're saying that's similar, that's held, as in to say, held between humans and animals, such that it ought be the only thing somebody cares about, in getting them to realize, or the minimum sufficient trait that somebody cares about, in getting them to realize that they have to see that no other trait or set of traits would hold up any sort of reason why they wouldn't care about that being or set of beings.
We elucidate our similarities. We allow people to empathize with animals, and from that,
it doesn't cause me two problems. Again, it doesn't cause me to feel empathy towards Hitler because I hyperfixated on subcategories of his subjective experience: hunger, fear, being cold, shivering, right? Blah 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 blah. Because of the differential trait. But number two, yeah, as I was saying earlier, it causes empathy to specifically get somebody to realize that there's no excuse they can attempt to give between two sets of beings such that they would say that the being in question loses moral value. So when you say something like, we get people to focus on the similarities more, that's a positive claim. There's no reason to believe that somebody would have less empathy if they were to focus on how there's no difference or set of good differences between two sets of beings, such that it would warrant a difference of attitude to the degree of murdering and killing them for food. yeah, I mean, and case in point, I would actually specifically put up the counter argument of how can you get them to realize the well, one, the reconciliation towards the uncertainty that lies with as curious of a mind as people have of, is there a trait? Is there a trait? I just need to think about it. I just need to think about it. I just need to think about it. Rather than inviting them to think about it all that they want and realize that there is no morally relevant distinction. So yeah, because of the idea that exists with regards to, you know, animals, the idea that exists between somebody saying, I don't have an appreciation towards animals. Oh, wait, there's no good reason for that. Versus, yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, I'm sad when a cow dies. But the question is always going to be, am I sad enough? Do I care enough? Establishing sufficiency. And again, that's something you would have a stronger ability to achieve philosophically when you eliminate the negations of the differential traits, or you name the differential traits.
That empathy comes the desire to avoid stabbing animals for a sandwich.
No, it doesn't magically appear, Natalie. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Oh, look, I care about a cow, chicken, or pig because, like, I empathized with how they feel pain or something like that. What the fuck? Like, do you know how many people walk their dogs with leashes and tug on them and pull on their necks? And they understand that they shiver. They understand that they have hunger. They understand that XYZ, but they haven't named a trait, a morally differentiating trait between humans and animals, such that they would fucking tug on their neck. And so people don't go out there and get harnesses, which is the, you know, morally neutral form of control for your companion animal. And they disgustingly, I all the time see them tug on their fucking necks. And I do shout out the window. I fucking say, how would you like to be tugged on? With a list of other expletives. And I hope to haunt the shit out of them. I think that they're disgusting. I mean, it's fucked up. You know, so people understand that their cats experience hunger and fear and this and that. And guess what? They still let them outside where they'll get eaten by a coyote. Sometimes I have small talk with my 24-hour grocer, and I'll go out at like 2 o'clock in the morning over here, and my wife and I will talk to her and we'll just like shoot the shit, and she'll for like just like a few minutes, like while we're checking out, and she'll just say something like, yeah, I love my cat. She talks about her fucking cats all the time, and then she's like, but they go outside and I just worry about them getting eaten. And we're like, why? What? Like, she has a disconnect. Why? Not because she's focused on the similarities, Natalie. Because she hasn't focused on the differences of why she wouldn't do that to her fucking kid. Idiot. So, no, I'm not trying to say, yeah, but I'm likening the concept of the rights to life and autonomy, which they do at least give to a cat or dog. That's not the point. I'm likening the lack of an intuition pump that people have because of the fact that they take an animal similarities and just focus. They just focus as much as they can on, wow, this being matters. This being matters. And they cap out to some degree because the addition of moral value that you are trying to get somebody to appreciate that they already have and ought put into action is not being implemented because of some difference or perception of difference is differences is the superior way to put it, because again, it's likely an illusion. That's the sort of crux of the idea, is that I'm analogizing that component, that if somebody has a difference of treatment with regards to two sets of beings, they're only going to feel compelled for the strongest, intuition pump for doing certain action or realizing something, if my fucking cat is choking on her purrs, should get fucking charged for animal abuse. God damn. Yeah, they should people should focus on the appreciation of the differences, because that's what gives the strongest intuition pump for them to say, fuck, if this difference doesn't justify it, I have to, after having that contradiction exposed, change. That your brain is literally forced into that. So and look, if you're gonna try to name a point that like people choose to walk away, right? That's still a moral act. You know, I mean, again, if a pro-slavery sympathizer owner walked away because they didn't like the tone or they felt they were attacked, that's not proof that the debate failed. That's just proof that the listener failed their duty to reason. So that no, that's not a persuasion malfunction. That's a moral cowardice. Exactly what you're demonstrating right now, and you have this whole video. That's why you have to say that you hate a straw man of the superior point. And no, not the superiors and I'm better than you, the bulletproof point, which actually works and gets people to think about things to the highest and strongest regard. No shit, there has to be scrutiny for how it's deployed. Much like a gun, we should still use them to defend people from getting raped and murdered. That doesn't mean that just because you can use it all fucked up that now we should be against guns. Your refusal to prioritize truth over comfort is over. And yeah, go ahead and challenge me to a debate if you're not a loser.
Sandwich. The vegan position has nothing to do with viewing animals and humans as the same.
Why are you breathing life into this brain-dead carnist talking point? The vegan position has nothing to do with viewing humans and animals as the same. Moral sufficiency. Isaac has said this so many times in so many different ways. $5 is greater than $2, both enough to buy a can of Coke. Come on. Like, moral sufficiency is not the same as equality. Name the trait establishes sufficiency, not equality. Try harder.
There are diverse opinions on what the vegan position is, but most people use the standard.
Do you have any evidence that Name the Trait has ever argued for equality, dumbass? Try to even mentally gymnastic your way past that. I'd love to see the Shrek SFM in real life occur from you managing to just fucking fly across the fucking screen as you attempt to ever find a single instance of Isaac, Avi, or Richard ever making Name the Trait out to be a matter of determining moral equality with regards to moral value rather than sufficiency. Find one. Stay up all night. Stay up fucking all night for years. You won't find shit.
Definition, which is to exclude harm toward animals as far
Oh god, she pulls out the dumbest definition in the book. Go
as
ahead.
practicable and possible.
Really should be treating animals as we would trade equalized humans. Done. That sets the heuristic out perfectly. Like, I don't see a fool. I don't know why people have struggled to adopt that. I challenge anybody to tell me if they find a single issue with that. And by the way, if your issue only comes down to a practical point of people not appreciating it, that's not an issue with the position. That's like ACAB. Reform the police. Okay, no. How about or defund the police? How about just reform them if there's an issue? Why the fuck would we get rid of them? Like, we wouldn't get rid of this definition, right? We would just reform people's understanding.
You can also use a rights-based framework, which is that animals should have
Don't talk about rights, Natalie. You've embarrassed yourself in the realm of philosophy enough, okay? I know that thinking is not your forte, which is why you specialize in rhetoric and, fallacies. Your demonstration of performative like fucking conflations has absolutely numbed my fucking core. Okay, I don't even know how I'm gonna get up from this chair later, because I'm gonna have to sue you for disabling me. Like, it's just so disgusting.
Negative rights, or some vegans say that animal rights are a logical extension of human rights.
You know what? It's very close to the definition that ought to exist. Some people say that animal rights should be what is it?
Or some vegans say that animal rights are a logical
should be
extension of human rights.
It's funny that you say that, because anybody who thinks that animal rights should be the logical extension of human rights would have the best basis because of Name the Trait. Fucking God.
Vegans differ in how they view animals in relation to humans.
Yeah, which is why, once again, the logical extension of human rights as it exists for animal rights, specifically you should say treat equal as humans, is the most superior way to put it.
Some vegans think that animals and humans are equivalent, but a lot of vegans think...
Did Richard actually say that? So, here's what I will say. I mean, you're dishonest as fuck, so I'm not taking your goddamn word for it, Natalie. What I will say is what probably happened, and this makes total sense, is that a trait equalized human has probably been analogized to an animal, to the point where maybe a vegan, like Richard said, they don't see a morally relevant distinction with regards to let's say a severely mentally handicapped person and a cow. So a being that is effectively held equal in all regards, literally except for species. So yeah, I mean, like, and that's solid. Like, I mean, imagine trying to say, for example, a pig has less value than Brie or something like that. I mean, it might even be the case that the pig is more sentient or intelligent than Brie. But say that there was a mentally handicapped human that had the exact intelligence sentience level. I mean, it would be a speciesist view to say that if the only difference was their species, that they possess more moral value. It's just literally a shell morality position. You're saying, like, the virtue of them possessing the trait of being human in question grants them more moral consideration. I don't know how else to tell you that that's stupid as fuck. And anybody who has a position that those beings are morally should have equal moral value makes perfect fucking sense. That's yeah, absolutely. What the fuck? Like, yeah. Oh, earbuds died. Oh, I got this. It's already connected. Appreciate it. God, I gotta get better earbuds.
So sorry.
No, it hurts. Fucking squeezing the shit out of my hair. Okay, here we go. So
think that humans are
animals. Good, we're good. Just let me know if the sounds still come through. Shit, I don't think anything changed.
Animals and humans are equivalent, but a lot of vegans think that humans are above animals, but
even from what I just played. Okay.
Equivalent.
Because it shows desktop audio is not lighting up. I don't know. Maybe it constitutes as earbuds.
To humans. Some vegans think that animals and humans are equivalent.
Oh yeah. So the speciesist point. I mean, but if she is talking about like vegan gains, or I don't know, Gary Yourofsky having like a misanthropic view, know that that's probably not a genuine representation of their utmost preference. I mean, it took Vegan Gains years to come around to admit that he doesn't actually want to, have like human babies be killed because, or anything like that, or that he has any ill will or anything even similar. That he has to view them to a, I actually tuned into a live stream like it was like a few months ago or something like that, and he was talking like really, normally as one would with regards to children. And yeah, I mean, like, I think it's entirely dishonest to how somebody, like, if you're being charitable, legitimately thinks of animals versus humans, like, if they're actually genuinely misanthropic. A lot of times it's just anger. Like, that's just stupid. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if she's talking about the misanthropic part. I don't know if she's talking about, like, technically they've already gone through the trade equalization process, and we're talking about for all traits except for species. I don't know.
But a lot of vegans think that humans are above animals, but that still doesn't justify.
Yeah, that's incoherent. I mean, like, humans are above animals. Well, what degree? Like, I name, for example, the concept of higher sentience and or intelligence. So, for example, like, people are lying if they're saying that they wouldn't value Einstein over a newborn. Like, some people who, like, maybe if they're like a new mother, they might be like really ideological, but like, just ask anybody who would choose 9 out of 10 would say, oh my God, if the mother was dying versus the baby, you'd save the mother. Why? Because she's an established, sentient, intelligent individual that already has connections in this world, already has a life, so on and so forth. And the other being, as sad as it may be that they would die while she's giving birth, would possess less moral value than her. I mean, that literally is a telltale sign somebody cares about the appreciation towards sentience and higher sentience and or intelligence, right? So
justify humans killing animals for comfort, and that still doesn't justify humans killing animals for comfort and convenience.
Wait, what?
But a lot of vegan humans killing animals for comfort and convenience.
Comfort and convenience. Just, God, you're so inarticulate. Jesus Christ, you'd have circles run around you by any sophist that has hopped into my live stream would philosophically eat you alive. It's embarrassing. I don't want to hear, oh, stop. This isn't even my final form. I'm in my calm down, chill mood. No one would ever be this vulnerable that has, logically superior positions that are not prone to these forms of attacks that say things as dumb as convenience and
doesn't justify humans
what is it?
Killing animals for comfort and convenience.
Comfort and convenience, whether they're redundant, whether or not you could say the same thing is true for other positions. They're going to take you on crop. That's like, Jesus Christ, lady. And it doesn't matter the other party is just bad faith. You don't want to invite bad faith either. Like, you need to not be retarded too. You know that, right?
Convenience. I personally don't think it matters. The degree to which someone values someone else should not determine whether that individual is granted rights.
What doesn't matter?
She's trying to find a base, like the most convoluted way of saying the degree at which that minimum sufficient moral value is all that should be the topic of discussion. Guess what, Natalie? That's all Name the Trait has been saying. Jesus Christ. This is so annoying.
If you gave me the choice to kill my sister or a random person, I would kill the rando because I value my sister more highly. That doesn't mean the other person shouldn't have the same rights as my sister. Rights should be granted.
Well, you don't want to say that, because you could say that they don't have the same rights if you chose them one over the other. But you mean to say basic rights. You mean to say you have a difference of moral value. You have a hierarchy, but you don't have a loss of minimum sufficient value. Why are you pulling up fucking abstracts and shit in order to try to make such a basic point? Just make the can of Coke example. $5 is great. When I spoke to Bennett earlier, he literally recited it and was like, oh, yeah, you mean that point. Right. He's like, yeah, I got it. Like, and that's not just an anecdote. It really is the most intuitive concept. Something that we humans use every day and think about all the time, which is the value of money being plugged into something as strong as, moral value is so valuable because we're used to the concept of thresholds all the time. Well, okay, I mean, yeah, you've got more money than me, but as long as we both have enough money to go out and eat at this place so we could split the bill, let's go. Like, let's not say we can't go to the restaurant because you have more money than me. Like, oh, Jesus, what is she pulling out?
Based on objective characteristics, like as my sister. Rights should be granted based on objective characteristics, like sentience, not personal value systems.
Wait, what? Oh, God, I didn't think you could get this far. This far off course. Fuck. God. What is it you think you just said? They should be based off of you literally just said right should be based off of objective characteristics, not personal value systems. The most ironic thing is that that's a personal value system, Natalie. It's your subjective belief that, meaning mind-dependent construct, that rights should be valued in such a way where sufficient moral value is appreciated regardless of having a hierarchy that exists as well. And that is an appreciation to subjectivism. Saying the word objective doesn't mean that morality becomes objective, that you're not still deploying a personal value system. You are such a non-example of following philosophy. You poison the well when you blink. When you get up in the morning, the concept of people being logically consistent in your neighborhood have less of a chance of doing so because you merely emanate the energy that it takes in order for somebody to lose motivation that they can ever achieve any remote semblance of logical consistency. Do you understand how painstaking you make things that are so simple? You convolute things as a way of life. If I were your next door neighbor, you would have been held partially responsible for my unaliving of myself. Holy shite! I would literally write the note in it to say, please sue Natalie Fulton. She is the one that made me feel driven insane. I may have pulled the trigger, but boy did she load the gun. Oh my God, what are you saying? Personal value system? Your point when you spoke about your criticism when you began this section, we're at 506.
We'll avoid with viewing animals for a sandwich. The vegan position has nothing to do with viewing animals and humans as the same.
You can't even track your own fucking point. You said the vegan position, meaning an appreciation towards animal rights, has nothing to do with viewing humans and animals as the same. And your proof that name the trait does that is
systems. Name the characteristics like sentience, not personal value systems. Objective character, the same rights as my sister. Rights should be granted based on objective characteristics like
rights should be granted based off of objective characteristics. Proof. Let me understand how deformed your brain is. We started from Name the trait attempts to say that humans and animals are equal. And we got to rights should be granted because of objective characteristics, not personal value systems. What in the fuck? Like, what in the actual shit? You could take a first order logic class for the rest of your life and flunk so hard that variables would undo their meaning just so that they wouldn't have to associate with you attempting to make sense of them. I cannot tell you how obvious it is that your points don't logically follow from one another. They just don't. Anybody who has a quarter of a brain cell, a fucking fly zipping around my room this big, who literally does not have sentience, grew sentience right now, just so he can understand the most minor of sentience ever. Just so he can understand this very concept, he then undid it and then unalived himself because he knew that you tried to understand the same thing.
Like sentience, not personal value systems. Name the trait becomes so invested in the non-vegan's value.
Name the trait is not an agent. It doesn't invest in anything. The concept of deontic rights doesn't invest itself into anything. Utilitarianism doesn't invest itself into anything. Logic and consistency is not a belief that has beliefs. What the fuck does that begin to mean, Natalie? What does that begin to mean?
Systems. Name the trait becomes so invested in the non-vegan's value system.
People who deploy name the trait, you mean to say, become so invested in the animal murderer's value system.
And I understand why in the context of...
You don't. Holy shit. If you understand, you're misrepresenting it. That's a literal entailment. If you understand, from what you've said, you've not demonstrated that, so you would have to be misrepresenting it. You either don't understand, or you're fucking lying. I think because it's painstakingly clear, you do understand. And you hate discomfort so much.
So invested in the non-vegan's value system. And I understand why in the context of debates, but...
You don't appreciate the context of debates. You don't. You really don't. So, any activist who deploys logical consistency, such as myself, the responsibility of mine is, or anybody else's like mine, is to present truth clearly and consistently. Okay? The listener is responsibility is to respond to truth as an agent, you know, not as a bundle of reflexes. You know, if we let emotional resistance dictate how truth is communicated, we hand moral sovereignty back to the least rational tendencies in human nature. So, yeah, I mean, and I constitute her as just as all these other influencers. I saw a video with David Pakman earlier that just, it was basically the same horse shit, just fucking spun differently. All these influencers out here, they argue that persuasion must be soft, agreeable, humorous, fun, lighthearted, blah, 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 blah. They're implicitly saying the validity of truth depends on how it makes people feel. It doesn't elevate empathy. Okay? It weaponizes fragility. If truth must always appeal to comfort, then any atrocity can sustain itself by people feeling comfortable enough to ignore it. That's literally how slavery, sexism, and now speciesism persist. Not because debate fails, but because people choose not to engage. when debate succeeds in making them uncomfortable. That's a societal issue. That's a philosophical issue. We need to shame people more. We need to find more disgust with them. Isn't it amazing? Somebody can get canceled because they did an act that was racist, but they could stab an animal in the throat and you'll still be friends with them, go over to their house, call them daddy, take them on trips, buy things for them, be friends with them, eat at the same dinner table, sleep next to them if your name is Oliveira. I mean, yeah, drive by. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, God. Just stop. Just like agents are responsible for their own epistemic conduct. You know, this like people people have to choose reasoning over all else. That's the standard we ought have. I don't want to hear people don't. Well, they don't in some situations. They do in others. They do when it's something that they want to recognize the logical consequences of, like human rights that they already appreciate. If they don't already recognize it, then we should shame them to the point where they can't escape the logical consequences grasping them. But yeah, every rational agent has a moral obligation to align their beliefs with reason, evidence, and logical coherence, regardless of the emotional cost. If any person refuses to do that, they're not being unaligned with psychology or this implication here. They're being irrational. Their autonomy, doesn't absolve them of responsibility. And if anything, it grounds it.
During vegan advocacy, you want to show that the animals deserve rights of debates, but during vegan advocacy, you want to show that the animals deserve rights, whether the non-vegan thinks so or not.
With human advocacy, you want to show that the human deserve rights, whether or not the human believes so or not. Congratulations, you've just admitted what this is really about. Sales tactics, Natalie. You believe that this is a matter of getting somebody to go for a vibe, a feeling. Just surrender to that's just how people are. You treat humans as passive neurons instead of moral agents. This is a rejection of what makes persuasion worth attempting in the first place. The assumption that people can and should think. Okay? The idea that people are not able to rationalize, or if they are able to, should not, is just the biggest fucking lie ever. So I gotta come up with a word for this. Like a term. Like this is like fucking comfort politics. This is just like these people frame it as being tactical. They're being tactical. They're just thinking, in favor of animal rights to the best regard. It's actually an existential issue. It says, people are ruled by emotion, so let's work around it. That's just the concept of fatalism dressed up. The belief that reason has no jurisdiction over our feelings. History refutes that. Hate but love to tell you that. History refutes that. Every progress movement was powered by those who refused to let discomfort dictate moral inertia. Abolitionists didn't wait for palatable framing, right? Again, ask Frederick Douglass. Suffragettes didn't wait until men felt receptive. Vegans don't need to make carnism comfortable to make it untenable. The untenability rests upon the contradictions that already exist within a carnist attempts to name a trait or set of traits that we know they're not legitimately going to bite the bullet on. So the framing, what is it?
I want to show that the animals deserve rights, whether the non-vegan thinks so or not.
No. The strongest reason to ever believe in a position is literally because the person legitimately fucking thinks so. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, just get the person to believe in, black rights, regardless of whether they really think so. Convolution. Yeah, no, it's convolution. Condescension. You know, there's the doubt in name the trait as a challenge isn't really compassion. Kier Hate says, hey, what's up? It really isn't a doubt in name the trait as it's condescension disguised as strategy. Like, I don't think that she or these other influencers doubt the challenge's ability. I think they absolutely just dislike the discomfort that it makes people feel. It just implies people are too fragile for reason. When reason is the very faculty that makes them moral agents. I mean, you know, there's so like, this is not to say you can't use like ways to convey the logic of name the trait to people through other modes of art. Like, you know, you could use poetry, film, or entertainment, or whatever as a vehicle of reasoning. But I just don't really talk about. We're going over Natalie Fulton's, who's a self-declared vegan activist. Both self-declared vegan and self-declared vegan activist. There's an important distinction there. She made a video titled Why I Hate Name the Trait. Name the Trait, if you're unaware, is a logical consistency test, not an argument. And it just asks people what trait is true of an animal, which if true, anyone who's not vegan, what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to eat the human as you would the animal. Basically, it's just looking for a morally relevant symmetry breaker or set of breakers between the two sets of beings such that you would find it okay to kill and eat the one as you do the other. And so she has done this really like shisty move where she tries to make it sound as if she doesn't have a problem with it, even though she arrogantly titled it something as strongly as Why I Hate Name the Trait. And then she's moving on to talk about all the reasons why exactly she hates it, and she's so confident about it. Even though she's demonstrated zero understanding of Name the Trait reasonably or reliably, and she just keeps giving a rehash and a reframe of it as to the way that it doesn't exist, even though it's very simple to understand, especially with how much time she spent on it. So I believe that she's just attempting to make Name the Trait look bad simply because she doesn't like the discomfort that's associated with when people face logical consequences of their view. And yeah, I've just been exposing that thoroughly for a few hours now. I've taken a debate and talked to people through text for a while in between, but yeah.
They deserve rights because they're conscious and whether the non-vegan thinks so or not. They deserve rights because they're conscious and cognizant.
Nice. So they just have value. I have I just value cherry pie. Can't you just see the value? That makes no fucking sense. It's like, if a person rejects a moral truth that they legitimately have because it wasn't beautiful or palatable enough to them already, that's just a reflection of their epistemic immaturity. Okay, it's not the argument's deficiency. It's the same pattern we see again in not just speciesism, in racism or any prejudice. A demand that truth must appeal to one's taste before it deserves attention. But guess what? Truth is not a customer service department. Okay, so if we normalize that standard, we're just teaching people that comfort is the gatekeeper of justice. And then there's the moral danger of outcome-based persuasion. Like, this ignores the stability of the belief, the rights violations that it perpetuates. Because, like, if you're gonna be for reducitarianism, like, oh mom, I still eat with you and hang out with you even though you kill animals for food. I mean, that's fucking crazy. We never do that in the human context. That just, again, that perpetuates rights violations. That's the distinction, the core distinction between, consequentialist manipulation and deontic persuasion. Are you familiar with the ethics of veganism? Oh, good question, Ozzy. And so, you know, the outcome-based persuasion says, hey, as long as they do the right thing, the means of getting there don't matter. That is so problematic. It's utilitarian propaganda. It treats beliefs as disposable instruments. Stable ethics cannot grow from this emotional Pavlovian thinking. If the slave owner frees the slave, so you know, going back to the example of like, oh, the person doesn't really care. We just need to get them to appreciate it because objective values. What does it mean to be objective? They don't have. If an animal doesn't have value to a certain mind, they don't have value to a certain mind. They might have objective traits true of them, but that doesn't mean they have objective value. That objective morality talk is dog shit. But yeah, I mean, if the slave owner frees the slave because like a poet moved him, somebody spoke to them nicely, or whatever the fuck, not because he recognized slavery's incoherence, he remains an exploiter waiting for a new rationalization. So I would say that they're reformed in behavior, not in principle. And without principle, or you know, the inherent disposition, the oppression just mutates. You know, it's a different target, same justification. I appreciate that, Cozy. Thank you. But yeah, the idea that's just like, oh, I'll just give something to get somebody to identify as vegan, then cool. I can't read that. What does that say? Oh, nice. Thank you so much for the follow. It's awesome.
Because they have unique personalities and because it's not their fault that they were born into the body of a chicken.
Animals are delicious and a great source of energy for humans, Gruel King says. Would you say that humans are delicious and a great source of energy for other humans? Yeah. So what's the trait or set of traits that are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill and eat them as you do the animal? Gruel King 89.
Instead of a human. It's not their fault that they were born into the body.
What do you mean their fault that they were born into the body? Like, as if it's a problem. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, these animals that are going through suffering, exploitation, rights violations, it's not their fault. Like, who the fuck would word it that way? It's not the black person's fault they were born into the body of a black body. Like, what the fuck are you perpetuating this prejudice towards the concept of speciesism for? You would never do that with regards to black people. Oh, Lackland says, can I jump on? Yo, yeah, we got the Discord link going on in the description. You're more than welcome to join the channel. Go to the waiting room. I'm going to take a quick, just 1 minute break. I'll be right back. We back. What have we got? I see low fat rape cheese has joined Discord, And then Gruel King 89 says, it's the way of the world. Okay, is that the trait or set of traits? That's the way of the world? If it was the way of the world that humans were killed for cheeseburgers, that you would say that you would just fall in line and find it morally acceptable to contribute towards it? We're able to dominate these lesser animals and can eat them for energy, such as a lion with its prey, etc. So if it's a might make... Right, now I got you, Lachlan. Just join the waiting room and I'll drag you in. If it were the case that... what should we call it? Oh yeah, if it were the case, if you're trying to name the trait that it's might makes right, then would you say that beings that can take advantage of other beings are morally acceptable? So if you could take advantage of a severely mentally or physically handicapped person, is that morally acceptable to infinitely holocaust those beings for food? Let's see. Animals were given to us. Okay, I'm asking... would you say humans were given to us? Is that a godly statement? What do you mean? Lion says maybe because it's a part of life. What's a part of life? Lions do it all the time. Okay, lions also rape each other. Is it okay for humans to rape each other? Komodo dragons have a poison that paralyzes their prey and they eat them alive. Thanks for the trivia. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? So because lions do you think it's okay for you? and I could take advantage of you. Okay, right. So if you were to... Do you think that it would be morally acceptable because you're larger to take advantage of somebody? If the answer is yes, then, well, you're not going to like the Second Amendment. I'll tell you that much. Okay, low-fat cheese. You've been dragged in. Hello. Oh, wait. So sorry. Give me 1 second. I forgot to change my Discord settings. All right. I think I heard you go off.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, just wanted to have a discussion. I've been watching for like 10 or 15 minutes, so I apologize if I'm not that familiar with the content. But I'm curious to where your sort of center of your argument rests. Is it sort of the moral aspect or the climate change aspect that you find is sort of more central to your belief on this?
Yeah, so a couple things. So it's technically not an argument, it's a consistency test. I don't mean to sound pedantic, but the reason why I give that as clarity is because I could turn it into an argument, right? But it's really a means for somebody else to realize that it's a reflection of their own values. So it just asks what trait or set of traits morally differentiates humans and animals such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. No, it doesn't rest on any climate change aspect. I think that if humans were... I think if we were farming humans and it had ecological consequences to it, it wouldn't sooner be a priority to focus on that aspect, for example, as opposed to the... chief most priority, which ought to be the rights violations and suffering that are entailed from that.
Okay, cool. So it's more around rights and morals. Do you believe that sort of all life is equal, that there is no hierarchy to the ecosystem?
I know what you mean by ecosystem, but if you mean in terms of like where I apply moral value as an agent, sure. No, I have a video actually titled "Stop This Conflation: Moral Sufficiency versus Equality," and I get this all the time. I just quickly put it as, $5 is greater than $2, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke. So it's not required. Like if you believe like Einstein has more moral value than a newborn, for example, but you wouldn't kill either, then it's just simple to track.
Right. Okay. Cool. So it's not so much that there's that one life is more than another, but as you said, like $2 and $5 both can buy sets a can of Coke. It's still life, so to speak.
Yeah, they have minimum sufficient moral value is the way I'd put it for basic rights such as life and autonomy. Or they
okay, no worries. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think a lot of that arises from self-preservation mechanisms. I'm not saying that like you deny hierarchy completely, but to sort of not implement that hierarchy entirely, it kind of collapses ethics a little bit in the sense that plants are alive too, but microbes die constantly. Should we mourn the death over every microbe, for example? That being that it's still life.
Wait, I heard you say the term. Sorry, I heard you say the term alive. right? But you don't have a concept that like people who generally believe in animal rights care about things that are alive, right?
Okay.
No, that's a question.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you have an understanding of people who believe in animal rights to be such to that they value what's alive?
Well, I think it's more so around the killing of animals, right? Like the taking of the life more than talking about what's alive or not.
But when you gave an example of plants being alive, that tells me that you think that like the core value that's being appreciated there is life.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Sorry?
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah, so there's a distinction, very important one, that's to be easily and quickly made between life and sentience. Like, plants are not proven to be sentient, right? That is to say they don't have a subjective experience, a central nervous system, a brain, anything that experiences the world. Bacteria is alive, plants are alive. Neil deGrasse Tyson had I think it was a debate before with a vegan, and he kept using terms that tried to make it sound like a tree it experiences the world. He kept saying things like they bleed, they don't want to die, as if to assign agency, but there's no reason to believe that these beings are sentient, which would be the thing that, you know, people who believe in animal rights care about.
Okay, so it centers more around sentience.
Right, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, do you think that some animals are more sentient than others?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. So, okay, cool.
Is that really fascinating? Like, do you find that people who tend to identify as vegan don't think that certain animals are more sentient than others?
Yeah, well, look, I find the whole thing interesting. You know, I'm not like going to come at it like screaming at you or anything like that.
No. I'm just curious, for example, like what your understanding is of animal rights, because that kind of helps me to understand, you know, like just where you're at and
right.
How to converse.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, well, look, typically my experience with animal rights activists have been sort of like seeing them in malls and stuff like that. You know, showing videos of chicken cages and stuff. You know, obviously I understand that typically, you know, the main headlines like meat is murder and stuff like that. Yeah, but more so my question, like for me, I would sort of equate humans as the same as animals, but with a moral dimension because we are on that scale of sentience. And in the same way that other animals sort of also implement that hierarchy of sentience, and they, you know, cats will go and eat mice, for example, in the wild. You know, birds will eat insects. They do it as a means for survival. And I have trouble separating us from the rest of the animal kingdom in terms of that predatory nature. Sure, we've like industrialized it. But yeah, I kind of see us on the same plane as that.
I got you. Yeah. So I have I take like issue with the concept of the, I guess, conceptualization there of what you just stated, which was like, you said the wording, the framing was like animals have a hierarchy, right? Which makes it sound as if like they have sort of a gentle or an agent's equivalent kind of perspective, or like a sufficient degree of understanding that like a, let's say, average intelligence of a adult human has or something, right? Whereas the way that, and if that's not what you mean, that's fine. But I just want to clarify the connotation that comes to mind when I hear that wording. And I think probably reasonably, you know, the audience would think of as well. Because...
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So what I mean in terms of that hierarchy and that sentience hierarchy, obviously like humans can compute at a very high level. You know, chicken, not so much. But it still can compute at some level. But in terms of that hierarchy, I mean that a chicken wouldn't regard a cockroach and its moral rights. It would just eat it if it's hungry. But it wouldn't go after a dog or a pig or a cow because it knows it's not within that hierarchy system.
No, I gotcha. And I figure that's what you mean, but I was just delineating the sort of connotation versus likely the denotation, or what it is you mean. And the reason why I do that is because I think that causes some kind of confusion, perhaps maybe in your thinking, or even if not, at least I could see how it would for other people. And that is that, you know, if animals have these sort of primitive defaults to, you know, just react in such a way where they go, like predators go after prey, that there's any sort of semblance of reasonability or credence we should give towards the idea that humans having a hierarchy with regards to animals as agents would say anything about whether or not moral value with regards to the right to life and autonomy ought drop off. And that would be problematic if one were to commit to that position, because you know, I there's all sorts of things that animals do that we wouldn't want to imitate that they do, and I'm sure you'd agree. But you know, anybody who would conceptual, if what you were saying earlier was like, you have, I think you said something along, forgive me, I'm paraphrasing, but something along the lines of like, you know, you have a hard time ascribing or finding there to be a problem with us having a hierarchy if like animals have a hierarchy. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, if animals like don't care about who they eat, so to speak, why should we?
Yeah. So that's the equivocation, right? The conflation is the idea that they don't care, and that connotates some idea that they like understand what it is that they're doing. Whereas it's just like a severely mentally handicapped person. They don't have an idea that if they like, you know, step on a cat's tail that they're causing them harm or they're getting off on it. You would just attempt to prevent them from doing it. Yeah. And so like the reason why we should care is because the same reason why we would care that like two children that we have are fighting, and if they're like just newborns or toddlers or something, let's say, that we would want to break them up regardless of whether or not they would do, you know, atrocious acts.
Right. Gotcha. Absolutely. So, to tell me if I'm incorrect, but just to sort of, what's the term? Like rubber ducky it back to you. So what you're saying is that, yeah, it's like explain to a rubber. Anyway, don't worry about it. So correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that, these animals who eat other animals in the wild are acting on instinct, whereas we have that ability to, that moral capacity, to kind of think about what we're doing, and then therefore we should choose a different path as to not eat these animals.
Yeah, it's like permissibility versus culpability. Like the animals are you know, it's not permissible to do what they do, but they're not culpable either. Like I wouldn't hold my dog who killed my cat account for having done the terrible act that they did. I would just say they ought to be in a home where they can never harm them again, because that was like a terrible thing that they would have done. But thank God we could domesticate them and just keep, you know, these beings safe from one another. But I would never derive my morals from my dog who killed my cat and be like, well, you know what? They didn't care when they bit my cat, so like I'm gonna eat my dog or something like that. Like that would just be terrible.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand that point, and I understand that yeah, obviously not everyone thinks the same morally. That's why, you know, you've got your YouTube channel and everything like that. But yeah, I can understand what you mean. Can I ask in terms of
can I just real quick, like not just understand, but sounds like you actually agree that that's a reasonable position, right? Like you wouldn't want to derive morals from non-agents.
Yeah, look, I think I can understand your point in terms of that, like, you know, we have that capacity to moralize and think about our actions and, you know, not just act on instinct.
Sure, no, I don't understand it, but do you disagree?
I would say it's a bit of a mix. I would say that while we try, you know, we have a big frontal cortex, we try to think about our thoughts, but at the end of the day, a lot of the times we're controlled by, you know, our amygdala or our base urges. And so I think that very rarely people kind of get to that higher order level, but I think
Wait, but that's
it's
actually
mixed.
distinct,
Yeah.
though, right? Because, like, I'm not asking if people, like, fall into psychological defaults to some degree because, like, willpower fails them. I'm trying to say the concept of a moral view or developing a philosophy is something that we'd hold to, right? Like, you for example, would believe that even if you want to punch somebody, that generally who's like, you know, I don't know, who cursed at you on the street, that like doing so would still be a wrong or a rights violation unless it came to the point of like obviously defending yourself, right? Like it's like you may have temptation, but there's certain things you wouldn't be tempted to do, presumably, that you're not gonna worry about falling in line with. Like you're not gonna be like, damn, like, I don't know, there's this person I just want to murder, and you're he's like technically innocent, and you're just like, I really want a cheeseburger, so like I don't know, I might fall into my old ways and just like kill and eat them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I agree that, you know, we can choose to take a higher path.
Yeah. Okay.
I noticed that, yeah, so I can agree with that. I can agree that, you know, on that point. I disagree that I think it's bad under that structure to eat animals because of that hierarchy thing. But yeah, no, I can understand.
I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what you disagree on, because we both agree that minimum sufficient moral value can exist even if you have a hierarchy, right?
Right, but I don't think that the act of consuming another animal would put you in that box of violating that moral scaffolding. I think that there's a number of different, you know, I'm not a Christian freak or anything like that, but
Sure.
in the Bible they distinguish kill and murder, you know, as two different things while being the same act. And I noticed that a lot of vegan, you know, content focus on the treatment of animals. I'd like to ask, do you think that animal life under a good husbandry or under a good farm is acceptable? Like the treatment of the animal before death, if good, is more acceptable morally, or is it all bad equally?
I'll answer two things at once. Both with my view and an invitation for you to ask yourself, right? So just ask yourself, if we had an idyllic human farm, would it be morally acceptable to kill and eat the humans? So it's all going to come back down to the other thing that you were saying, which is something about how you don't view it as a rights violation, but it's actually circular, because we're wondering what the trait or set of traits are that distinguish humans and animals, such that you find it okay to kill and eat the one, not the other.
Right, absolutely. And I would, yeah, okay. So I would point back to our earlier point that, you know, humans do have a distinguished moral capacity that would, you know, distinguish us between you know, animals and ourselves. So I understand your point about, like, you know, if we're in a survival situation, would we go about, you know, eating humans as well? Like, what would distinguish that? I totally understand that, and I don't like Soylent Green as, like, I like the movie, but I don't like that dystopian future at all. But I'd ask you, if death is inevitable, the moral metric should be the quality of life before death and not the avoidance of death itself, should it not?
You said the what metric?
The moral metric.
What does the moral metric mean?
The quality of life before death. So, like, whether we judge whether that
index...
act is good or bad.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So with regards to killing and eating a being for food.
Yes. So if you treat a chicken really well, would that make it more okay to eat that chicken if it's had a great full life and really premium food?
Wait, you said, would it make it okay, or would it make it more okay?
Yeah, more okay.
I mean,
so, like,
yeah, well, to answer the question, like, it would make it as more okay as it would that if a man was going to rape a woman, he uses a dildo instead of a spike dildo.
Okay,
I mean, like, right,
funny.
like,
yeah,
like, you know, like, you shouldn't kill a person, but if you were to ask me, is it worse to torture a person before you kill somebody? Of course, I'm going to say that one's worse, but they're both wrong, right? I mean, like,
right,
you know, the intuition. I was just going to say, the intuition pump that exists with the name the trait is something like, and I don't think I'm coming across in any sort of like, you know, angry way or anything like that, but
No.
just like, these are all things that, as complicated as they might seem in the animal context, if you realize you can't name a trait or set of traits that morally distinguish humans and animals such that that's okay to kill only the one, not the other, if you just plug it in to name the trait as it exists as a consistency test, you'll get your answer from your own view. And you don't even have to worry about, like, you know, what does Cold Poison think? What, like, it's like, fuck what I think. You know, like, what, at the end of the day, when you go to bed, like, when you hit the hay, what do you think? You know, like, is it wrong for you to do an idyllic farm? Like, we have retirement homes. Like, you know, it's just like, this lady's 82. She's got dementia. Like, did you see the video about the guy in the United States who, his parents, he suffocated them and then he took like their money and then, he sent it off to the Philippines.
Oh, that's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah. It's wild. I watched it a few days ago. Not on live or anything like that, but it was like, dude's a psychopath and he just doesn't regard deontic rights, is what we call them in philosophy. But anyways, yeah, it's all just to say that, like, you know, any intuition pump that's currently hard for, I think, people who currently don't appreciate animal rights or non-vegans to see is really resolved by their own view, to even align with the vegan position and not be able to help but agree, as you have throughout this conversation, by just, you know, performing name the trait on yourself. And that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, definitely. I can understand that. Okay. Yeah, I would say that where I sit at the end of the day is that, look, I do think that humans are different to animals. You know, we do share traits with animals, as you said, but, you know, basically because we are humans and we build things, you know, that makes it okay.
I agree that we're different as well, but just so you understand, name the trait is only asking for a morally relevant trait or set of traits that distinguish the two. And so if the trait is something like, you know, having higher, I think the last trait you technically named was like higher moral capacity or something. I take that to mean just something like higher intelligence or higher sentience or something.
Yeah, like being able to like have metacognition about your act. You know, like we can, you know, like we're talking about the meta of, you know, the moral of eating meat. But yeah, no,
but you don't think
so?
That, like,
from
this
not
being,
moving whatsoever at 2
on my live stream, named Bree, who's severely mentally handicapped, has any sort of metacognition, right?
No, not out of like very basic. Wait, sorry, you changed your screen. Are you talking about the chicken or the? Okay, sorry, my mistake.
Oh no, yeah, you're fine.
Quickly. Yeah. Okay.
So this is great. She has the intelligence and sentience of about the level of a fish. So she doesn't have metacognition.
Okay.
And I doubt that you would find her okay to kill and eat for food.
Of course, that would, no, absolutely not.
And I can anticipate that the answer would be, of course. But the interesting thing is that I didn't get there from, technically speaking, the trait that you named. It was only from figuring that when people attempt to name a trait or set of traits, that they actually don't hold any morally relevant distinguishing traits between animals and humans.
Gotcha.
It's okay to kill and eat them. They're technically logically inconsistent, and they just haven't thought about their view.
Okay. So would it being around because she's a human, that way, I guess that would put me in the speciesist box.
Wait, because she's a human, does that mean her DNA?
She is a Homo sapien. She is a physical human. Yeah.
Right, which I take to mean the technical possession of her DNA. Like, even if she were to look different or something like that, you would think that as long as she possessed human DNA, she'd be okay.
But it'd have to be completely human, you know, born of a human. Because I understand, you know, bananas, for example, have a high percentage of DNA match with humans.
Wait, what does? I'm sorry?
Bananas. Like banana DNA, I think, is like 80% similar or something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah,
you mean like
it's
the
very
fruit bananas?
Yeah, sorry, I've got an Australian accent. That's why.
No, it's just, I've never, what? How do bananas have 80% similar human DNA? I've never heard of that before. Oh, okay.
Yeah, over half of their protein coding genes. Yeah, we have a common ancestor with bananas billions of years ago.
bananas common I swear to God for trolling me, dude.
No.
Ancestor humans. What is this? Wait. Humans manage their common ancestor from 1.5 to 1.6 million. Okay, well, you learn something new every day. That's interesting. But yeah,
I thought that was what you were going with, like, therefore, like, the DNA, well, like, a lot of human DNA is in other animals. Yeah.
No, no, I wasn't. So you said, to clarify, I think you said that they have to visually be similar or something to a human and have human DNA, or what was it?
Yeah, like, they have to be a human, you know, basically born of a human, the way other humans are.
Okay. So if Bree was born of a human, when you say of the way humans are, you mean to say possesses 100% DNA?
Yes.
I think it cut out.
Sorry, I said yes.
Okay.
Yes, if she's... Yeah, my mistake.
No, you're good. So 100% DNA. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, if there was a being that was subjectively similar to Bree, but technically had cow appendages and non-human DNA, would they be okay to eat?
Probably not, because I don't know any scenario where that would happen.
No, but it doesn't... Wait. But you understand that the question or the hypothetical, the thought experiment being posed to you is just trying to figure out the reasoning, not figuring out how practical it would be. It's like if I took you back to the 1850s and I said, there was like a slave owner who was like, hey, it's fine to, you know, enslave these black people. And as a black rights activist, I said, well, what's the trait? And he said, it's being white that makes it acceptable. Black that makes it acceptable to enslave them. And I said, well, what if your consciousness was transferred to a black person? He laughed at me and said, that would never happen. And I'm like, but wait, the black people are literally the reasoning applied to the thought experiment. So the real world example is going to be the animals that you would pay to be killed and eaten for food. But the thought experiment of the specific example is just a tool or mechanism to help you realize what your logic justifies.
Right. Okay. But I mean, under your assertion, it was like a human with cow appendages, right?
Well, no. So they subjectively look similar to a human, but they technically have non-human DNA. They've got cow appendages. They can't reproduce with humans. You know, the whole 9 yards. Like if you actually look and read the encoding of their DNA, they just look like they're human, but they're technically not.
Okay, so this is a hypothetical, like, you know, biohybrid type thing that's not human, but appears human.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Look, I would say if they're not human, then that you know, depending on like the situation, but yeah, I guess that would.
The situation is just the same one that we're talking about where we kill and eat, you know, animals for food. So to make them into cheeseburgers, breathe them into existence for it. Like brief.
Yeah. Right, but in your video, Bree is human, so that I think that she would not be qualified for that.
Bree 2.0, we could say. But if I were to tap on your shoulder and tell you, hey, I know she looks human, but you can't distinguish the fact that she's really not, because the doctors came back and they actually said from, you know, Ancestry and me that she's actually not.
She's not.
Would that change everything, you know?
Yeah, look, I think it would. You know, obviously, I understand your point about the situation, and it has to be like absolute. So yeah, look,
I'm sorry.
I'd say
yes. It would make it acceptable to like farm that being for food.
Yes.
I don't.
If it's not human.
Well, yeah, that's what's stipulated. Yeah. I highly doubt you believe that. I don't think that if you were to like watch this being move around and everything like that and simply just have a will to exist, that you would just be like, dang. But she technically possesses the DNA though that's like distinct. Like she just literally wants to slap your hand and like eat fucking mashed bananas and, you know, crawl on the ground and shit. I doubt it.
And look, absolutely, it would be an issue. Like that's why they package meat in, you know, nice little, circles and squares and stuff, so you don't have to, be focused on where it came from. Yeah, and I totally understand your position.
But I take what you say by it would be an issue to mean that, like, you don't really believe in the position. You just only achieve it through some means of self-deception because it's, like, packaged away, and you're like, there are tools to indoctrinate you for it, right? Kind of like World War II, where, like, men who beat their wives or something like that. Like, there's all sorts of indoctrination that can exist, and it doesn't reflect your real values. But we're talking about what your real values would be.
Sure, absolutely. Look, I think it's okay to kill animals as long as they're not human. I'm not saying that there should be a free-for-all, obviously, because we have that moral dimension. But look, I think humans need to survive. And, meat is a great option for that.
Well, but that's not a morally relevant symmetry breaker, because you'd have to make that's a positive claim, right? You'd have to defend the idea that people can't survive off of a plant-based diet.
Well, we've seen cohorts of, vegan or plant-based diets. They have higher rates of anemia and typically more bone fractures than people who are omnivores. And I think humans have been omnivores for their entire existence. Things like B12 and creatine are harder to absorb, with a plant-based diet by itself. I've definitely
heard of studies that you're referring to, but there's a few problems with that. If it doesn't necessitate from a plant-based diet inherently, but how somebody diets, which we know is the case because, you remedy all these issues by means of getting somebody to eat the proper nutrients that any sort of diet would require. And just like a pet being supplemented foods that match the AAFCO standards, as long as it's molecularly identical to how your body would absorb those nutrients, there's no reason to believe that you wouldn't live healthfully. And of course, blood results show that. So it doesn't really matter that people temporarily clocked in results not living healthfully, which is, by the way, different than survival living healthfully. But yeah, I mean, if we were talking about living healthfully, you'd have to further show that it's like implicit in a plant-based diet, or even practically speaking difficult, rather than it just being people engaged with poor dieting.
Okay, so would you say that it's possible long-term to have a plant-based diet without supplementation?
If you had fortified foods, yeah. Do you count that as supplementation?
Fortified foods.
Yeah.
So, is that like the iron fish?
Wait, what?
Is that like putting that iron tuna fish thing in like cooking?
No.
Is that what you mean?
No, because that would just be a supplement. It's like
essential. Okay,
it's when they
it's
it's when like you order you get like an almond milk from the store, and they fortify something that didn't naturally have certain vitamins and minerals with.
Gotcha. Yeah. So added vitamins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I would say that's kind of cheating. Like if I was to make a diet, it would be completely like raw food.
What do you mean by what do you mean by cheating? What metric are we supposed to abide by? Because that's what it implies.
Let's say like a diet that's like able to be held by a human producing it themselves. Like a human could feed itself.
No, I understand you could have that as a goal, but I'm wondering why. Like, what's the problem with having a diet that's fortified or supplemented? Which, by the way, animal products are largely fortified.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of hormones and stuff in, even meat nowadays. I agree with that. What my point about it being cheating is that you mentioned that it's okay to have a plant-based diet as long as you have all this other supplementation. I would say that the removal of meat and the issues in those studies and those cohorts, I assume without supplementation, that's the kind of indicator. The removal of meat causes those things because you need a balanced diet. That supplementation coming from a big industrial, base to be able to produce those things, I think is kind of cheating.
No, so a couple things. So one, so if the supplementation is an aspect that's true of dead animals as well, then you're effectively saying it's not the fortification of the vitamins or minerals inside of the foods, it's just the foods that you're used to people having been fortified, which would be dead animals. But the second thing is that it's unclear what the moral problem is with consuming fortified foods or supplements for that matter, just to say that it's cheating, right? Because it begs the question, like, what's the problem? Like, if the only way to live healthfully without killing humans for food was to consume supplements, presumably you would not complain, right?
Of course, because they're humans. But
that begs the question.
Right, but more so what I mean in terms of it cheating is that in a head-to-head contest where we were talking about the relative biological needs of humans, your assertion was under that people can maintain a plant-based diet, and we talked about the B12 and the creatine absorption and stuff like that, and also those cohorts in some of those studies. Your assertion was that if they just supplemented, that was the flaw of the study. If they supplemented, therefore they wouldn't have those issues. I think that the issue is in a head-to-head look at purely plant-based and purely, meat or omnivore. That's like adding supplementation is just covering your weaknesses artificially versus actually viewing the diets on their own merits.
Yeah, so again, I just have to reiterate, if dead animals are fortified with vitamins and minerals themselves, which allows somebody to not be nutritionally inadequate, then the complaint that it would be done on a plant-based diet is incoherent. And then moving on to the next point you mentioned, which is the idea that, just a rehash of the concept of it cheating. You say it highlights the vulnerabilities or the weaknesses. I don't know why a diet would ever have to have the vitamins or minerals that you're trying to consume available specifically from the foods inherently by themselves. I mean, I could just name the trait with regards to supplements versus foods inherently. Like, what trait is true of a supplement, to which if it was true of a food, you would say that you wouldn't consume the food as you would the supplement, right? I mean, if it's just a matter of you trying to get in your vitamins and your minerals, presumably you would just prioritize the concept of getting in the vitamins and minerals. It just sounds incoherent to think that there's some sort of problem with that.
Well, yeah, I think the purpose of eating food is to provide your body with the nutrients you need to survive and to exist and to go about your day. And supplementation is covering what you can't get from your diet. And so I think if you can't get certain things,
what do you mean by can't get?
Well, supplementation means to provide what isn't there already, like to supplement it, right?
Would you consider it supplementation when they fortify dead animals?
Well, yeah, I agree that people put, chemicals in meat. Let's say completely grass-fed, no chemicals, like completely organic meat. There's
still vitamins and minerals they have to put inside in order to provide proper supplementation for the fortification of what they expect people to consume. But I mean, even if I granted all that, just to make the case go through, when you say it should be inherent in the diet itself, I don't know why somebody consuming supplements is not inherent in a diet itself. Like, in one form, it's just not taking the place of having calories or something assigned to it. At least not necessarily. There's many vitamins that have 0 calories. But even if they did, the point is just to say that, like, you seem to have some sort of prejudice towards the idea that vitamins and minerals would take the form of a pill format rather than like a piece of cracker or something like that, or a banana. But it's curious why that's even a problem. And then the biggest issue being that even if you had some sort of, virtue against that being absorbed, that you'd have to say that, that poses some sort of morally relevant symmetry breaker in the human context. And you said no already, that you just take the supplements.
Yeah, so a lot there. I think my main point around the supplementation was that when we, a plant-based diet can't provide all of the nutrient needs. And I'm not saying that taking vitamins and minerals are bad, but when you're trying to measure a plant-based diet against an omnivore or a meat-inclusive diet, and saying, okay, that's, those studies aren't relevant because they didn't include supplementation. I think that's disingenuous because you know that the reason why you need to have that supplementation is because you're not getting the needs. And I'm not saying that vitamins are bad, and I understand there are requirements.
Wait, I didn't get that part. You said it's ingenuous because what?
It's disingenuous because you're trying to balance the two diets on their own merits. So to add in exactly what the plant-based diet is.
Their own merits means without supplementation, right?
Yes, and I understand that there are requirements to put vitamins and minerals legally into animals. Let's say, for example, that, we have a completely off-the-grid chicken that has never had a vitamin or a mineral other than what it's naturally consumed before. I would say that you'd have, more nutrition from that than you could get from a plant-based diet or in an omnivore-based diet in those two scenarios.
Well, you say that, but that's a positive claim, and if you're not going to posit evidence for it, there's no reason to believe that. You actually should be agnostic on it until, you actually have some sort of evidence to showcase for it. But I will say that just to push the point forward, I actually thought it was really interesting when you mentioned the concept of like a cow eating grass, right? And if that would somehow give them the nutrients. I'm not led to believe that that is the case, but I will grant, for the sake of the argument, just to show you what absurd place this leads to.
Sure.
If it were the case that the cow only absorbed the fortification through the grass, you've just moved the goalpost at which point the fortification exists, right? Because it's not the case that the fortification isn't occurring. It's just not happening by somebody doing it by means of like injecting a needle. They're just allowing a cow to eat grass. So if you're just allowing an animal to ingest a certain food so that it goes inside of their body so you could eventually consume it, I don't know why you would have such a block with regards to just the equivalent origin of that vitamin or set of vitamins being inside of like a pill format, and then you pop it and you take it. Especially when the detriment is, humans dying, for example.
Yeah, and I understand you keep going back to this scenario of like humans or supplements. Which one do you choose? I think that is an extreme case, and it's not based in what we see today.
I don't know what you mean by extreme, because I'm not pointing to the practicality of how often it occurs. I'm trying to show you your reasoning, right? So if there's no trait or set of traits that you can name, then it's just inconsistent. If there is a trait or set of traits you can name, then you're welcome to name that, right? But earlier when we looked at why, you would attempt to do it with regards to Brie, you kind of went back and forth. You felt uncomfortable and at the end, but it seemed to be the case that DNA wasn't the trait. So for example, I doubt that if you were to try to add or tack on, even if it were a trait stack, the secondary trait of them having, you believing that there was like a nutritional requirement, that one, you'd find it to be justified in that scenario, and two, that the fortification would even matter whether or not it happened when an animal was eating grass or whether or not it happened from somebody producing it in a pill format. But most importantly, it's the prior.
My point around I'll address the Brie thing secondly, but firstly, my point around the fortification is not that, taking vitamins like that is inherently bad. My point is around that supplementation must be had with a plant-based diet because it can't provide the same nutritional factors or nutritional availability as meat can.
No, and I get that. And when I try to reduce down what the problem is, you say it's because the fortification occurred at some point in the process, which is why you factored it out with regards to the cow. You said, say they weren't injected, say that they just ate grass, right?
Yeah. And still, I would say that
goalpost was that the grass was the point of fortification. Why not just choose the pill format? Like it seems to really just reduce down to a block being that instead of a needle, it's grass that they're consuming. And you like it when your fortification comes from the being in question consuming the fortification of the vitamins, eating the grass rather than the, pill format.
Yes, absolutely. I think that natural processes are inherently better than artificial or synthetic processes.
Well, that's not true scientifically. There's tons of reasons and sources in science that are showing more and more that, man-made processes are, there are man-made processes that are superior to natural ones, just within the realm of health. But even if that weren't the case, presumably you'd realize that the virtue that you have, even if you did just like the idea of it coming from grass and you weren't trying to make a positive claim on like the evidence that exists therein, that you do realize that you wouldn't use that to justify, most importantly, like you said, you'd address, the finding out that Bree is actually not human, right?
So I'm sorry, I'm confused in terms of your question around Bree.
So yeah.
Like what is your
yeah. So with regards to what you just said that you did bite the bullet on, which is that like you like the natural process of the cow consuming the grass. I'm saying even if that were held constant and we were to say, okay, fine, you have a virtue towards that process, and it's not based in health because let's say you don't have positive evidence for it, you just like that natural process. I mean, if that were true of any human breeding, or sorry, not human, if that were true of any similar, subjectively similar human like Bree context, Bree 2.0, if you will, Schumann context, if you will, if that were true of them, presumably the virtue of you caring about it being natural to absorb the, traits from grass versus a pill, all of a sudden wouldn't matter, and you'd happily take the pill just so that you wouldn't kill that being, presumably.
Okay, gotcha. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Your question is like, so because I like that natural process, I'd have to stick with that. In the scenario of taking a vitamin pill versus eating a, android human appearing non-human meat bag named Brie, I would choose the vitamin pill. Is that your question?
Yeah. Presumably you would find it to be immoral to just eat the person.
I wouldn't find it immoral because that Brie is not human.
I hear you saying that, but that's just crazy, dude. Like, I mean, if that's the reality, and you would legitimately, like, that's the hill you want to die on, I would implore you to like visit some severely mentally handicapped people and write a note to yourself that like after 3 hours of hanging out with them, you say to yourself, "But what if they weren't human?"
Well, look, I think the point is that they are human, and humans are special, and that's the distinction I draw.
You say it's the point, but I don't think it addresses the legitimacy of the philosophy that you're attempting to espouse.
Yeah, look, I think if something is not human, then it's not human. It's just as simple as that.
But that doesn't tell us if that's the morally relevant symmetry breaker between the two, such that you think it's okay to kill and eat one, not the other.
Yeah, my line is that I won't eat humans. I'm not sure, like, I'm very dumb.
But
I apologize.
I think you're not dumb. I think you're very incentivized to, continue to try to justify to eat animals, and it's allowed you to eat what you call an android human, or, Brie 2.0. You visit a severely mentally handicapped farm, and they're all walking around, and you find out that they're not human, and suddenly you find that it's okay to turn them all into cheeseburgers. I mean, it's crazy. I don't think you don't sound anything like Hitler, like, at all. So I don't think you hold his views. I don't.
No. Okay, good. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, look, I'm definitely not Hitler. But yeah, no, look, I understand your point, but just because it looks like a human and, it like walks and talks like a human doesn't mean it is.
No, that's not the point, though. But it's not to say that they are human. It's to say that that's not the morally relevant symmetry breaker. Like, I'm not trying to trick you into saying Brie 2.0 is human. I'm trying to get you to realize that I severely doubt, and only you would know this when you go to bed with yourself at night, if it's true, that you would not eat Brie 2.0. And like I said, Like,
Yeah.
if you
Well,
if you
well, look-
value human rights irreducibly, it just follows that like you would find it to be too trivial of a difference to remove said trait or set of traits.
Right. Yeah. Well, look, I have sort of eaten what I've killed before. I raised chickens when I was a kid and stuff like that. But yeah, look, I think that there isn't an escalation ladder in terms of like what humans eat. So I think that obviously in that scenario that you're describing, if like we had these animals that looked exactly like humans, sure, they probably wouldn't be our first choice, but they,
I don't think they'd be our last. I think we'd eat plants.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
yeah,
a little different.
Yeah, we'd probably eat plants before these like human-looking.
But I don't think it'd be on the table.
Animals.
No, I don't think it'd be on the table. Like, I don't think even one guy would be out there like, it's tradition though, like in Texas or something. I don't know if you know Texas, but like, they're big on like dead animals. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. There are tribes in Papua New Guinea that are cannibalistic. I'm not sure if they still are to this day, but they certainly hold up that reputation. Like they have no problem with eating humans, and they know there are other humans. They obviously would probably eat meat as well. Would you say that they'd be morally clear, like in the clear?
What's meant by in the clear?
Would you say like, yep, they have a fair slate? They eat humans and chickens.
No, so
therefore...
here's what I'd say: the challenge of name the trait is that any trait or set of traits you would attempt to name that morally differentiate humans and animals, such that you say it's okay to kill only the one, not the other, is going to result in one of two things. Okay, either a logical inconsistency, or it's going to be a logical absurdity. So you could be Hannibal Lecter and find humans and animals both okay to eat. You could be consistent but absurd. But or like, this is why it's very poor when people try to perform name the trait with like Asians who eat cats and dogs, because it's like, well, that's not exactly the right crowd, but nobody can reconcile a trait equalized human. And so no, I mean, that's obviously crazy. There's an option, though, another option where you can be logically consistent and non-absurd, and it's called being vegan, because then you don't kill or justify killing and eating one or the other. You say both are wrong, right? And it would be absurd to try to name any trait that morally separates the two. But as usual, Don't take my word for it. Ask yourself.
Yeah, look, I don't think that. I think I fall. In your perspective, I fall into the second category of moral absurdity. I think that is reflected by a view of killing any sort of level of sentience is horrible and is morally unjustifiable. And I think that assumes a sense of moral parity between species, and I know the distinction between sentience and species, but based on our situation, my top issue is humans. That's where I draw the line, and so I don't think there is a parity between species morally. I think that arises solely from shared traits and not relational or contextual factors.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by parody. You're saying like parody, like humor?
No. Parity. Equivalent.
Okay. I'm sorry. With that in mind, can you just say the last part again?
Of course, yeah. So I think that your viewpoint assumes a moral parity between species, and that moral worth arises solely from shared traits, not relational or contextual factors.
Wait, it doesn't. You say assumes parity, which means I'm unfamiliar. I don't use the word often, which means assumes equivalence.
Yeah. So, basically, your point is that killing any level of sentience is morally bad, and I think that viewpoint creates an idea.
Not necessarily, no. So unlike some vegans, for example, like most insects are either not sentient or so trivially sentient that it's just like not worth considering their worth. But then again, it exists on a hierarchy. So if there's moral sufficiency for the beings that do matter, let's say it's like a cow, a chicken, or a pig, and I would say you shouldn't kill those beings. I think you would say the same thing too if we name the trait intellectually honestly, rather than maybe in the heat of the discussion or the debate. You would result in the same answer, right? Which is that you can't name a trait that differentiates the two, such that you'd say, okay, right? Because even you just last said, right, that like it wouldn't be our first choice. Then when I pressed you on it, you were like, okay, it wouldn't even be a choice.
Right, yeah, no, I think we'd eat plants sooner than we'd eat these human-looking animal hybrids.
Not just sooner, that it wouldn't even be an option, right?
No, look, I can see a world where that would be an option. But I think that the meat would be packaged in a way that we wouldn't, have a picture of the animal on the box.
Okay, right. I could descriptively see it, but just like how there's a distinction between understanding and agreeing, that doesn't mean that the prescription, which is all that we're having the conversation about, would be such that you find it to be morally acceptable necessarily. So the question is, would you find it to be morally acceptable to, consume those beings?
Yeah, I would. And I think it's fine because they're not human. And look, I understand that,
okay.
Yeah, I understand that you might think that's absurd and that...
No, I understand you think that's absurd, which is why you have to keep telling me that. Because you already know what I think.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well, I'll stop preempting it. I apologize. Those were the two options that you gave.
Those are exposed, right? Those are the two options that are only logically possible from the view which you have named. And so if it makes you so uncomfortable that you feel like, every single time that I press you on it, you don't really want to commit to it, or you have to feel like you cushion it by reminding somebody who doesn't even believe that killing animals is acceptable, that they would find it to be not morally unacceptable. I think what you're really experiencing is a lot of cognitive dissonance or discomfort with what it is that you're saying. It's kind of like when somebody is like, they start from a psychologist once explained the concept of self-deception as starting from one place with a certain belief and trying really hard to end at another, using a lot of terms that they don't really believe in order to get them there.
Okay, so look, I'll bite the bullet on that. As long as they're not human, it's okay to eat.
I hear you say it. I just doubt that that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I've never eaten a human. So look,
but you have eaten beings that are trait equalized with regards to what you named, which are Brie over here, and that's the interesting part. Because if it were
I think that yeah, I understand that humans and animals, they share traits, right? The sentience, desire to live, and pain avoidance. And that if you justify killing animals for food, you must, you're asking to identify that trait is different, and you're saying if it's found in humans, that would justify killing them too.
Logic dictates that. It's not me.
Right, absolutely. And I think the issue here is the issue around moral consideration, and that it's not a direct trait comparison, but a relational one. I think that humans recognize moral duties within their moral community and those capable of reciprocal behavior, like social contracts and, reasoning, for example.
Sorry, wait, do we move on? Do we move on to like a descriptive explanation for why it is that humans like have developed the current positions that they do, rather than a prescription for an ought? Because it sounds like that's what happened.
Well, no, it goes more to the foundation. I think there's a false equivalence to that. Of a what, sorry?
An ought, meaning like what we should or shouldn't do, or it's just about descriptives, meaning what is or isn't?
Descriptive.
Oh, okay. Well then, again, yeah.
My mistake.
No,
yeah.
It's fine. It's just I'm not really interested necessarily in what is or isn't. Like it's kind of interesting, technically speaking, for like how we got here, and some vegans think it's like useful. Honestly, as long as we are moral agents and we can't really, justify philosophically what the atrocities are for a trait equal as human, that's all that would really motivate somebody, if they're being intellectually honest with their view, to, you know, do or not do something, which is no different than the slave owner, right? He could say, like, yeah, if my wife was transferred inside of a black person, I'd you know, enslave the shit out of her. But I just doubt that that's really the case.
Right. But my point is that, you know, the moral capacity for humans is based on reciprocity, not sentience. You know, for example, like, we don't owe the same duties to non-reciprocating entities. Like, we would cover an infant during the winter, you know, in like wraps and stuff like that, but we wouldn't do that to a baby cow. And I think that it's a species coded relational morality, not this speciesism that I think you have the perspective of.
Speciesism, meaning you believe that, I believe that people are just inherently against, like, the fact that one being possesses a different species or something as the reason why they kill and eat one, not the other?
Well, yeah, I assume that your perspective on people like me is that, like, we're speciesists, right? And that's why,
No.
you know, we can choose.
So speciesist is like a loaded term, and it's like, I just disambiguate it this simply. Like, when somebody talks about the concept of speciesism, the most charitable interpretation of the view is not that they literally think that there's some like inherent virtue for or against a certain being. Like, I don't think you're born, and let's just say you're like, or let's even say you're like 4 years old, and your mom or dad takes you to see a cow, and you're just like, God, I really fucking hate that cow. Fuck that cow. Like, I doubt. In fact, I actually think that the opposite is true. I think if your 4-year-olds, if you went back in time and your 4-year-old self saw somebody kill that cow in front of you, you would actually cry, not just because you're a child, but because your baseline intuition was to find, you know, even the minimum sufficiency of the right of that cow, or the sentience of that cow being violated, to be abhorrent or unpreferred. So, and the same, you could say the same is true of cats or dogs. Like, I mean, you know, like, if this position were true about speciesism, why would it explain, or how would it explain that, like, you know, people appreciate cats or dogs? You might say, for example, well, in Asia, you might say, for example, we were domesticated, but I mean, if you look in Asia, like, somebody can just come over and behaviorally appreciate a cat or dog with regards to the understanding that they have about their sentience, and, you know, so on and so forth. So it seems like it's a much more, it's like a shorthand way when people speak about speciesism to really just say there are traits true of another species not being able to speak, you know, our language, literally things that you mentioned, which are just reducible to saying in a single word, you know, speciesist, right? But it's not literally like, as one might say, like, just because it's technically a cow that I think that you hate it or something like that. Like, it's probably culture and a myriad of other factors. But their species is, it's do you remember when, like, people had COVID and they would say that you can get, like, pneumonia from it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you said yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like, there are people debating, like, was it COVID that killed you or pneumonia that killed you? And it's like, I think people say COVID killed you, even if the technical last symptom that killed you was pneumonia. And then even before that, people have specified, well, it was suffocation because you couldn't breathe. And, like, you can keep going down the line.
Yeah.
But you get the idea. It's like just a shorthand way of saying, like, it's like a few probably main factors that are that the being is disadvantaged towards.
Okay. All right. So, look, I'd like to understand, in the example of our brie animal hybrid human looking thing, what makes it, from your perspective, abhorrent to consume that for food?
So, okay, when I look at a being whose traits were removed, starting from a human down to the level of what you named for Brie 2.0, starting from a place of valuing human rights, I don't feel as if the irreducible values that I originally had just suddenly dissipate because of the removal of the traits that you've mentioned. So it really is just like trivial to me for you to say, like, when I look at the screen, like, I look at this being and then you tap on my shoulder and you're just like, bro, but she technically has different DNA. I'm just like, that's terrible. I see her, you know, clearly experiencing the world. I understand that it's to a similar degree of like that of a fish. And it's very trivial to, like, I don't know, a baby kitten, fucking all sorts of like beings that I already assign moral value to. And I think that's all technically reducible to, you know, the beings in question experiencing sentience. But yeah, I mean, like, I just don't see a reason to remove moral value from the base rights that the humans started with.
Okay. All right. So how far down would you extend that on the you know, the animal tree? Would you extend that to all animals?
Well, well, I'd have to understand what's meant by all animals, right? Because then you could say, for example, like a fly, and I'm not led to believe that they even experience the world. It's actually extremely debatable that they do. Some people say it's because they have eyes, but that's not indicative of a central nervous system.
Right, and I guess that's more my point. Like, we've got to set the line at some level, and I think that you know, to choose, as you say, like, you're stripping down traits and just going on your gut instinct and what you feel, you know, emotionally about that.
Well, to be clear, it's the same irreducible value that I believe like 99.99% of humanity holds. Like, I don't think people looking at Bree, I think that if you are being intellectually honest and you're like apathetic enough to Bree 2.0 because you found out she was technically shmuman, non-human, I think everyone else in like the world would think that you're crazy and not kill that being. Like, I don't think that's just me. Okay.
Of course, and I think that is a result of putting such an extreme situation in the, you know, the context which we currently live.
But low fat. I don't know what the value is of saying, or the meaning is of saying extreme.
Because we're talking about an outlier situation and then comparing it to what people today would think when we have, you know, 20 McNuggets for $10.99.
Right. Is that to say that you don't see how it would happen in the real world, or that it would just be very rare? Like you said, like it's like an outlier. So I'm trying to figure out which one of the two.
I think if we were in a survival scenario and we had to breed
wait. Sorry, we're changing the context. The context that's being asked with the name the trait is held constant with regards to when you name the trait. So if I ask you what trait is true of an animal, which is true of a human, that causes the justification for the difference of treatment such that it's okay to stab the being for a cheeseburger, I mean as you would the animal. So that's why it asks that, right? Because it's asking with regards to the same context that you do that thing. It's not even asking about survival. It's only asking about the same situations that you would do so for an animal currently.
Okay. All right. Understood. All right. I understand your point. Okay. So if I was to draw the line at like, okay, only chickens and cows, how would that be different from you drawing the line at, say, insects and above are not okay to kill, but the insects are?
The minimum sufficient value for sentience has not reached something which has experienced or even experienced a subjective experience in regards to like a fly versus the being in question the beings in question. You said, I think, a chicken and a cow or something, but not, I forgot the other animal that was excluded, but like basically two beings which their sentience and intelligence level would either be that or greater than Bree. But yeah, I mean, like, just look no further than Bree.
Okay, cool. And the base around it's bad to eat those is a moral judgment, right?
What do you mean by a moral judgment? Is that a cat meowing?
Yeah, apologies. It's almost a dinner time. Tuna tonight.
That's a
Anyway,
shame. I wish it was vegan.
No, I couldn't do that. No, she's very healthy, but yeah, I don't know. I couldn't feed
No,
her
I
vegan
mean,
stuff.
yeah. Not to commit to anecdote, but like all of the lab results, literally from my cats, are perfect, even though because they follow AAFC standards. Yeah. But anyways,
Okay,
we'll
nice.
get to that later. Just don't eat her
Yeah.
for dinner.
No, of course,
what
of
were you
course
saying?
not.
I don't know.
Yeah, look, I think like your point around, it's not okay to eat brie because you look at it and like, even though it's not a human, you look at it and it appears to be a human, and therefore, that would be wrong even in my scenario. I think that
Meaning to your view?
like, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
I
you
think
do
that-
agree.
No, I'm trying to like establish your view. What I'm trying to say is that I think that moral status emerges from reciprocity and mutuality, not mere sentience. So I think that the reason why we think it's okay to eat,
Sorry, but again,
cows and
low
stuff
fat.
like that.
You could explain it as you think it might have been historically the case neurologically as our brains have developed, but that's all just distinct from if you're a moral agent who has the ability to choose better and say, you know what, because I'm an agent, I can develop my philosophy however it makes sense to a certain set of values. And if the base set of values that you care about are at least human rights, then that's just going to have to allow for trait equalized humans, aka animals. So all the beings in question that you I think would actually not find acceptable to consume, like Brie 2.0, are just going to be the cows, chickens, pigs, so on and so forth.
Of course, because they're non-reciprocating entities. They have no ability to reciprocate in a social context.
I'm not asking how it came to be the case that your brain developed that. It's a prescription. So the question is only if you would justify that. That's why the title is, can anyone justify eating animals? Not how did anyone ever come to the point of eating animals or something.
I understand that. And what I'm saying is that, we don't owe the same rights and duties to non-reciprocating entities.
When you say we don't
it's not,
owe, is that now moving on to a prescription? Like, are we done talking about like what is and talking about rather what should be?
No, I'm talking about like the way things are now, that we do not owe the same duties.
See, I only name the trait is only ever going to care about what you think should or shouldn't be the case, not what is or isn't.
Okay, cool. So let's say I think that we should not owe the same duties to non-reciprocating entities.
Mm-hmm.
That to think we do is relational morality and not arbitrary speciesism. I don't think we owe contractual rights to a grizzly bear, even, that it can destroy us. I think morality is relational, not symmetric.
So the prescription, the trait that you're naming between humans and animals now is able to reciprocate what again? Like communication?
Yeah, reciprocate morality.
Okay, I mean,
in the same way that you're talking about how we have that ability to be our own agent and think about what is right.
I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused because I don't know why you would need to move on to a new trait, or B, add a trait to the position. I mean, maybe you think it's relevant, but the point is, if you already thought it was non-morally absurd to kill Brie 2.0 just because you found out that she was technically not human, I don't know why you would need to add the trait in question of change the trait in question to this being is unable to reciprocate. I mean, that was already true of Brie, so it's not like that adds any sort of nuance to the reductio that was given to you, but it also doesn't really, like, I don't know if the first view wasn't really your view now, because you already said that you didn't think it was morally absurd to kill Brie 2.0.
Right, and I don't think it's morally absurd to kill Brie 2.0. And I think
off the basis of the human DNA or human DNA plus ability to reciprocate.
Well, moral consideration is not a direct trait, but a relational one. Like, it arises as a relation to other entities.
I don't know what that means. So there has to be a trait or set of traits that separate the two sets of beings such that you say it's okay to kill and eat one, not the other. So if originally it was human DNA, and then it moved on to whether or not they could reciprocate morals, but that was already true of Bree.
Right. So, yeah, what I'm saying is that we don't owe the same duties to non-reciprocating entities because Bree can't participate, or the Bree 2.0 can't participate in that social contract. Therefore, we shouldn't provide the same considerations.
I think I see what you're doing. Right. I think I see what you're doing now. You're saying that, like, you're trying to make it a little, yourself feel like it's a little less absurd because, like, look, I mean, she's retarded. She can't reciprocate a moral social contract. And she's technically not human.
Right. And
yeah, that's not different than Bree 2.0. That might make you feel better about it being Bree 2.0, but that's not different than Bree 2.0. And I think everyone would find that to be absurd, whoever watches this and engages intellectually honestly.
Okay. Well, look, I think that the thing you're getting hooked up on is the morality being a trait. I don't think that, treating morality as a trait is really accurate when morality is contextual and functional.
No,
a trait
morality
like
is
intelligence.
Not a trait. Sorry, morality is not a trait. A trait is just a thing true of a being. So your morality, quote unquote, is just your position on the difference of. It means the difference of the two differences of attitudes that you possess with regards to one, the animal. To the human. And so if there's a third being we introduce where the trait or set of traits that you're naming that are true of the animal, which if true of the human became true, and you're consistent in your position, which so far you have been, then it would have to be the case that it would logically follow that yes, your position leads you to find it to be okay to kill in the Bree 2.0, but it's absurd. That has nothing to do with morality being a trait.
Okay, my mistake. Before you were talking about, because they can't exhibit the same morality and they don't have that trait. So my mistake on that.
Oh yeah, because you could call it social contract, but it's just to say that like morality is not a trait. The trait is them not possessing morality.
Yeah, and I understand that. But look, moral systems need to scale. And I think that, as we've discussed, you've drawn the line at, flies, for example, do not qualify, but, Bree 2.0 and farm animals do. I think that if name the trait were followed literally, that, antibiotics, pest control, construction, even walking around would be immoral, killing microorganisms and animals. And I think that would lead us down to the path that the only consistent outcome is self-starvation or hypocrisy.
No, you're assuming that name the trait as a consistency test, which merely asks you if you do something in one situation versus another, doesn't establish what I think you're doing, which is prescribing. You're like carving out an ought or a should statement from that you assume is true of it, which is something like avoid any suffering or something like that. No, you could possess a, let's say, threshold deontological position, which if you're unfamiliar with what that is, that's basically a position that appreciates deontic values, utilitarianism to some degree, and just says, hey, plugging that in you could even have other positions as well. Those are just starting positions. It doesn't mean that those as base values are not held just because name the trait reminds you that one set of beings is able to be trait equalized to another set of beings, such to that you would have to be consistent and not eat either of the beings. This comes up all the time, and in my most recent video, somebody actually assumed that I valued insect deaths within crop deaths. And when I asked them how they knew what my values were, they couldn't explain to me how they just mind read what my values were. But it usually is just because, it's always the case that the person is just assuming what the other party's values are from, some way or another. But it doesn't logically follow.
Okay. Well, look, I'm all right. I understand that. So if we're not following name the trait to its completion point or its end point.
No, sorry, it's not that you're not following name the trait. It's that name the trait is only being plugged in to a single context. That context is the context to which we eat farm animals. It's not saying a context in which you would have crops or crop deaths. In fact, it's actually unclear if there would be more suffering and rights violations for wild animal suffering. Basically, if we were to not have crop deaths, many vegans and non-vegans alike cannot answer the question of if it's the case that animals eating each other alive and so on and so forth actually produces more suffering and rights violations than the alternative. Similar to sweatshops, similar to all sorts of situations. So a situation might be bad, but as more dilemmas remind us, another situation might be worse. So it's actually not clear that, first of all, it actually is something worse to begin with. But secondly, name the trait isn't entailing a certain set of values per se. It's only being plugged in to a specific value, and the one that it's typically run in favor of animal rights is just the current set of how we breed animals to existence to stab them in the throat for a cheeseburger.
Okay, interesting. What do you think I'm missing from understanding your perspective?
Well, I'm not sure that you have misunderstood my perspective, because every single time, at least I think, the only thing I think might be happening here is some kind of concept of a defense mechanism. You sound like, with all the time and effort you've put in here and not being really eager to cut me off or just something like that, like other people have, that I get the reading that you are trying to reconcile this to some regard in good faith. I just think that motivator reasoning is, in effect, and don't take this the wrong way, poor reasoning. And so if we want to not engage with reasoning that we don't actually believe in, that is to say a false preference, we have to distance ourselves from incentives that we have to believe certain things. So if this sounds like it's some sort of an indoctrination issue. I think you said earlier that you grew up on a farm or effect or something like that.
Yeah, not like a massive one.
Sure.
It was just like a hobby farm, but yeah.
And I hope you realize that the place that I'm coming from is that, as morally abhorrent in one sense that I see and believe that is, I could also absolutely imagine that a little boy who was born in 1835, that 15 years later, he comes and talks to me and he's having a conversation for the first time, and he grew up on not a massive, black farm, but just a small one. And they used to do terrible things to black people. He has a lot going against him psychologically. That doesn't mean that there weren't mechanisms to which maybe when you were starting to get older, 14, 15, 16, that you were struggling to some degree to battle against the normalization of evil that was happening in your life. But talking a bit more psychologically now, I do think that there's something going against you. At some point, though, right, innocence is not endless, so be on the lookout. This is not permission for you to do moral atrocities. And the beauty of what exactly it is that I'm doing is, by means of helping you to become more aware of the matter, I'm erasing any ounce or any trace of you being able to do anything other than to face the logical consequences of your view to see that it's wrong. Have you heard of Gary Yourofsky before?
I haven't, no.
Basically, there's a vegan activist that the farm, the sanctuary that he, helps out all the time with, it's crazy. The way that the sanctuary started up is because the person who was going to go to kill an animal was just about to take the animal's life when he realized, an epiphany, what am I doing? And had he gone past that point in time, low fat, I would not have forgiven him. And I do believe that as much as cognitive dissonance exists with a lot of people, and we should have patience with a lot of people who don't realize the evil or the wrongness that they're technically supporting, I don't think that they're all in recognition of it. But in order to give people autonomy over their decisions, my belief in you as a moral agent is to literally empower you, make you more aware. I'm not going to be like other vegans who are going to be fucking, oh, just watch this comedy video and maybe you'll pick up the hint. Do you feel kind of self-conscious now? It's passive aggressive shit. I don't need to do that. I believe in you. That's my opinion.
Yeah, nice, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to be respectful and everything like that, because I don't think that just yelling at each other is not great. It just kind of entrenches people in their own sort of bubble. Yeah. Look, I do have a question. Yeah. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was gonna say it can. Technically speaking, in psychology, it actually unlocks having negative stimuli unlocks a lot of additional reasoning or sort of processing power that your brain uses over time to evaluate, to distinguish the message from the messenger. So that's actually a really interesting notion. But even if it weren't the case, I'd still believe that humans are moral agents, and it's at some point it's moral evasion.
Okay. And so why do you think, I know this sounds like a simplistic question, but like in context of everything we talked about,
Sure.
Why do you think me drawing the line where I have is morally wrong? Or if it's not morally wrong, as you say, like what would it be? What is it triggering? What line is it crossing?
So I would say wrong. I mean, it's the same standard that I would say it's wrong in any other context, right? Well, I'd say for the same intuitions that would be screaming at you to not kill and eat your cat, that there's probably not a morally relevant symmetry breaker that you could find, for example, between Brie 2.0 and your cat, such to that, hey, they don't possess human DNA, they can't reciprocate moral values. You do already have a consideration towards this being. There might be something that particularly tunes in for you to appreciate what it means for it to be wrong. But essentially, if I just remind you that it's the same concept of wrongness that you would have in other situations where you find something to be wrong. Like, I can't say just can't you just see the value? But that's actually the biggest strength of Name the Trait, because it doesn't ask for you to see what I see. It asks for you to see what you see from your own perspective, which is why I think the next time you go to look at your cat, just ask yourself if, there'd be something wrong with the positions that you previously espoused.
Okay. Yeah. And then judge that against my framework of traits.
Yeah.
And say okay.
And in an intellectually honest way, don't just try to say yes or no. Try to actually sit with the feelings that come from, if that procedure were to happen, if you said, fine, it's okay to eat the cat, a butcher just comes in through the room, you do have to witness it. You do have to bear the burden of it. Instead of just saying, well, descriptively, I'm able to look away from it. It's yeah. I mean, I think that's how slave owners got away with what they did, because they after they would rape the woman and leave the child, they wouldn't have to listen to the woman cry and cry and cry. But I think that if they did, they would be a lot more empathetic, because obviously they're engaging with their true preference, which is to appreciate that irreducible value that they do actually hold to. And I do think you have that.
Yeah, look, I do think that I am pretty set where I am. I think that the issue around morals with the examples that you're describing is that we don't owe moral duties to other entities because of traits alone. We owe them because of relationships. And I think the capacity to participate in a moral framework gives that right and wrong meaning. And I'm sure you'd agree that is what separates us from lions eating a gazelle.
Wait, so so again, I think you're attempting to make a distinction between traits being true of one set of beings versus another. But if you're just talking about having a relationship with that being, that is a trait.
Yeah, and I think in a way you've named the trait in this discussion being moral agency as well. And I think that we can agree that.
Wait, that you think
as
I
you
think
said,
is relevant?
Well, yeah, in this discussion around, name the trait that makes it okay to eat this animal, you've discussed about humans have that moral agency to make that distinction, and that's what separates us from animals.
No, sorry, but that's not the morally relevant symmetry breaker of what says it's okay to kill and eat one and not the other.
Okay, what is?
Basically, name the trait is asking for a very specific thing. It's only one thing. It's only you have an attitude it's wrong to kill humans. You have an attitude it's okay to kill animals. Likely you don't actually believe in the latter attitude, but to prove that that's the case, in order to maintain that that's true, you have to name some trait or set of traits that distinguish the two attitudes, such that if that were true of the other being, then your attitude would shift towards saying that it's okay to kill that trait equal as being. And that's not, having agency is not a trait that I think is true of an animal, which if true of a human would allow me to kill the one as I do the other, because I don't think that human agency, or sorry, I don't think that agency serves as a moral or temperature breaker to kill either being.
I think that, okay, sorry, you give like 4 or 5 points. It's hard to keep up sometimes. I apologize. I got a small brain.
It's not technically 4 or 5 points. It's just an elaboration off the one, but I could try to summarize it for you.
Yes. Okay. Well, tell me where I go wrong. So basically what you're saying is that, wait, so you don't actually believe that I think it's okay to kill animals? I'm just trying to like draw a line to make myself feel comfortable.
I think you're telling yourself to sign off on the position without realizing the moral gravity of it. Yeah, like your intuitions would be screaming at you if you weren't hyper fixated on just saying yes.
Okay. Well, look, I think that. No, look, I think that you know, the visceral emotional reaction is different to talking about, you know, morality and talking about agency.
Absolutely. That's why Name the Trait only ever talks about the prescription, not the description.
Right. Okay. But I think that leaves out the idea. It leaves out the idea that we don't owe, you know, morality or duties to entities because of traits. We, you know, rather because of relationships. You know, we only owe, you know, other entities because of our relationships to them and the reciprocity that we have with them.
If what you're saying is that having a relationship is a trait or set of traits that helps to morally distinguish the two sets of beings, then I can understand that. If not, I don't understand it.
Yeah, like humans exist, you know, within shared systems of empathy and reciprocity and symbolic understanding of each other. And if an entity lacks that moral urges and it can't comprehend moral duties or reciprocate, it's outside of that moral community by definition. So whether
but
it
again,
like,
it sounds like we're talking within descriptions rather than prescriptions. Is that right or wrong?
Well, yeah, here's the prescription. Whether an entity looks human or not is irrelevant. You know, a human-shaped non-moral organism is a physiological zombie and a simulation of moral life and not a participant in it.
Wait, what? So Brie 2.0 is not a participant in moral life because they don't because
reciprocate. Yes.
That's like a crazy concept of rehashing the definition of what's meant by a subjective experience. Like, I don't think your cat simulates sentience. I think they have sentience, right?
Yeah, it's not like, I absolutely agree. This isn't about sentience. This is about moral reciprocity. And I think that moral agency and that conditional
but I thought you said
relationship.
I thought you said they're a zombie that only simulates sentience.
No, a simulation of moral life. Sorry, not sentience.
Okay.
A simulation of moral life, not a participant in it.
What's meant by a simulation of moral life?
Well, yeah, the Brie 2.0 is a human-shaped, non-moral entity. So it looks human.
No.
But whether it looks human,
not the example. I'm wondering what the words to you just mean. Moral life. Like what is that? If you're to just tell me like a definition of that, like what's moral life? Moral life.
A life capable of participating in that moral framework, like a life that has morality.
Why would it be a simulation of someone who can reciprocate morality when they're severely mentally handicapped and they don't look like, I don't look at Brie and I don't think that they can reciprocate more. I don't think it's simulating anything.
Well, no, the human Brie is not simulating anything because Brie is human.
No.
The Brie 2.0.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Brie 2.0 isn't human. It's human-shaped, but it's a non-moral organism. it's a zombie for all intent and purpose. It's a simulation
I don't know
of
what's meant
what
by
moral life is.
Right, that's the part where I lose you. You say a simulation
Yeah,
of
so-
what moral... Wait, you say a simulation of what moral life is. But again, I don't understand what moral life means. And then you try to define it as that to which they possess a moral view. But if that's all it means, I don't think Bree is a simulation of a moral view. Like, I don't even think normal Bree... like, are you trying to say normal Bree does? Simulate? I mean...
No. No, I'm saying Bree 2.0. Okay, so...
No, I get that.
If you're...
No, I get that. But, but this brings into question even Bree. Because even just Bree... Like, are you gonna say that they have what's the term, moral life?
Yes, I would. The human Bree would, because...
But they can't reciprocate because they're severely mentally handicapped.
Well, that's why moral status is relational.
What do you mean by moral status is relational?
Humans ascribe the moral status to other entities based on the relationships they have with them. Okay. Not based on the traits.
So, well, that is a trait. Like, the relationship that you have to another being, if that's the thing true of a being such to that's what helps you either as one trait or multiple traits to not kill the one being as you would the other, then that is a trait. That's a thing true of the being. And you're saying relationships, I assume you mean the, like, external value.
Yeah, so in the case of Bree, the human Bree still belongs to the species that produces moral agents. So therefore, she is protected by a proxy membership to that community. A non-DNA human lookalike or a non-moral animal does not.
So number one, that's a trait. That's still a trait. That's still a thing true of the being, is belonging to a species that possesses moral value.
Yeah, and it's a relational trait. And that is the trait, the moral agency.
Right. Well, it's that and it's right. So, I mean, yeah, like Bree 2.0 solves that issue. They don't, by means of not being human, but just looking human. Okay. So that's what you mean. You mean to say you say simulate moral life. I think you mean to say they don't actually come from
the Bree 2.0. Like. Yeah. So Bree 2.0 is a simulation of the real Bree because it's the fake Bree.
Well,
right.
It's not
so
really
what I'm saying
fake. It's an alternate version. Like they actually have a subjective
simulation
experience. No, they actually have a subjective experience, just as much as your cat has a subjective experience.
Right, but the Bree 2.0 doesn't have moral agency.
Neither have moral agency. I think you mean to say they don't belong to a species that has moral agency.
Right, sure. I think that the human Bree would still have moral agency, albeit impaired, but as I said...
Wait. No, if a being is severely mentally handicapped, then that they cannot possess agency. That requires some level of intelligence to understand the decisions that they're making to be an agent.
It can be an impaired moral agency just because it's
What's
not...
meant by... Wait, so it seems like we're using a poor definition of moral agency. What's meant by moral agency?
Well, the moral agency is the ability to determine the relational context of morals between entities.
I don't know what that means.
So the capacity to participate in that moral framework gives that right and wrong meaning.
And what's meant by
in the case...
capacity to participate in the moral framework? Just belonging to the species?
Yeah, and reciprocating.
That's not the connotation that comes to mind when you say that someone is a moral agent. Like being a moral agent connotates that the being in question is able to make decisions about their their beliefs and whatnot and what's around them. Not that they belong to a species of other beings that can do that. That's the trait is just called then belonging to a species.
Okay, well, look, I think that you're getting hung up on the impaired moral agency there. I think that
you started to change the terminology and it got really weird because
No, I apologize.
You sounded really like normal for a while there, but I don't know why we changed the definition of moral agency to mean both what it originally was, which is what we agreed for several minutes in a row, that the being doesn't have a concept of morality, but then also that they just belong to a species. It's like a big jump.
Yeah.
I'm a little weirded out.
No, well, look, I don't think that is a big jump, because I think that Bree exists within a system of shared empathy and reciprocity and symbolic understanding. We have a symbolic understanding with Bree, the human, that we need to take care of her, and obviously that's what's happening. The Bree 2.0, an entity that is not part of that shared system and that reciprocal nature.
So that's still, when I say a big jump, I just mean the connotation, meaning the imagery that comes to mind changes a lot from being able to conceptualize and make decisions about morality versus belonging to a species. And to the other point, I don't think that if the mom here or caretaker was, found out tomorrow that her being that she was taking care of was not actually human, that she would say, okay, time to eat her.
Right. My point is not necessarily that, an entity has to have a certain level of moral agency to fit within that definition, because, again, moral status is relational, not biological. Humans grant moral consideration to other humans because they exist within this shared system. So in the same way,
we're going back to the descriptives point. We're only talking about prescriptions. So if you're saying it should be the case that people only grant moral value in relation to beings that you share the same species of having moral value towards, that's absurd. I mean, just again, if the mom found out tomorrow that she didn't share the same species of the being which possessed moral value, you could say it's relational all you want, but that's not going to change the absurdity of just wanting to fry her up to barbecue. And yeah, Jed, that is Bree 2.0 physically being in reality are just going to be the beings that somebody justifies killing and eating for food. So here's where I'm at, Low-Fat, because I have to give you an update. It's just kind of a meta view. For a while there, I thought that you were trying to engage with me honestly, but after a while, it comes across as really subtle, sophisticated, low-key trolling, wherein you just casually say things that are really absurd and start to make really big logical. Even you accepting and saying okay is actually a major red flag, because I was kind of testing the waters by actually being honest with you about that, and you accepted it too soon. So
I was more sort of beginning. It's a phrase of speech. I hope you don't think I'm being dishonest. I'm certainly not being dishonest.
You very well.
I'm not trying to joke.
Well, I mean, if you
could be, look, absolutely. All I can say is, what I can say. You can take me on my word or not.
Well, I mean, after I make a distinction 20 times in a row, and you either pretend to not see it, or you claim that you're dumb, and I think you did that as sort of a pretext to, moments like this. But it seems pretty clear that you're just either one of the world's most indoctrinated people, or some kind of sophisticated trolling, because again, the jump from moral agency, as we discussed it, probably 30-40 minutes ago, changed, and it's very strange to say that belonging to a species is the same as possessing moral agency itself. So
well, of course it does. So you think that moral agency exists without. Moral agency does not exist in a contextual nature. Would you agree with that?
I don't, but see, this is another thing too. We used to define terms as they were stated, and now we're saying things they existed, we introduce new terms without explaining what they mean. What do you mean they exist in a contextual nature? Just be honest. Do you really think I would understand what you mean when you say those words when we've had no prior understanding?
Well, we did, because we talked about how I was talking at least about how morality exists in a relational nature, and and I talked about reciprocation.
And I told you that didn't make any sense except to say that the trait was a relationship, and then you introduced a new term which was something about contextual. I'm not even sure.
Okay, well, let's dig into that, because that seems like where the issue is. And all right, so look. My point around the moral agency, the morally relevant trait is moral agency. under your framework of name the trait. And I define that as the ability to understand and act upon moral principles. Further from that, I think that moral status is relational and not biological.
Yeah, so I already lost
So
it. What do you mean by an act upon principles? Like what?
in the same way how you said that you wouldn't eat Brie 2.0 because she's human, you're saying that I would not do that because I have the ability to understand and to act upon the moral principles. So, i.e., you think eating Brie 2.0 is morally bad, and I have moral agency to act upon that.
No, I said
accordingly.
the reason why you would do it is not because the framing you just said of like acting upon moral principles. I never even used the term principles.
Okay.
I just said it's because if you wouldn't do it to a human, I doubt that you would actually do it to an animal.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I can clear that up very easily. Yes, I've killed animals before. I don't have any qualms about it.
Dude, that's
And
different.
you might think
That's
that
different. Wait, that the killing an animal is not the same as realizing the trait or set of traits or attempting name that are true of the one, which if true of the other would cause you to kill them for food. Like that's like saying, "Hey, I've been indoctrinated before to do something, and I've done the action." It's like, yeah, you could have done it, but not have thought about it or specifically tried not to think about it. And now that you're attempting to justify it, you're retroactively going back and acting like the justification that existed back then was because, you know, these traits that you're naming that don't really align. Like, for example, killing Brie 2.0, basically a being that's subjectively identical to Brie in every single regard, but you found out that her DNA is just not human.
Okay, sure. I can see that 3-year-old low-fat cheese wouldn't have understood, moral status, in a society. But look, and you might say this is descriptive and like not within the bounds and everything like that. But it's the case that the reason why that is because of that, that moral agency. We have a social contracts. We exist within a moral framework.
So this is going to confirm trolling in like 0.2
Yeah.
seconds flat, because you even said because you literally said as a preface, you might say that this is descriptive, even though it was explained to you like 45 times what descriptive versus prescriptive was, and you still default back onto it instead of talking about the odd. So is it the case, very simply, low fat, that if you were to look at Brie 2.0, subjectively similar species, this being walking around, that you'd say it's okay to infinitely holocaust that being for a cheeseburger?
I'm gonna answer this carefully, and I want to.
The answer is either
just
yes
take
or no.
In simple terms, yes. I think that's okay.
Okay.
Can I add some appendix to that?
What do you think? What other trait or set of traits would you possibly try to name?
Moral agency.
Moral agency is true of Brie being severely mentally handicapped.
Absolutely. Brie 2.0 is not.
I'm talking about Brie 2.0 when I talk about the reductio.
The reductio. Is that how you mean when you just say the word Brie? I don't know Latin. I'm sorry.
Wow. Sophisticated trolling. He doesn't know Latin. Wow. And look at how he waited until all the way back then to be like, or even though we said all the way back then, yeah, it's a reductio. Oh yeah. And then he throws it back on you. It's like he couldn't contain himself. He's like laughing as he fucking, laughing as he says it. It's so despicable. Well, the funny thing is, even as you are trolling me, low fat, you know deep down you wouldn't fucking eat Brie 2.0. So like, even in trying to test your position, so on and so forth, either one, it's the case that you're actually vegan and you're kind of doing what Carlos would do to me, or Shane Sargent would do to me. Shout outs to you, little boy. Wonder if your dad ever got out of prison. But yeah, so so either you're actually vegan and you just like to troll people who are vegan as well, to either you believe it's like to up their debate skills or to have fun. But regardless of whatever the point is, low fat, whether it's that or that you're trying to attempt to delude yourself into killing animals for food, they're both fucked up. I mean, there may be one version of you that's less virtuistically fucked up, but you shouldn't waste people's time when, you know, you understand that the point of this is to have genuine discussions like I absolutely believe I had with Bennett. So, yeah, shame on you. That's really fucked up. That's just despicable behavior. No, it's not fucking Latin, idiot. You know it's not fucking Latin. Who the fuck would think reductio is Latin? What are you talking about? Yeah, the concept of reductio you understood conveniently earlier on. I mean, I don't need to prove how much of a fucking troll you're attempting to be. It's crazy. I had my suspicions when I was going through the conversation, but yeah, he did a really good job, I have to say, for a while acting there, for sure. He was indistinct from how somebody would, you know, genuinely be confused up until maybe the last, like, 20-ish minutes. It was yeah, he blew it up. Like, moral agency is the same as belonging to a group members or membership species that has more, like, shut the fuck up. Like, dude, really? Yeah. Bro, not smart. Sometimes you talk fast and didn't catch it. He's so bad faith. I am not smart, but I have this concept of relational. Yeah, okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Watch him try to go to the other live stream now. How do you call him the debate? Oblivious Uncle. Yeah. Join. Do you, Twitch? Yeah.
Get the link.
And post it in Twitch?
Yeah, you should put it in Twitch as a link.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I'm a bit new to Twitch. Give me a second. Not theater mode. Oh, here we go. Expand. No. Gosh, dang it. Here we go. Go back to chat. So Oblivious Uncle. Oh, she got it too. Will both work? The fuck? Why is it different? Then click the waiting room.
Because I think you gave the text channel invite. And
Oh.
I gave the server invite. But it's the same thing.
I thought it was a server. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna take a 1 second break. Okay, we back. So, my guy, you're up with a bunch of word salad that he had to try to understand all the concepts on. You throw reductio at him, expecting him to understand that. Red King, are you Oblivious Uncle? Oh, okay. Red King, since you joined, feel free to join the waiting room and try to talk shit to my face, because I see that you're saying that I yapped and gave a bunch of word salad. Your ability to not track me reciting very simple points back to somebody who's trying to commit sophistry in a very sophisticated regard is not my fault. So, no, I didn't throw the word reductio at him then. I said it multiple times earlier in the conversation, and he understood it then. So, I didn't expect him to understand. I gave context surrounding it much earlier when it was first deployed, and he also understood it back then as well. Yeah. Is there something to eat? What do you mean, Jed? The two groups align nearly exactly, probably, but it's not because of that. Are you saying you signed up on the same reductio as him? I joined last 10 minutes ago. The guy didn't seem to be a troll, at least from what I could tell. Right, because it's called sophisticated trolling. And when he started to gaslight me like 15 times in a row after we clarified the same exact points, and then he throws at me that he doesn't understand Latin. I mean, he makes it quite obvious that he's trolling. YouTube feed recommends me the weirdest channels, yo. Yeah, I mean, it's quite unique of a debate series. Thank you for that realization. But if that's to be used as some kind of euphemism that there's a unlikability to it, then, you know, again, I mean, just join the waiting room and let's hash it out. Since you seem to have joined. I mean, I see it says Red King right there and it matches the profile picture. So. Do you plan on joining too, Oblivious Uncle? Oh, where'd that go off? Tipped? Wait, I didn't see that.
Wait, I'll go back in history.
Oh, okay. Crap.
It doesn't stay on the screen long enough.
Yeah, it doesn't stay on the screen long enough. I'm so sorry. I did not see whatever the heck happened. I have to literally play that back. It happened on Twitch? Or no, wait, did it happen on everything?
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Low Fat Cheese tipped $10. Thanks for chat. I enjoyed it. I'm sorry you thought I was trolling. I wasn't. I'll read up on the reductio ad absurdum, smiley face.
I don't think it's proof that you weren't trolling because you tipped $10. I literally had somebody in the chat earlier who offered to tip $10 if I would read their point against me out loud, and they were maybe not trolling, but they hated me too. So that doesn't disprove it. Yeah, I mean, you should just stop supporting the animal holocaust and not just send me $10. What is that? God, I can't see any of these things. Huh? Oh, someone started following. I think so. We were debating eating animals. Yeah, we're debating the immorality of killing and eating animals for food. So yeah. Are you against eating animals? Yes, so there's a consistency test called Name the Trait, and basically there's no trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause me to say that it's acceptable to kill the trait equal as being. What I'm going to ask you is exactly that question. What trait or set of traits do you think are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say it's okay to kill and eat that being as you do the animal?
Got a new follower, but I can't read it. It's too blurry.
Can't see. Oh, I thought you were being facetious. He tipped in, but it's definitely trolling. I would hop in. My brain is mush at the moment. That's fine. You can always hop in next chat. I'm probably going to wrap up in a little bit. I just want to see if Oblivious Uncle will hop on. If you're expressing disbelief that somebody can tip money while still trolling, you'd be amazed. I had a friend who would he would work at Dunkin' Donuts and he would like spend all his money just like trying to get reactions out of people. So yeah, I mean, people do the craziest shit. I think forming parasocial relationships with individuals is worth it, regardless of whether or not you intend to be honest, or maybe it's like a way of getting certain reactions out of people. You might also ask yourself what's meant by trolling. Like, it's not always that somebody 100% doesn't mean anything that they say, but that like they don't intend to, let's just say, have a full-on honest conversation with you. But yeah, yummy dunks. Huh?
Oh, he said Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh. If you're trying to joke about how taste pleasure justifies the Holocaust, I doubt he would say the same is true for humans. God knows my. Huh. Okay. Got another person who joined. God knows my. Are you? I keep asking if people that join are Oblivious Uncle. One mutual server. Oh yeah, just the server in question. Make sure that if you're intending to debate, you go to the waiting room so I can drag you into the voice channel. Okay. I disagree when he said it was okay to Holocaust spree or whatnot. I'm not saying you're trolling Red King. To be clear, I'm not saying that at all. I was just saying somebody can tip and be trolling or not intend to be entirely honest with you on something. I never said you said that. Wait, what? I never said you said that. What? I'm sorry. I've got like 3 different things going on here, bud. Another new person. I don't know, dude. I think you gave the guy a hard time. He was just trying to be nice. It's funny you say that because we had like an hour long or so. No, Red King. Yeah. Exactly. I never assumed you thought I was trolling. Oh. Okay. I got you. I think you gave him a hard time. Yeah. So I spoke to him for like a fucking hour, and we in like the beginning talked about concepts such as reductio, logical consequences. He had context surrounding it. I used it and he claimed to understand. And then at the end, he tells me that he doesn't understand Latin. When I start to show him that I have suspicion because of like different red flags, like, come on, like I explained this to you, like, I mean, not being exaggerative, about 10 times about the whole moral agency point. You know, yeah, it was crazy. No, I don't think I gave him a hard time. I think I was very patient with somebody who showed a lot of signs of being a sophisticated troll.
Oblivious Uncle is finally in.
Oh. Oblivious Uncle. What's up?
Hey, well, should I save my Twitch, or can I leave it open, or is it going to double stream
Sorry, can you leave what open?
my Twitch?
Your Twitch?
I closed it.
Do you? I don't think it would overlap, right, Love? That hasn't. No, yeah, I don't think that's been the case. I think you're good.
I closed it because it was overlapping, so I'm just on my Discord here.
Oh, for audio playback, I gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't have to hear my voice twice. It's already annoying enough.
Sounds like Kirk.
Yeah, you sound like someone I know. It's funny. So what's up?
Well, I don't know. I'm just over here hanging out with the lady. We just got done doing a little cleaning around the house, and we're just kind of up a little late. And we were looking for some debates, and I came across your stream here. I typed in debate, and you said, and this was an interesting topic: eating animals.
Yeah.
I've never really seen that as a point of contention for debate, so I just kind of wanted to hear your viewpoints on it and see if we could chop it up for a second.
For sure. So, yeah, so this all stems from the consistency test, not necessarily an argument. And it's called Name the Trait. And what it does is it asks others, what trait is true, specifically people who are non-vegan. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to find it to be acceptable to kill the human as you do the animal? Basically, what's the morally relevant symmetry breaker between the two? If you said the trait was intelligence, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped people? If you said the trait was being, human, would you be okay with eating Superman? If you said it was both, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth, and you probably get the idea. But it's just to say that the underlying reasoning behind attempting to justify carnism or eating animals results in either a logical inconsistency or an absurdity.
Okay, and so I you seem like a very well-educated man, and I give you much credit for that. But at the end of the day, is it a yes or a no when it comes to the idea of eating animals for you?
No, so I'm logically consistent and not absurd because I don't find there to be any morally relevant trait between the two.
So you would say no to eating animals. You're against that.
Yeah, I don't find there to be any morally relevant trait. Like, I can't name any trait that would separate the two sets of beings such that if it were true of the one as it is true of the other, that it would be okay to kill and eat them. Not intelligence, not species, not multiple, nothing.
Okay. And then in substitution or in lieu of the eating of animals that humans have practiced for thousands and millions of years or hundreds of thousands or whatever, are we saying that we would just go strictly plant-based diet and we would just let the animals to each their own?
No, so a couple things. So the implication is that if you stop breeding animals into existence, right, you eliminate the overall majority of the problem. For any animals that would still exist even after people were to go vegan, which obviously it would not happen overnight, unfortunately, fortunately for different reasons, then it would slowly be the case that, there would be less animals at any given time to, let's say, be put in a sanctuary. But any sort of that's called an applied ethics issue. Any sort of issues that may arise to figure out the specifics of wouldn't say anything about what we call normative view, which is the base view of whether or not it's okay to kill and eat a being for food. It's kind of like if you were to ask during slave times, I mean, hey, what do we do with all the slaves? Like, do we give them jobs? It's going to displace the economy. What if it did this? What if it did that? There would be a bigger concern on stopping the act of slavery itself. And actually, to further that point, I know you said that we've been doing it for a lot of years. We've been doing a lot of other terrible things for a lot of years. So if that's supposed to serve as any sort of justification or anything like that, I would implore you to look at your view, because I don't think you'd actually like the logical consequences of that.
No, yeah, and I understand that. I know that human history has been wrought with a lot of the wrong things to do. A question I would ask you is, and so kind of go with me here, because I really appreciate and enjoy kind of the different perspectives that you're bringing to the table. I think that it's a little bit, you're bringing something that's got more layers to it than just kind of like, should we eat animals or not, which I'm all for, and I think this is totally cool. So the idea for me, first and foremost, is where do you regard animals at the same level that you would humans, or where are they in the
No, so I actually have a video called, it's just like 6 minutes, you check it out if you want, but it's basically called, I'll give you a crash course. It's called Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. And it just basically says, like, for example, point by analogy, $5 is greater than $2. Both are enough to buy a can of Coke. You might say, for example, Einstein has more moral value than a newborn. or let's say a mom who's giving birth to like a child or something like that, and in a dilemma you choose one over the other, but wouldn't say anything about whether or not you just kill and eat the one, right? Like both would deserve the right to life and autonomy. So no, it still appreciates hierarchies. It just doesn't, it just says that there's minimum sufficient moral value for animals such that, you know, it would be wrong to not grant them the right to life and autonomy.
And I like the viewpoint that you had talked about, you know, like let's say, you know, when we went with your idea of like the vegan world, that there would be less breeding, so there would be less of those, I guess, quote unquote, livestock or like kind of like, you know, consumable animals.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm going to go back to the idea of like biologically, right? So, you know, when you have a lot of good moral and ethical points and your viewpoints when it comes to like the way that we as humans can really like interpret, you know, different moral dilemmas. But like, as far as like a biological standpoint, do you feel that there are things in a vegan diet that could replace what the, you know, some of the benefits of meat could bring to the human body, as far as like iron and the proteins and different things that from a biological standpoint contribute to a well-rounded individual?
Are you asking if I think that it's more readily available for consuming dead animals, or are you asking if I think that it's not even available in plants and we'd have to lack it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of both. I guess, you know, like if we were to tomorrow not all humans would eliminate animals from the consumption of in our diets, and it would go to a plant-based. Is there a feasible substitute for some of the things that might be lacking when it comes to not ingesting and eating that balanced diet of protein and plant?
Yeah, so there's actually no particular reason to believe that the you know, nutrients that you mentioned, for example, like, I mean, iron, protein, or anything like that, you'd be particularly deficient in by following a plant-based diet, specifically if you followed a balanced one where you paid attention to replacing the macro and micronutrients. But with regards to protein actually being the easiest because it's a macro, right? So it's abundantly found in a lot of foods. But with regards to iron, which admittedly is harder to source just in general, then yes, I mean, people would have to supplement that more on average. Likely we would just supplement or fortify more of our foods with those. And I'm assuming you just came in, right? You weren't around for the earlier debate I was having a little bit ago?
No, it just came in a little bit ago, and thanks for having me on short notice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for coming on. And so, yeah, so it's actually, you might find this to be really interesting, but I talk to people about the concept of like the fortification of supplements a lot. And the interesting like concept doesn't just end, for example, at whether or not, you know, we technically inject animals with, you know, vitamins and minerals. No, I actually think something that's a lot more interesting is what problem you might underlyingly have with fortification. Because, you know, there's kind of this like scientific concept that we're talking about. There's a deeper philosophical one of whether or not it would be justified. But since we're on the more scientific one, I think, you know, it's very interesting to note that fortification, even if, let's just say, you were against it in animals and plant-based products, right? Or let's just say you knew somebody who was. You would want to ask yourself for that individual whether or not they thought that feeding them grass, which is what the guy I was speaking to last just spoke about. He was like, well, I'm okay with the being eating grass, but, you know, not being injected. And I said, well, the fortification process would just be happening at the, you know, the time of when the cow was consuming the grass. Whereas if you just consume a pill, it happens then. So are you just like virtuistically against when fortification happens? Like if it happens from one being consuming food versus another? So likely what would happen is we would just stick iron or these other sources that, you know, plant-based diets seem to have a harder time having on their own into foods. But if you were to have an issue with fortified foods, I don't think you would if you were to like think about more of the situations that we encounter it.
So if we were to eliminate animals from the diet, and then the breeding of the livestock animals were to be reduced, and, you know, kind of things, I guess what you're saying is the, you know, the blend of human and animal on the planet, if we weren't to be consuming animals, would kind of correct itself into like let's quote unquote the natural animals that occur in the wild, or that we would see like living on their own and doing their own thing.
No, not necessarily, because like cows, chickens, and pigs. Not to cut you off, but like just to correct that, like cows, chickens, and pigs, like they're clearly domesticated. Like they would fucking get fucked out in the wild. Like that would just be dog shit. That's like cats and dogs. Like holy shit, you know. I had a Pomeranian, for example, and like, good God, there's coyotes in my area. I just would not go walking outside at night, you know. So,
it's amazing. It's amazing to add to your point there. You know, sometimes I'll look at like a Chihuahua or like just any type of dog. Like we've got a little mixed breed kind of just kind of we call the derp, right? The king of all derps. But it's like it's amazing to think like this guy was bred from a wolf. Like, I mean, this was like the mighty wolf and has now become a Chihuahua, which would not survive a second in the wild. But yeah, go on.
No, yeah, it is very fascinating of a concept. Yeah. And so, but yeah, that's all just to say that like, I think at that point in time we would not have zoos, right, but sanctuaries to protect animals as we already do. They would just be more widespread for what animals currently exist. We wouldn't breed them just to continue their species because, I mean, I think that obviously the consent problem would still exist. This kind of gets a little controversial, so I won't go too off topic, but technically speaking, I believe with any companion animals, by the time that we approach like way later in the future, kind of sounds sci-fi-y, but maybe, you know, AI advancing will help you to realize this maybe isn't so crazy, but I think we would sooner lab grow companion animals, for example, and it's not an entailment of believing in animal rights, but I mean, I think we would avoid the sort of unconsensual issue of animals being bred by like lab growing like a cat or a dog or something like that. But anyways, in the future, yeah, I mean, just to answer the point, no, I don't think we'd just let them out in the wild. I'm not for predators killing innocent beings no more than I'm for like mentally handicapped people going around with like guns and AK-47s and just like gunning people down at malls.
So okay, so let me get this right. So you're saying we're taking it to the level of like if you're the against animal consumption to the point where like bears and wolves, you'd be against them killing and eating animals.
I can't see I can't see a morally relevant distinction between a like mentally handicapped serial killer or a xenomorph and, you know, a coyote or otherwise. It's not the most desirable outcome. Ideally, we would have technology to be able to offset it. I had a dog who bit and killed my cat a few years ago, and it was extremely devastating. But, you know, thank God she's a domesticated dog, and we were able to rehome her just to a place where they didn't have any cats, and they were gonna watch her responsibly, and they don't have any little kids. They just wanted to have a dog. And so that's a great example of a situation where it's just like, hey, it's very feasible to rehome this being. It doesn't seem to be the case with like lions and tigers and bears, oh my. But you know, obviously, if in the interim we had a moral dilemma, and that was like, shit, do we let these beings continue to kill rabbits, deers, you know, like coyotes kill cats and dogs and all this other shit, or do we, you know, stop that from happening? I think we ought to stop that as much as possible.
So I've got a question. So you've raised a couple questions here, and I love your view. This is totally cool. Definitely a different debate topic than I'm used to, but you do know that cats are strictly carnivorous diet, right? So like when it comes to dog food, you know, you'll have a blend of like the chicken and barley, or the, you know, the steak and the pumpkin. So dogs are omnivores, and so are wolves. But cats, your cat food is strictly ground up, you know, animal.
No, so cats are able to eat what's technically a plant-based diet, which is just to say that it meets AAFCO certifications. That is to say it's molecularly identical to all of the nutrients that they would require. And so it, technically speaking, it's not a contradiction to say a cat is biologically carnivorous, but they can get their requirements met through their nutrients that are, you know, synthesized to be able to imitate what they require as carnivores.
And so in an ideal world, like what would you do if what you're saying were to come to fruition? What would we do with like the wild lions and jaguars, and how would they if we're gonna say like
Mm-hmm.
you're not supporting any type of killing, are we just gonna like?
No, I mean,
give them-
I would. So yeah, so it's based on a conditional. So if it's the case that we don't have technology to feasibly, domesticate, genetically change, or change, like basically help lions and these predators, and be able to prevent them from killing, and the only other alternative is to kill them, then just like how I would stop a mentally handicapped person with an AK-47 at a mall, despite how ideally I would just like tranquilize them and put them inside of a home, if they were just letting loose and they were about to kill fucking 50 people, I mean, it's a moral dilemma for a reason, right?
Okay, so this is interesting now. So what you're saying is that what you're saying is that if there's no way that you can control a population of, let's say, wolves in Yellowstone National Park from killing and eating elk, then if you can't find a way for you to feed them from a genetically produced plant-based diet and have them get on board with that, then we're going to eliminate them. We're going to get rid of them because we don't like them killing the.
Just as much as we wouldn't like mentally handicapped people just going around killing other people. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. This is okay. All right. So this is where this is great. This took a really nice curveball here because I thought this was like humans eating animals, but I have to ask, are you being like really serious that you're saying that like it's down the board that like there's no being should consume another being? Like,
well, so it's kind of weird when you say no being should consume another being, because if we're not careful on, something as ambiguous as that, you could say something that, for example, doesn't create demand or something, and it just rests on some sort of virtue. People like to bring up, for example, roadkill. I think that's virtuistically disgusting. I wouldn't eat a cat or dog at the side of the road that's dead. I wouldn't eat a human at the side of the road that's dead. I can't name the trait. So, I don't, but that's a different kind of like level of a moral issue. But anyways, if this is all just to say, we should stop murders from happening, killings from happening, right? The taking of a life from one being to another, as, best as we can, right? As a heuristic, as it exists, then yeah, I mean, we should be logically consistent. And I implore you to, it's sad that you asked if I was serious, because I mean, if you can't, and this is genuine, right? Like if you can't, reconcile a trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to have a differing attitude, then you're actually committed to the position yourself. So going back to like the mentally handicapped person at a mall, I mean, it may not be the case that it happens every day, but I don't think you'd be against the fucking FBI or Secret Service or whatever coming in and being like, we got to take that guy out.
So I first of all, I love your perspectives, and I think that it's really cool to hear somebody bring this different thing to the table. So yeah, when you say it's sad, I would hope that maybe you would think of it a little differently. The reason that I'm a little bit kind of thrown off here is that so from what I'm hearing is that there is one thing that people will do when it comes to their pets or their dogs, or maybe with animals in general, is that, so your viewpoint is that, there's an ethical and moral dilemma that you see in the killing of, and you keep on using like a handicapped person or, somebody in a mall, something like that. But you're putting these human characteristics and these human thinking qualities onto animals that have for millions of years this is just, it's just interesting to hear that are we not forcing our beliefs and our will and our ideas onto these other beings, and we're saying like, this is the way we're all going to live because I think this way and this is, I said so, as opposed to the wolf just wants to take down an elk to feed the pack for sustenance for them to live on to see another day.
Yeah, so a couple things. So, with regards to, once again, having done it for so many years, I mean, if it's not a relevant justification in the human context, then I don't see why it would be in the animal context, right? But then with regards to the specific point that you mentioned about, like, you know, shoving our beliefs down others' throats. Just as how I don't think that we're that there's anything wrong with us as agents guiding those who are non-moral agents, whether it's from, you know, humans to mentally handicapped, humans to children, humans to their cats or dogs when they take them to the vet. You know, maybe your kid gives you a fuss when you like try to buckle them in to take them to the park, and then they get there and they're the happiest ever. Something can be within obviously a being's best interest, or even if it's not, a moral dilemma for what the being would have understood had they been a moral agent. But even if they were never going to be a moral agent, it wouldn't make what they were doing right. So, you know, I don't think, for example, like my dog, Tara, who killed my cat, I don't think for example, I don't think I'm like doing anything wrong, like shoving my belief down her throat by not allowing her to just, you know, kill and eat my other cats. I think that all I'm doing is being logically consistent as a moral agent who wouldn't allow it in the human context, so why would I allow it in the animal context?
And then one example that I wanted to bring up, and I'm interested to see your point on this, is like, so have you heard like or seen the study on what the impact of wolves, the reintroducing of wolves, did to the actual river systems of Yellowstone National Park?
I've not looked into anything ecological, to be quite honest with you.
So I think you'd be interested in hearing this. Is that so? You know, wolves had been effectively eliminated from Yellowstone National Park for quite a while, and it was due to you know human expansion and just kind of getting rid of, you know, obviously wolves and mountain lions and bears. I mean, these were all very successful species as, you know, humans had started to kind of make their way west and kind of, you know, start to kind of take hold of all the different nooks and crannies of the planet. And so obviously one of the biggest threats to our, you know, daily way of life were the wolves and the mountain lions and the apex predators. So, you know, a lot of like the mountain lions, the cat is one of the most proliferous species that the animal kingdom's ever known. I mean, they were everywhere you could, you know, but they've been driven out and kind of like dead, you know, almost hunted to extinction in some parts of the world. And that goes for wolves. And so with wolves, with Yellowstone National Park, what they had come to find out was with the absence of the apex predators in the natural ecosystem of Yellowstone, the river systems, the river systems that were flowing through Yellowstone were actually starting to erode, and the quality of these river systems were not as strong. And so what they found out is that the prey species, the deer and the rabbits and the elk, were free to come down to the riverbanks and graze on the plants that were growing. Well, just go with me here. Yeah. They were free to come down and graze on the riverbanks on these plants that were growing on the sides of these riverbanks. And what they were doing was eliminating the fortified structure that these plants were providing to guide these rivers properly. Mm-hmm. And so when they overfed in these riverbank areas, the ground became less stable, and then the rivers started to like erode and to kind of, you know, I guess they weren't functioning the way they were supposed to. And then when they introduced a pack of wolves back into Yellowstone, mm-hmm. the prey animals started to not go to the riverbanks because they were cautious of being hunted. And that in turn allowed for the plant growth to regrow and fortify the riverbank structures. And the rivers actually became healthier, and the entire park actually flourished. The top apex predator coming back into an ecosystem allowed all of the animals to flourish.
No,
so
I hear you.
Are we saying that we don't want, so let me get this straight. If we're getting rid of wolves and then all the way down to the bottom to where the riverbanks are starting to erode, are we going to get rid of do we get rid of the prey species that are overeating the fauna that's fortifying the rivers, and then it's just going to collapse, or are we going to get rid of them too?
Okay, so a few things in there. So number one, I want to zoom out for a second, because I think the intuition pump would be really obvious even to yourself. I think that, you've said numerous times, for example, your view. I actually do this whole thing so that people can ask themselves, because that's actually the crux of philosophy, and that's actually the way that people, have ever evolved past, slavery, sexism, Jews getting rights, so on and so forth. And so that's all just to say that, just like in the health scenario, right? Like if you couldn't live healthfully past the age of 40, if you looked at like any sort of ecological collapse, which, by the way, I'm not technically convinced that ecological collapse would fully occur just because it started to happen to some degree. I have seen or heard that there are ecological concerns, but it's kind of like the difference between having mental health issues is not the same as having like mental illness. It's kind of like having ecological issues isn't the same as an ecological system collapsing. But let's just say, for example, right, that it were the case. I'll just grant the conditional because I only ever want to attack the strongest version of somebody else's argument. Let's just say, for example, you said, well, say that it were to happen. Like, what's your answer to the position? Yeah, so, I mean, I think it'd be the same as if it were trait equalized humans in that situation. And it would be, well, there's probably, assuming, right, to be the case that the ecological collapse of the system wouldn't be greater than the rights violations and suffering entailed by allowing humans to just be, eaten alive. Then let's just say the alternative you could pose to me would be, what if there was a greater amount of rights violations or suffering, right? We're stipulating that it's either some sort of thing that's less than that or not. And if it were the case that it was just like the rights violations and suffering of the, trait equalized humans, or it was, allowing it to rebuild, but at the expense of these beings having their rights violated and killed. I think that obviously in a moral dilemma like that, I would just say the same thing that anybody else would say in the trait equalized human context, which is that we'd have a higher priority for that than the alternative. And then finally, with regards to how we would practically handle that, I mean, I think that we would come up with like a million ways in order to try to prevent ecological collapse, but that's all just to say this is an applied ethics sort of conversation, and I'm not scared of having it. I hope you see that by means of like me engaging with it. I am fine with it, but I am most interested in when somebody engages with regards to name the trait for eating cows, chickens, pigs, typical farm animals, because it's kind of like you're back in the 1850s and somebody's talking to you about, how they're gonna not make sure the economy is so fucked up that everyone winds up in like a Great Depression if we allow all the blacks to have jobs tomorrow or something like that, right? Loose analogy, but follow the general logic, right? And then you're like, but wait, like you don't even appreciate black rights, and so like that's sort of the sentiment I have underlyingly as we're discussing this, but. I will entertain that, yes, my answer would be that it would just be the same as I would, have if the a human with reduced moral or traits were to be in that situation.
And I'll give you this, right? So when I came to this call and I saw the topic, I was like, this is pretty interesting. And as somebody who does consume animals, I will give you this. I have made a concerted effort to try to reduce my consumption of pork because, yes, there is a little bit of an ethical dilemma for me, knowing that there's been proven studies that pigs are just as smart, if not smarter than dogs in a lot of instances. And, when you look at the cultural, different like viewpoints and divisions, right? So we here in America, we love our dogs. They're our pets. They're part of our family. They're amazing. But then if you go to China, they have those, those, they eat dog, and they have that dog festival where they do some horrific things to dogs. And so I try to consciously reduce my consumption of pork because just knowing that I guess, yeah, you're right. It in a sense, like as conscious or as aware of what's going on in their surroundings as a dog might be. Now, I'm struggling to get to like the cow part. Chickens and fish, I'm kind of still like okay with that because I just feel like they're pretty. I guess I don't mean to insult them, but they're pretty simplistic in their mindset, right? They're just very like see, eat, just survive and kind of not reptilian brained, but simple minded. But but yeah, so this was interesting, and I have to give you credit, Cold Poison, because I thought this was going to be a talk about human consuming animals, and then when you were like animals as a whole shouldn't be consuming other animals, I'm like, okay, now we're going against like millions of years of genetic coding and what this is like the natural set of the world, and that was a little bit of a curveball, which was it was cool, right? But like you can't you can't logically say that like we can't. So I wanted to ask you another question. Sharks, right? So like let's take your opinion on sharks, right? Like, what do we do with those? Or they being like, are we just gonna like, do we want like, are you gonna apply the same like ethical code to like in the ocean and we don't want like like prey items in the ocean to be eaten? And we do know that sharks actually contribute to healthy biological ecosystems within an ocean to be able to keep populations in check. And just like with the wolves and bears, like getting rid of the sick and the injured and keeping these populations stronger as a whole by the process of elimination. Do we go into these oceans and eliminate them? What's your whole take on sharks?
Sure. So thank you. Let me just start from the beginning from there. So with regards to the aspect of like, or at least from the beginning where I remember. Oh, yeah. The intelligence component. It sounds to me like intelligence is very important to you because it's brought up a lot, right? I mean, you mentioned the comparison between pigs and dogs, and then, of course, like, eventually chickens. Sorry, what's that?
It sucks that they're aware of it. Yeah, to be blunt, yeah. It sucks that they're aware that, like, they're in a shitty situation and they're like,
Yeah, so I think this is... So, okay, I hear you naming the trait intelligence, but I don't actually think that that is a morally relevant trait to your own view. And I'm not going to assert that for you, but I don't know if you're still watching the stream. There's actually a severely mentally handicapped human that once lived. She's not with us anymore, unfortunately. But her name is Bree, and she was to the point where she actually had what they measured to be a similar sentience and intelligence level to that of a fish. And so she had this caretaker. She didn't live very long in her life, but, she couldn't understand much. Definitely less than a cow, less sentient and intelligent than a cow. Maybe it's comparable to a chicken. I think chickens are still slightly more sentient and intelligent than fish, from what I understand. Regardless, the point in question is just, if intelligence truly was a morally relevant consideration to you, right, you would look at this being and you would say something like, just like what you were saying, like, it sucks that they're aware, but God, why do they have to be so dumb? So it might not be the case that it's as much a correct explanation with regards to your own preferences, as it really is just that you are attempting to reconcile what you think the morally relevant trait or set of traits are, and then, even when you plug it in and you realize that it doesn't work, which really seems to be the case with all people. Honestly, when I perform name the trait, I find, and this can only really be the case, that it follows from people's core values that they actually do appreciate, because they irreducibly appreciate human rights, that animal rights follow unless they can NTT, name the trait. But anyways, so with that out the way, the defying what we've done for millions of years, remember, it's very important. I don't mean this in any sort of rude way, but, natural disasters, pandemics, right? Of course, humans doing atrocities to each other, but whether or not it's relative to an agent or not, there's all sorts of natural things that were terrible that would happen. And even still, we're trying to fight. Like, we're trying to fight cancer. We're trying to fight terrible fucking shit. Like, it's the things that, naturally occur, whether biologically or not, we don't necessarily prefer. Maybe there are things that happen to be natural and good, but it's certainly not a necessary indicator. I'm sure, you would agree. And then finally, with regards to the sharks point, yeah, I mean, so again, it's all going to be conditional based upon the totality of the values in question. Honestly, I don't know enough about the, truth of the matter with regards to, all the consequential implications, but all I can do in place of that, right, is just offer my my conditional, which is, what would I do if the consequences were X versus Y? And so if it's to such a degree that it would cause ultimately more unpalatable circumstances, and that's something to the effect, most likely, of more rights violations, suffering, so on and so forth, then I would, opt for the other world. And it may be the case that that entails keeping sharks. Like, I don't know, maybe in turn, fucking an island collapses and 1 million people die if we don't have sharks. Like, I don't know. But obviously, if the conditional were something that I would be comfortable with the same moral dilemma as if the beings in question started out as human and we started to reduce traits between the two sets of beings, then yeah, I mean, my position would just follow logically from there. And I would hope that that would be the case for any person who's, in my shoes. I would hope that they would just be logically consistent on the sort of values that they apply for any sort of moral dilemmas that they have.
Okay, yeah. And so the thing, here's a question that I would ask you, and I'm curious to hear your take on this, is that when you at the bottom of what I'm getting at is that you're saying that there's, we're applying the same, ethical, standards of, just not, wanting, animals or humans to kill or, be killed. But when I talked about like the ecosystem of like an ocean, right? Or like, is it not the prey animals, whether it's the deer or the rabbit, or whether it's the fish in the ocean that like feeds off of coral that, that they, like, isn't their thought process to consume and live and to eat what would sustain them to grow and proliferate? Because at the end of the day, like everyone's goal is to pass their seed on and propagate the species, and that's the life cycle. And I mean, humans have definitely put some more thought into it and given it more, of being able to think about like, why am I here, as opposed to animals, which are just like, I need to eat and I need to survive. So if we're going to get rid of the predators that are keeping populations of these prey animals in check, which is in turn keeping the actual basis of the ecosystems that they live in, whether it's the plant structures and or the plant life that keeps the rivers healthy in Yellowstone, or it's the fish that, reducing the amount of fish that could contribute to like large seed plankton or algae blooms. If there's not enough, if there's too many of these fish that are overeating, like, the plant life in the ocean, isn't that the same? Isn't that the same idea? The prey species isn't going to stop consuming what they need to consume to survive. So if we remove the predator species to keep the prey species in check, then you're looking at a fundamental collapse at the base level, which is like the organic level. So are we saying that the rabbit or the elk that overeats the plant life that's on the riverbanks of Yellowstone, that's actually going to contribute to the river being unhealthy, like not being like fortified and strong enough, and then degrading the land as a whole? Aren't they, in a sense, the predator when it comes to that plant life? And what do we do about that?
Yeah, so, okay. A few things. So, no, I'm not led to believe that, from every intellectual academic scholar that I've ever followed, that there is like a, realistic threat to the concept of ecological collapse. I just am not. Like, it could be the case that it is inevitable, but if we're talking about specifically the practicality, no, I'm not specifically led to believe that. However, with regards to, if it doesn't sustain them, I think, if I understand it correctly, I think that the question reduces down to something like there's essentially two choices. One is that the prey animals could continue to generally have existence for X amount of years, and the other, but you know, in turn, be eaten alive and you know go through massive suffering, or they could just not exist in the first place, and although they wouldn't have the benefit or privilege of existing, they wouldn't go through that thing in question. And I think I'd say the same thing as I would in the human context, right? Like I wouldn't, if I knew that specifically giving birth to a child of mine, I was guaranteed that they would go on to be just like tortured in Auschwitz. Yeah, I would not give birth to that being. It would be better to not have that being exist, only to go through massive suffering and rights violations. So I think like we're kind of like people who try to appreciate people who appreciate animal rights come from many times is like, but I thought you cared about animals, and there's like some kind of implication of, doesn't that mean you care about their existence? Ideally, yes, but as many situations are in life, being a matter of, you know, moral dilemmas, we are going to have to choose the least problematic path, or the ultimately most desirable one, even if both are fucked to some degree. And so, yeah, so with regards to that, if that's what the implication is, yeah, I mean, just choose the best situation possible. And then finally, aren't the prey animals essentially predators to the other things in question? Yeah, so the concept of them being technically denotatively correct to be prey might be like true as a definition, or definitionally, but it wouldn't be the same connotation that comes to mind, which is what's really important. So it's like, if I talk to you about you know, the concept of what is cared most about when somebody says the concept of one being predator versus one being prey, really there's an implication in that, to which, you know, I care about a sentient being beneath the what's, you know, the quote unquote predator is to the quote unquote prey. So if the prey is not sentient, it's like a plant, or we have no reason to believe that it's sentient, then I would have no reason to regard any sort of value with regards to that system. I know some people talk about, for example, crop debts and how those are an issue. Technically speaking, you know, I don't believe in the insects portion of that. I mean, I do think it's problematic for, you know, the small animals that people call rodents, like, you know, any mice or, you know, whatever other beings are unfortunately in that process. But certainly, I think a lot of people are confused that it doesn't defeat animal rights to state that crop debts are some sort of issue, any more than it would that, like, you know, it would be to say somebody shouldn't believe in basic human rights if they can't, like the right to life and autonomy, if they can't reconcile whether or not they're pro-life or pro-choice, right? Like, it might be the case that, like, it ought be that people value the life of sentient fetuses, but I mean, regardless of if they don't, and that might be fucked up, that they certainly are not committed necessarily to the position that it's okay to kill and, you know, eat humans for food. And so, you know, point by analogy, like, any sort of, and this is why it's called an applied ethics issue, right? Because on the hierarchical scale of ethics, meta-ethic view is technically towards the top. Really, it should be, you know, normatives are where the money's at. And then beneath that is finally applied ethics views. It's not that they're not important. It's just that there's, you know, always a bigger implication with regards to baseline questions, such as, is it even okay to kill animals for food, versus how do we handle dilemmas if we already regard the rights to life of, you know, beings XYZ in the first place.
Okay, I've got a scenario here, and I'm actually really excited to hear your reply to this one. Let's say it all hit the fan, and you know, like it just, you know, we all the Walking Dead shows that we watched, and all this, now it's you and I, it's me, and it's Cold Poison, and we're just bursting the American back countryside, and we're just trying to make ends meet, and you're like, man, I am so hungry, I haven't eaten in days, and then I come back and I'm like, hey man, I just killed this rabbit. And I was like, let's cook it up and eat it. Would you eat it if your stomach was literally eating itself and you were at that position? Or would you still maintain this idea that, like, we shouldn't eat animals?
Well, if you already killed the rabbit, even though it may not technically create demand for or even though consuming it by itself wouldn't inherently create demand, I would absolutely worry that it perpetuates the idea from, you know, someone's perspective, even after we had these great philosophical chats and then the end of the world happened and you're still killing animals, that the person who fought so hard for it just didn't care at the very end, so he's going to go kill more animals even after, let's say, I killed myself after that meal, or I then let myself die once I'm not in a delusional state. I would see it as the perpetuation, number one, practically speaking, whether or not it's you, whether or not it's somebody else, or fucking anybody, would you know, possibly look at that as moral permission to go killing, you know, any more like innocent animals' lives. But then after that point, I do hold a virtue towards the beings in question. And I mean, remember, like, if this is, it depends on what the question specifically is, because you could always change the context. I'm not saying you're going to do that per se here, but I am appreciating this very specific one that you're mentioning. You might say, for example, but what if it's the continuation of all of humanity? Yeah, that, I mean, then it might be the case that, for example, like, even killing a person, if it means, like, avoiding nuclear fallout for the entire world, might be justified, right? But if I'm just to understand, like, we're the last two people on Earth, and the implication is, you know, you want me to kill a human, or not kill, sorry, eat a human that you already killed. No, I wouldn't do that in that scenario either. Like, I would find that to be deplorable.
Me neither. And I say me neither, right? And I'm gonna support that. But here's the thing: is that for this, okay, just go with me here.
Yeah,
I love this, but like, for the sake of like you know, there's a survival instinct that's within us all that like doesn't want to allow us to die. And like, I've never been in that scenario, and I can tell you easily right now, no, I would never do that. Oh my God, cannibalism, that's a stigma. It's not good. It's just bad. But then, like, if you were in that scenario and you were like literally on death's doorstep, would you hold to your virtues and say, I'm not going to do that? Or would you do it to survive? I mean, like, you know, like the story of the soccer team. What are we laughing at that for?
No. I'm not, I don't mean to sound condescending. I find it amusing because allow me to explain. Number one, with regards
by the way, before you continue, I can't see it, but is chat just killing me here, or do I have some supporters?
It's dead on one YouTube. It's dead on the other YouTube. Twitch, dead.
It's just you and I.
Huh?
It's just you and I then. There's no. We don't have
a. Guys, I guess the hypothetical became real. It's just you and I are battling it out. No, listen. So, but yeah. So check it out, right? I sense that there's a category error going on. And what I mean by category error is just, there's one concept that's being had, which is the idea of what philosophical view I or you would hold, but let's just focus on myself since that's who you asked, versus what, practically speaking, what emotional state we might succumb to despite the idea of, you know, the philosophical view we would ideally hold. And yeah, I mean, I think it is descriptively the case that obviously the primitive brain states that we have, the psychology that we have, as much as it can be controlled in all sorts of, you know, in almost all situations, from just eating normally and not being fucking sleep deprived and shit like that, that obviously I can't deny, if you stipulated literally that there was like, you know, neurological states that would change my brain from what I would philosophically desire and not allow me as an agent to choose that. But then it would just descriptively follow that that's not my philosophical view, right? That's just that's like the puppeteered version of me that can't control what the heck it is that he's doing. What I can tell you right now is that I would always be philosophically against killing you and eating you or something like that. You know, just flat out in that situation, that context that you're mentioning. And funnily enough, I actually think that in a situation where, you know, we are talking about these like crazed versions of us, I hope I'm getting in some pretty good subconscious practice by teaching myself that as much, you know, as I can consciously, that these are the views that I would want to hold throughout all possible conditions. And obviously, it may be the case that somebody could absolutely, force me to fuck up, but those are two different identities. The version of me that would essentially not have control over my agency, and the version of me that does. And, if you ask me to press a button on that reality, I'm always going to choose the one that, just allows myself to starve to death. I'd lock myself in a room to prevent myself from entering a deprived state so that I couldn't take advantage of circumstances. Kind of like Batman. Like, he's like always thinking of ways that if he were to like fuck over the Justice League, he's like trying to outsmart himself, sort of shit. Like, I think that would be the most ideal.
And that to me, like, I'll just, and I'm just going to use it as an example, right? So I've had some debates with people about, police brutality, right? And we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but it was, for me, it was always the scariest thing to me is, like and I've always used this as an argument was, until you're like a police officer, and as a police officer, you do have to encounter like the worst of the worst when it comes to society. And until you're in a situation where you do, there is some type of like inkling of a fear for your life, it's hard to put yourself in that person's shoes. And I get it. Yes. Training. And, there's a lot of like, and there are corrupt cops, and I do see both sides of it, but for me, it was always like, until you put yourself in that position. So for me, like going back to the idea of, if we were, it was the apocalypse and, I had killed a rabbit or I killed a deer, and you were at that point, like there's a lot of like, and I love debate and I love this back and forth with you. And it's just really cool that we can like have this, but it's like, until you're in that position, you just never really know what you would really do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's in philosophy, or specifically as it pertains to Name the Trait, we call it the preferences reductio. And a reductio, if you're not familiar with that, that's basically just say the logical consequences of a view. And so there are people who are like, God, about 7-8 years ago, I'll just give a crash course. When I started to get into like Name the Trait, I was a part of the person who coined Name the Trait, Ask Yourself server. And there is this group called Engang. And they were some philosophy online. It was a group of like mainly 3-4 guys. And they thought they were the shit. And they would come around and try to like bully newbies on Name the Trait that would try to learn Name the Trait so that they can, establish it as a moral foundation, right? Because they saw the value that I did. And so they tried that shit on me, right? Obviously they tried it on Isaac and he shut them down, but he didn't do it strongly enough. And they tried that shit on me. And, I learned after speaking with Isaac, truly not just the answer to what they were trying to trip people up on, but also a general concept of identities back then. And it was basically them saying, oh, the other version of me, you ask them, what's the trait? And they say my preferences. And you say, what do you mean? And you're like, I'm asking your current preferences. And they're like, but the version of me in question wouldn't prefer to kill animals for food. And you go, okay. So Isaac had to come in, the guy that may name the trait, and he goes, guys, this is really simple. If you were watching a TV version of yourself, right? If you were just watching yourself from a meta view, there's two versions of yourself. We're talking about the current you. And so, I think that this conflation happens all the time within philosophical discussions, not just specifically as pertains to Name the Traits for animal rights, but even what you're talking about, right? Like police brutality, like there's like what a cop would do. And then there's like, if he was watching himself, what he would decide he ultimately would do if he was in control of himself. And so like, yes, there's maybe good points to make about the character of an individual, if they're truly that to which is, I don't know, not able to control their circumstances, like their situations I could appreciate where it's possible. But, whenever like we have philosophical discussions, the beauty of it is that we're always talking from, a person's current preferences. And that's the great part about it. Cause like, yeah, if there was a version of me, for example, that, I don't know, you stipulated in a hypothetical preferred killing animals. It's like the reason, but he looked like me. He sounded like me. He had the shell of me. He's like, I don't know, like fucking Star Trek, like alternate world me. he's not me, quote unquote, right? Because a trait true of what I consider my specific identity to be is, to not kill animals for food. And so, I take it to be that, like, of any individual world that people can explore, there's versions of themselves that they can hypothesize, succumbing to some sort of defaulted state, and then there's the version of themselves now. And so, yeah.
And I wanted to jump in there because I thought you brought up a great point there, is that there are a lot of situations where human beings will do things that they might not necessarily do, and then after the fact they'll say that they were, either like caught up in like that, just kind of like the, the herd mentality, or like they did and said or took actions in ways that they wouldn't normally behave in. But there is that like mindset of like, whether we're talking about survival and, would you, if it were the end of the world and you had to eat to survive, or an instance of like the mob mentality of like somebody that would, does something that kind of goes above and beyond and is a little bit extreme, and something happens because of it. And they go, I wasn't in my right mind. I just that wasn't me. So that's an interesting point that you brought up.
Yeah, thanks. I watched literally just like a minute or two of a recent Jubilee video about something about like cults, and like somebody talking about how they were essentially what you were talking about, like a mob mentality. I can have tolerance towards the idea that, one is not necessarily as in control in their brain states as they may or may not fully be if it were not for some sort of mob mentality, cult, so on and so forth. I could appreciate that, and shared responsibility exists. I'm working on a track right now about a person who his son recently did something that was violent, but as much as he was an adult and he was, responsible for those actions, I believe that his father shares a portion of the burden of that responsibility, because he raised him senselessly. Like he raised him, just degrading him, whether it's from his teeth to his beliefs. Like he just constantly, there's no instance where you can pull up footage of them and he's not just like, verbally, even physically abusing him on camera.
The fact that he was, actively negligent or negatively contributing to this kid's behavior.
What's the first part? I'm sorry, I missed that.
You said, so for a fact that the father was, either acting negligently or actively contributing to the negative consequences of this child's behavior.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if every single instance where I pull up somebody's dynamic between parties like A and B as a relationship, and the party in question is always treating them to the degree that, it's like subpar, like subhuman, someone might say, quote unquote. I mean, and then the individual in question even directly states things like, you traumatized me, this is why I have problems, so on and so forth. I mean, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I mean, this goes on to the concept of how I believe innocence is not endless, for example. Like, whether or not it's the mom mentality or that situation, right? It may be the case that we could point to situations where somebody has some level of loss of control. But there's a balance of, like, the specific kinds of context that we're referring to where it would be incredibly, like, psychopathic of somebody to just disregard, or it would entail some kind of disregard in order for somebody to succumb to a certain brain state. For example, like if you were to just say, hey, like, don't blame me for, killing, raping a child, because, like, I mean, it was just everybody in the school classroom that just wanted me to do it. They kept pressuring me. I would be like, I mean, well, kind of violating a being's rights to all the way from autonomy. They're screaming at you to stop. You continue to it, and then you murder them. Like, I mean, that you have enough baseline intuitions to tell you that something is wrong, regardless of if, like, you might face shame or some sort of opposition in lieu of that. So, I think it's relational to, or it exists on a sort of like plane where like the further we go towards where you ought have your moral intuition scream at you, if they don't eventually scream at you past certain very obvious thresholds, then it becomes apparent that, you know, you can't just deploy that you were at the whim of, you know, some other uncontrollable circumstance.
I have a question for you then. You just brought up an interesting one. So let's say, what would your viewpoint be? Let's say that on the news there was we found out that there was a group of like 4 hikers that went out in this like, out in the forest, and they got lost, and it was a big thing on the news. And then, they found, like, let's say 2 of the 4 hikers after, like, I don't know, 3 months. And then they asked what happened to the other 2, and they said that, they had succumbed to, natural causes, or they died, or somehow, some way. But then, like, and we see that these 2 people, had admitted that, like, they had to, consume parts of the other 2 to survive. What would your opinion be on these 2 people? Let's say they were like totally candid and totally like, just, you saw the trauma they went through, and they just, where you could see how like traumatic and just like devastating this was for them, and they were open about their story, and you had come to find out that they had to consume parts of these other 2 people to survive because there was nothing to eat. Would you like look at them and be like, wow, like, you really had to like go through it all to get here? Or like, you'd be like, ew, no, you ate people, you're an evil person, I hate you?
So we brought up the idea earlier about how, like, there's it's technically possible that somebody can enter certain brain states in order to, or to the degree that they like lose their faculties, to a significant enough degree they lose their faculties, and they maybe don't even, technically speaking, remember what even occurred. But I am not specifically led to believe that is particularly true of any sort of average scenario. Heck, even rarely. I see overwhelmingly that, like,
scenario, what would you think of them?
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting to. So it would lead me to believe that the individuals in question had a sufficient enough of an idea behind what it is that they were doing when they killed and ate the others for food. That there is
not killed. Remember, they're not killers. The other 2 had died, whether one fell off a cliff or the other one just, succumbed to, like, a fever. But when they didn't kill them. They didn't kill them to eat. That's a different dilemma.
Okay.
I mean, they just ate them to survive after they had died from other causes.
Gotcha. Yeah, so okay, so if I was led to believe that, yeah, I mean, I would be led to believe still that the party in question was, like, aware enough to be like, we have to figure out how to cook it, so on and so forth. And I would be sufficiently morally disgusted with the individuals. I mean, I can't imagine eating my, wife, my cat, a friend, anybody else. Just because I'm starving and going to die. I think that's morally reprehensible.
Let's say this. Let's say that both of those guys out of the 4, both were like upstanding citizens. They both were married. They both had, let's say, 3 kids each, and they were all like, 5, 8, and 10. And they wanted to get back to their families to help raise their kids, and really, like, they did whatever they could. And so we found out, and we saw the trauma and the hurt and the pain that they had to, tell this story about how they had to consume their buddy to try to, like, survive for a couple more days. Are we not looking at this and saying, man, I can't imagine what you're going through. I feel empathy for you. Or are you still, after they do anything they could to survive, to get back to their wife and their 3 kids, to be a part, like, are we still like, you ate a person, you're a piece of shit?
So the first part that you said, they went through trauma, they XYZ, ABC. I can appreciate that people have all sorts of brain states, but still dislike what it is that they did to a sufficient enough degree to have found it to be morally reprehensible. So just to push back, when I say, yes, I would find it to be morally reprehensible. I mean, if there was an entailment of having to had, let's just say, I don't know, sexually take advantage of the bodies after they were eaten as well. For example, then I would say I can't find there to be a morally sufficient distinction or morally relevant distinction between having done the extra heinous act such that, they both don't cross the threshold, which is just to say that, like, yeah, I mean, eating the body, I think, crosses the threshold. I think it might make it less problematic than somebody who would just just consume the other bodies of the party in question just so that they can, I don't know, let's just say go on a cruise the next week after they come back. Like, let's just make it simple.
But when you say, okay, so when you say something sexually reprehensible, but isn't that a difference of what I'm talking about is like a survival basic instinct? Like, I'm not talking about like necrophilia, like them doing weird shit to these bodies. I'm talking about like let me put you in that scenario. If you had a wife and 3 kids that you had to get back to, and it was you and I, and like our buddy had, passed away and we were lost. And I was like, we have nothing to eat. We're starving. We are going to die. Would you not want to get back to your wife and 3 kids? Or would you say, I am so grounded in my moral beliefs that I'm not going to consume that, and I will just die of starvation. Screw my wife and kids.
Well, it's not saying screw them. Well, it's not saying screw them just because you say you have a higher order preference for X versus Y. I would say it's no different than like the the Russians that were forced to have to come in, or not no different, but it crosses a morally sufficient threshold that when like the Russians came in and said to from the military, that is, and said to some of them, hey, I'm gonna kill your family unless you go and kill other innocent people in Ukraine, the general point applies that like having something I want wouldn't supersede necessarily, that is, there's a threshold which will always cap out, but it wouldn't necessarily supersede the concept in question. And so if I can't imagine that the body that you say, for example, going back to eating, to back home to my wife, but if the implication was that the being in question that I was eating was somebody else's wife, I mean, what am I doing other than choosing some narcissistic value of that my desire to go back to a wife, even when that person finds out that I disrespected that person's wife's body such that I decided to eat them, that if they could have had nothing else, at least their body to cremate or to hold their hand again or something like that.
I like that. Okay, I like that. But I like that. But let's say that like the person had passed away and the wife, I guess it would be a weird scenario, right? Like, I guess like the wife would be like, did he really die of natural causes, or did you guys just kill him?
Well, we could stipulate that they have a crystal ball and they could see it just to avoid any. Yeah.
I guess right. So at the root of it all, and I don't want to keep. I really do enjoy. I'm gonna. By the way, I subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate that.
I'm gonna be more of an active participant on your YouTube channel. Watch the lives, and I'll call in. Let's do this because I think that you've been a very respectful debate partner, and I think that, and I hope that I've given you some other perspectives and been an active participant, and you've enjoyed our conversation.
It's very respectful, yeah. It's one of my only good conversations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll do this. From your conversation, will do a little bit more research, and I'll do some more like looking and thinking about, to myself about the consumption of animals. And like I said, I had already had those thoughts about pork, and maybe I'll choose the vegan or so actually I work in an industry where I go to a lot of trade shows where I will see a lot of different new upcoming food products, and there are a lot of plant-based solutions that do my girlfriend is a vegetarian, and I found her these Asian barbecue mushroom steak strips, and I actually thoroughly enjoyed them. So
Yeah.
from this conversation, I will make the conscious decision to choose some of those plant-based, things every once in a while here going forward. If I can get you to do one thing, and I just want to just give me your thoughts on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I love your stance on the idea of humans consuming animals, and I think it's a great debate topic. But when you go to the idea of like animals in general, can you please just give me the idea, or look into that Yellowstone River thing and look into like the ecosystems and the healthy ecosystems of like, the animal and the animal life on this planet that has been sustained for millions of years with or without us, and give up, like, don't die on that hill. Keep yourself on that hill of like humans consuming animals, but like concede a little bit of like, okay, like maybe predators have an actual benefit to ecosystems as a whole. Can we do that?
I can't change my irreducible values. If a human were in the situation that you're describing, I'm just going to have the same response. I'll tell you what.
Some research on like the Yellowstone rivers, and you'll just look at like the effects of predators on ecosystems and how they keep them healthy.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm always interested in like the trivia of the technicalities of certain points, especially if it helps keep the foremost discussion on point, which is the philosophical one. For example, and I'll make this one quick, but people always talk about whether or not it's healthy to live on a vegan diet. I actually love to just say fuck it to the doctors that say that shit, because I really want to ground the base realization of what people are currently indoctrinated towards, which is the justifications that they give towards killing and eating animals, and remind them that like if you weren't going to live past age 40, I don't think you'd kill a human for food. And so I don't actually concede, for example, that you can't live healthfully on a plant-based diet, but I do love to give that reductio just kind of as an idea. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't be educated to be able to respond to people and so on and so forth. I do appreciate that. I have two minor requests as well. One of them is regarding the use of the euphemism that you use, and one of them is, for example, I know you say instead of dead pig, you say pork. And I'm not quite sure how old you are. You actually remind me a lot of, somebody else that I know. So it's really funny talking to you. But I just would say it would be very, 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 I think, helpful to even your own view, that if you were to look at if your future self were to look back at your past self, you would thank yourself if you were to say, the reality of the thing in question, right? So as much as it's not fun, right, to just say, yeah, dead pig, because it is something that is not only descriptively accurate, but does proper justice to the victims. And then the other thing is just, watching a documentary called Dominion that has Joaquin Phoenix, if you've ever heard of him before. Yeah. Yeah. I actually did a pitch to him. I wanted him to help fund my music video, and I reached out to his sisters and whatnot, and I did a whole video, but didn't hear back, unfortunately. So Joaquin, if you're watching.
He's a great guy. Did you ever see that documentary where he acted like he wanted to be a rapper?
I saw a little bit. My wife and I were watching it I think like a month or two ago, literally when we were researching him and stuff like that. And we only got through like a little bit of the talk show that he was on, but no, it was so fascinating. We meant to watch it. Yeah.
He's a great actor, great method actor. He's a great guy. I'm a big fan of his. Yeah. So go on.
No, yeah, that's it. Those are my two requests. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will. All right. So I subscribed to your YouTube channel. I'm going to jump in on another debate, and I'm going to call you out on if you did the research on those ecological systems, especially the Yellowstone one in particular. I think that you'll be interested to find how that balance of predator and prey really does, from a granular level, keep ecosystems healthy. And I will now, from this, because that's a good debate, is we take a little bit from each other, I will now call it dead pig instead of pork.
Good, thank you.
And I will give that respect to the animals and see what I can do to try to change a little bit of my habits.
Well, thank you. And the documentary, because you said you'd watch that. Yeah. So thanks you so much. Great conversation. Probably, again, one of the best I've had. So totally fantastic. I think I'm going to call it after this. I didn't get to finish the video, but I'm happy it ended this way. So it was a pleasant surprise.
Hell yeah. I will be in touch, and good luck. And, I'm looking forward to seeing your followers grow, and you definitely throw some curveballs out there for some ideas. That's the spirit of intellectual debate. So Godspeed.
Thank you so much. What do I call you?
What do you call me?
Yeah.
I mean, my tag is Oblivious Uncle, but you can call me just Old Man River. I'm 43, by the way. You asked my age.
Okay. Well, you got it, Oblivion. Thank you.
All right. Later.
Thanks. Wow. Well, we had to bear through, guys. Some of the trolliest trolls that ever trolled for the first, fucking 3 live streams. I think I got, a couple people that were, okay, and, the second and maybe the last, one in the second one and the last. Thank you, Day. Thank you. Or Daynak? I'm sorry, I don't want to call you. I'm sorry I didn't get to read this yet. I was just preoccupado. So I'll just say it here, just so Red King, maybe you can come back and check it out if you're already gone. But I'll tag you and let you know to check out the end of the live stream. I'm ahead to sleep, and I'm curious about your thoughts on my thoughts. From what I hear in the debate, you place way more intrinsic moral worth to everything than I do. Why do we find it okay to eat other animals and not humans? Why do we find it okay to eat other animals and not... Wait, what? Why do we find it okay to eat other... I can't tell if this is a descriptive question. Do you mean why we should or shouldn't? Because I'm not... If you ask for my psychological take of the way things are or why things are the way they are, I would say that the reason to explain why we find it okay to eat other animals and not humans is something like, humans adopted traditions just as they did with regards to enslaving other humans, beating women, taking advantage of gays, Jews, all these sorts of oppressed groups we can look back in history on. And at one point in time, some sort of, belief became the norm. Maybe it was just taught widely. Maybe it was rewarded through a lot of validation. Somebody was particularly oppressed as they tried to gain, an appreciation towards rights while another group kept them down. Maybe it just made somebody feel good. Maybe, whatever. I'm sure, for example, the way that blacks were enslaved and everything happened to them there was different than, how women just got beat all the time or something. But the way that it came about for, I think, any of these beings was not really the most interesting component, right? Because it was whether or not they were justified prescriptively. But yeah, I mean, when we come to animals, I think the answers get a little bit clearer because we're getting more around to modern days where I have some kind of grasp more so historically than just much further periods in time. What if Fennekin eats other animals and not humans, though? So yeah, I think that the difference of moral worth makes it a lot harder to see the value in. It could have been the case if history just allowed for it. We would have, allowed for killing severely mentally handicapped humans for several years if let's just say there was a lack of appreciation towards the virtue of you know, mentally handicapped people having the virtue of their DNA be appreciated. And if that was the case, I mean, you know, how much harder would it be to advocate for animal advocacy now? Because you couldn't compare it just to a trait equalized human. You had to transfer the consciousness of a being into a mentally handicapped human who's not currently mentally handicapped, if that's what like people just descriptively valued. It would be harder. So thankfully, humans have at least more appreciation towards one set of rights than another. You know, I just think it's a shame that we obviously that we are going through these moral atrocities, and I think our tolerance of it should decrease the more that we increase awareness. Our morality is generally based in our society/tribe. We want to live in a society that works best for us. That could just be the same way of saying what I'm saying in different words. It could have differences of, you know, where you specifically disagree. Okay. We feel safer if we follow rules, such as we don't murder other humans. As if we agree to follow this rule as a society, then there's much less risk of being murdered. Right. I mean, it could have stemmed like from if you're that goes on an interesting point. I mean, it could stem from a concept of people descriptively valuing ego very highly, like, oh man, I hold to the appreciation for my right to life over somebody else, so on and so forth, and that's the only thing that inspires me to value you. It's not for some inherent appreciation. The beautiful thing is, though, even if it begun that way, it doesn't have to end that way. Like, I can tell you right now that just as a thought experiment, due to the power and beauty of virtue, I am, you know, disgusted by the thought of inherently violating an innocent being's right to life, you know, such as cow, chicken, pig, cat, dog, you know, so on and so forth. Obviously, I'm gonna have less sympathy towards the killing of a carnist rather than a vegan. It'd be a lot different, right? So, you know, yeah, I mean, that could be the case. It's a mutually beneficial concession. I don't think that derives a prescription, though, if that's what you're getting at. Such is the same with food. Eating humans or killing disabled people will cause more instability in a society. Right, which is why we're able to just factor out that if the instability was not going to occur, then what would happen to your prescription? Would it say that it is morally acceptable, right? You may not be trying to derive a prescription, but I am just giving it as a prescription as we go along. Just to remind you that, like, the, you know, attempt to move, or the temptation to move, or the mistake to move, whatever may occur or otherwise, from descriptives to prescriptives, you know, is just one you ought to be wary of. It's messy and unnecessary, right? That's relative to a goal. And therefore, there's no reason to eat humans in a stable society. Which is why we'd be factoring out that there's not reasons to eat, or we're holding true that there's not reason to eat these other humans, but just saying that, hey, if there weren't going to be instability, would you still do it? Farm animals are specifically bred for humans, and killing those animals for food does not create panic within a society. Specifically bred. Right, again, I mean, if this is... I just have to remind you, if this is constantly just a matter of the descriptive, like, reminder that this is loosely how we came about to the fuckery that currently is the state of affairs that is planet Earth with regards to animal rights, more or less, yeah, okay. But if this is making a prescription, then again, we're going to have issues. The society functions perfectly fine, and people aren't affected within the society when it comes to killing animals for food. Well, it's funny that you say that, right? Because saying the society functions perfectly fine and people aren't affected within the society when it comes to killing animals for food, that's actually going to be true of killing and enslaving and taking advantage of, again, women, black, so on and so forth. Like, it was the case that we only got away with these other moral atrocities for so many years because of the fact that, you know, society currently functioned, quote unquote, perfectly fine. But the society was defined as only the individuals that were taking advantage of the oppressed. And the people were not affected because they didn't realize the logical consequences of their view. I'm here to come in and take that comfort away from you. That way you have nothing else to hide in. Look in the mirror, reflect. It's about your own values at the end of the day. I am merely a messenger. I want to hold up the mirror and ask you to ask yourself. That's what I want you to do. I'm here to ask questions, right? More so than I will give answers to anybody, and certainly not as a subjectivist of like, you should just like cherry pie because I like cherry pie. So 2, why should we place value on suffering or sentience / conscious experience? In the grand scheme of things, it's an evolved alarm system that has the purpose of giving us higher chance of survival in the wild. Reading now your second point, which sounds like you are talking about prescriptions, it does scare me that your original paragraph was actually referring to some kind of concept of deriving prescriptions from descriptions. Prescriptive ethics from prescriptive ethics from descriptive ethics. And again, that's going to be concerning because that justifies all sorts of atrocities, which I know you currently don't agree with, right? Let's see. But why should we place value on suffering or sentience / conscious experience? To be clear, it wouldn't just be sentience / conscious experience. It would be, you know, a non-trivial level. And that's not just something quote unquote I just picked out. It's something that roughly you can say is that to, I would say, starting at the level of a fish. Maybe people can make the case for, you know, that between the beings of, or maybe it's like, I don't know if like a bee is equal or similar to it, but roughly about a bee or a fish or something like that. But I'm not gonna, you know, hyper fixate on the like super specific starting point. I just want you to understand like a general placeholder so you can work from there and say like, just as much as your general placeholder was humans at one point in time, then it became, you know, trait equalized humans with traits XYZ. Then it became trait equalized humans with XYZ ABC. And you know, you get the idea. That is the sort of thing I want you to just be open up to appreciate, that it doesn't have to be in the sort of limited scope and really should not be. If your preference is to not kill trait equalized humans that are going through the, you know, set of circumstances that we're referring to, the global Holocaust. In the grand scheme of things, it's an evolved alarm system, our sentience, that has the purpose of giving us a higher chance of survival in the wild. Okay. We have empathy, kind of a weird way to put it, but let's just see where this goes. We have empathy and feel bad when we see something suffer or die because there's survival benefit in not wanting to be in that position. If that's your point of how we evolved to have empathy, that's one thing. But if you're trying to say that, you know, how I evolved is the same as whether or not I inherently, just virtuistically find it to be morally abhorrent to feel bad that another being would suffer and die, regardless of whether or not it would happen to me, just by itself, right? Like in a vacuum, as we say. That's all I really care about. I mean, like, I just don't know if this is all stuff that's like, I don't know, like it keeps a nihilist up at night or something, where they're just like, fuck. What if, like, everything I cared about came down to something as trivial as, like, something egotistical? Say that that were the case, right? Like, the current you is not egotistical. The current you is not someone who thinks something as fucked up as empathy only ought to be derived from a situation where, you know, something is bad is going to happen to you or something like that. So... can't tell. Did even this die? Let me play the video.
Breakfast is first thing.
Holy shit, even this died.
Well, the earbuds should be paused. I mean,
oh,
not paused.
Okay.
Charged.
Yeah. Arthur?
Go to a creek.
Okay. Is this one?
Being free creeps.
I don't know if that's just the earbuds. Anyways. Where was I? Discord. Oh yeah, so like if we evolved out of something narcissistic, fucked up, disgusting, who cares? It has nothing to do with you, right? Like okay. I don't know, like say like you are born out of Hitler wanting world domination. Like he like when he was ejaculating, he fucking, you know, you specifically, your sperm, he was like, you're gonna be my heir. And then like you only had life because he wanted to have that world domination jack off. Like there's nothing about who the fuck you are. So like, you know, you're not scummy, you're not screwed. Yeah, I mean we're glad about that, hopefully. Yeah. So I just don't know what the implication is. If it's meant to like invalidate that your empathy is not legitimate, that I have no reason to believe. It's an evolved function. Okay. Not only humans experience this, many species of animals are fairly intelligent, can experience empathy and suffering. That seems to be true, right? However, adding morality to suffering is a completely emotional / subjective act. What is the objectivity to it? Adding morality to suffering. When I'm gonna assume what you mean when you say adding morality to a subject is a completely emotional / subjective act. You mean to say having a moral view to suffering is subjective? Right. I mean, as a subjectivist, I believe morals are just subjective. So it would be redundant to say I'd be adding morality. Rather, my position that something that I don't like suffering would be subjective because it's my preference. What is the objectivity to it? I don't know how you understand objectivity, but I'll tell you how I understand objectivity, and you can tell me if this is how you more or less plug it in, and hopefully that'll help the conversation. So yeah, you've said objectivity, and I understand that to mean mind independent. That means to say, just like gravity, whether or not we were here, the law of gravity would exist, right? It's an objective thing of the world. But morals, the idea that there are positions, views, beliefs, ideas, right? These are all things that are subject to a mind. I only understand them to be what's called mind dependent. And so when you ask what is the objectivity to it, the it I take meaning the subjective thing in question, which is not preferring suffering, there sounds a bit loaded because I don't think there is any. So none. Again, if that means, do I view something that's mind dependent as mind independent? No, I if I'm a subjectivist, that means I view it mind dependently, and if and I take objectivity to be mind independent. Sorry, I'm tired. I'll wrap it up after your message. What should we call it? Or I'm sorry, Day also said something. I'll get to her in a moment. So yeah. If you're, but sometimes people conflate the usage of like the term objectivity. Oh, my cat meowed too loud. I'm gonna eat him. Please somebody clip that in the title. Like, Cole Poison eats his cat. No. So whatchamacallit? So. Oh yeah. So sometimes people interpret objectivity as like a conflation between how we understand moral objectivity and subjectivity and other objective things, right? So like there are objective things of the world, things that are true regardless of the mind, and then there are morals, right, which are subject to a mind. If we're talking strictly within the realm of morals and you ask what is the objectivity to it, and we're talking just about that, again, I don't think that's coherent, so I don't think there is any. But if you're saying what objective metrics exist within regards to the concept of suffering, I mean, just ask yourself, right? Like, there is a being that has physical matter and a brain that is suffering. They're really going through pain. They're really going through mental duress. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. But I fail to make any connection between that and what you may be saying about subjectivity. In regards to your trait thing, right, name the trait. I'd say the main difference that separates humans from other animals, careful just saying the difference, right? I take it what you might mean to say is the correct thing, which is a morally relevant difference or set of differences between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. But if you're not, then you'll want to reevaluate your position here. I'd say the main difference that separates humans and animals from other animals is that the protection of humans in society is necessary, while the protection of non-human animals in a society isn't. It's strictly a difference of function. The main difference that separates humans from other animals is the protection of humans in society is necessary. Right, so if there was a society of humans... Again, if this is a prescriptive point and not the mistake of a category error of you making a descriptive one to just explain what you think the account is with regards to the situation, then, you know, that's not going to be what Name the Trait is asking you. However, I'll answer it prescriptively. If this is a prescriptive point and what you're trying to say is something like the fact that or the protection of humans in a society is required. If the fact is the protection of humans in a society is necessary, is the trait. If the protection of humans was guaranteed, regardless of humans taking advantage, so there were no implications of humans killing and eating other humans for human burgers, would you find it more acceptable to kill and eat them for food? If the answer is no, then the trait is not the protection of humans in a society is necessary. I'll read and respond when I wake up. I didn't read, but I will tag you in it. That way you can, because it's way easier to fucking go through voice. God. It takes so much time to write. Good night. Less than 3. Yeah, take care. Thinking about whether computer AI... Looks like he had another thought. Thinking about whether computer AI truly suffers. I wonder if GTA NPCs... when killed suffer. I then reduced the thought down to and concluded a printer running out of paper suffering my older brother. I don't know how old your older brother is.
Hopefully it's only 2 seconds older.
Hopefully it's only 2 seconds older. Hopefully you guys get fix your schedule in time for Monday. It's gonna be time for middle school. No, I'm just kidding. No, I know I really do appreciate you engaging here the entire time. In response to whether or not you have this thought about if AI suffers, there's no reason to believe that artificial intelligence translates to sentience, right? So having grand compilations of knowledge can give the illusion that the entity in question is sentient, but there's actually no reason to believe that they're currently sentient. I hear some people say that they could become sentient. Maybe they even have hopes that they be sentient. I don't know. That seems weird to me. But I don't have any particular reason to believe that that would ever be the case. No strong reason to believe it. And all evidence points specifically to to that AI suffers because it's not specifically to that it's non-sentient. So you could rest easy on that one. Don't worry about the paper in the printer, and certainly don't worry about NPCs. I wonder if GTA NPCs when killed suffer. That's like the most hilarious shit I've ever heard, and I don't mean that condescendingly. That's like legit funny. Like that's thank you. I then reduces that down. Clear that a printer running out of paper is suffering. I hope that's not all a really subtle way of trying to be sarcastic with regards to the way that you name the trait. Name the trait isn't doing something as trivial as saying that things that are clearly not sentient and do not suffer are tantamount to things which clearly are and do. Your printer does not scream. A cow, chicken, and pig do. Baby male chicks get grounded up alive. Literally, they just go straight into a bloody pile of mush. Almost fucking instantly, and that's very different than when your paper comes out of the printer and it says don't worry that I don't suffer. So like I said, I'll tag you in this. I gotta figure out the timestamp, but I guess it'll be relatively easy because it's like towards the end. Day, so you may or may not be still viewing, but I'll tag you too. Let's see. Where does it begin? I think some people put dogs on the same level as humans. I don't know what people genuinely do that. I've heard of people joking that they love their cat and dog more than people. And I see similar but very different situations where people deploy a morally relevant distinction, such as saying that they care about their vegan cat versus a non-vegan person. But I don't see that people say all things held equal, that's something they actually value more than the other. And if they do, I highly suspect that I suspect that that's false. I don't think that they're being genuine either to themselves, consciously or otherwise, or to others consciously or otherwise, right? So dishonesty, self-deception, so self-dishonesty. I strongly disagree with that. I think people get codependent and use animals as pets for their own comfort and needs. That's probably true. Yeah, I see a lot of people exploiting animals and even children. It's really sad, just so they fill in a void or a gap and whatever, and they actually get complacent on the basic rights they ought to have even for these companion animals. Although they may be better than a cow, chicken, or pig, it doesn't mean that they're better than a trait equal as human child that they ought to be consistent on treating them towards. Again, if it's a hot ground outside, you ought to pick your dog up so that they're not burning their paws on the ground. If it's cold outside, either you shouldn't take them out, or you should obviously have a lot of warm clothes. It should be very limited. It should be for a good reason. If you shouldn't leave your dog in the car, regardless whether it's hot, cold, or normal, because obviously they can not only get scared of other beings around you, but obviously somebody can break the window, take the dog, he can get hurt, he can hurt himself, so on and so forth. I mean, would you just leave a child in that situation? Again, as I mentioned earlier in the live stream, tugging them on the neck with a leash, just fucking despicable, inhumane. I would never fucking do that to a trait equal as human. Even if, yes. I know some people say that, but it's not weird because we've done it before and things like that. It's just not persuasive. I can't imagine that, Brie comes around, just because I pet Brie, that I, tug on their neck. It causes pain, causes discomfort. It's just despicable. A lot of times I see people get, impatient and they, tug them and shit, and I fucking want to barf, goddamn. I think that's not okay. People are anti-accountability, I feel like. Many times, very good perception. I talk a lot in the realm of philosophy, specifically subcategorically, on people who are not just, vegan or non-vegan. But I really like the subcategory of accountability. I feel as though it is the strongest gateway to animal rights progressing. I have an unreleased song about it. I plan to have many more about it, but it is there's like a central theme to having a lack of accountability that causes injustice to prevail in our society. So yeah, good noticing. And a loyal dog will still give love and comfort without their human owner taking accountability. That's true. It's very true. Psychopaths actually will protect and prefer dogs, adult psychopaths, not kids, over humans. Can take advantage. Yeah. I had my wife and I had a therapist for some time. Our friend, she learned of our friend, and she was trying to give us advice on her, and she told us, why do you think she has so many friends online? And we were like, I don't know why. She was like, so she can control the dynamic. Now, that's not necessarily problematic. I think a lot of times our emotional dependencies on other individuals cause us to actually go in the opposite direction and give in to, moral atrocities or justifying moral atrocities when we otherwise wouldn't. For example, I would never want to give, Oblivion, I think his name was Oblivion Uncle, the idea that I would still find him to be morally acceptable if after, let's say, our conversation and viewing Dominion and so on and so forth, he attempts to take a reducitarian approach. I have to tell him I think that that's despicable, and, I would say the same thing in the human context, which is that that's wrong and he should be ashamed. But I know people that will still stick around and talk to their moms and their dads and their friends and their, like family members that still kill and enslave animals and validate that. They'll eat at the same table as them. They'll, do all these despicable actions, and they don't actually appreciate logical consistency as they would treat equalized humans, or else they'd say, you know what? That justifies organ harvesting. So sometimes, our default mechanisms that we have of like keeping people around and being sucked into that vortex can actually be unrepresentative of our positions. The best thing we should get used to doing is to be accountable and, confront people directly. But I will say, if there were ever a situation where, let's say, you feel as if like part of your, accountability slips when you speak to a certain individual or party, and, you feel as though you don't want to get entangled into that, or else succumb to a false preference. I mean, it's no different than if a gay person felt like the only way they can come out of the closet was to write a note to their parents, right? It doesn't mean that lacking the courage is indicative of a lack of their true preference, although they should gain the fucking courage, because at some point it's going to be like, why is the preference so trivial, such to that you think that it's not worth defending, out loud. And so, I mean, there's forms of courage that sometimes it seems relevant to. I haven't concisely like put a name to the phenomenon, but sometimes there's situations where courage is like really pathetic for someone to not demonstrate, and sometimes there's situations where it's actually more courageous to control yourself not giving in to a certain sentiment. As weird as that sounds, it's like you're almost like neutralizing your own self-manipulation, if you will, rather than viewing it as linearly as you just any situation where you avoid something is manipulative. But there are some make it or break it situations, like if you genuinely cared about somebody and you couldn't face seeing them or something like that to say goodbye, like, was it a true preference for why you how you went about it, why you did it, so on and so forth? Was it even a true preference of the action, right? But anyways, lots of animals are worthless and should no longer continue on this earth with us. Oh my god, I thought that was Dave for a second. I don't know. I mean, worthless is strange. I mean, I think that predators, if they could have their fucked up tendencies controlled, would have at least enough moral value to behave as we would, trying to take care of, other non-agents who are difficult to control. Oh my god, this mentally handicapped person is really fucking tough to constrain. Like, geez, I could have put him in a straitjacket, but I thought I'd just like shoot him in the head. Like, you know, but I'm with you on getting rid of them sooner than, you know, sitting through and letting them rip up fucking rabbits and cats and dogs alive. The brain structure and thought process of a dog or versus a child or human isn't even comparable. Well, so I don't like that, Day. So I don't like saying it's not even comparable, because any two or more objects can be analogized, meaning they can have one trait or set of traits true of them likened to another, as long as the set of traits the trait or set of traits true of one are actually true to the other. So for example, like a basketball quantitatively has so many, like you could probably count, technically speaking, billions of characteristics and micro characteristics that are distinct from the sun. But if I tried to talk to you about how like both are spherical, you know, like it would be silly to say there's so many quantitative differences that it's not even comparable, right? Because you'd want to ask me what the comparison is. And the comparison would be the thing that I'm attempting to analogize. In this case, if I told you that it was that they were spherical, I don't care that they lack being similar in terms of how much heat they have or how large they are or anything else. I would just tell you, look, I am trying to liken this thing. Can you focus on this thing? So, you know, saying something like it's isn't even comparable invites the other party to just interpret it as, oh, so I guess we shouldn't make, you know, morally relevant distinctions between the two, whether or not it's giving them more rights, like I said, you know, tugging on their neck with a leash versus a harness, you know, leaving them outside in the cold or in the heat, or picking them up, or so on and so forth. First time here, but I really like you. Smart and living. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Did you follow Charlie Kirk? Sorry, I don't know if you're completely opposite of his views or not, because I've never been here before, but your style, conviction, intelligence, well-spokenness in itself is very similar. You have a gift of story. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I wouldn't say completely opposite. I'm not a full-on leftist by any means. God, fuck no. Fuck Parker and Dean. But I'm not like right-leaning as he is either. I don't know if it's technically a moderate. You know, I identify probably as independent. But yeah, there are some beliefs that I agree with, like for example, pro-life, and was he pro-Israel? I forgot. Yeah, so on and so forth. Well, they say that, but then like there was a person recently who gave an example that he was pro-Israel, because they were like, oh, if Charlie, remember, like they were like, if Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel, I don't know. Anyways, but there might be positions that I agree with him on that, just like generally speaking, I agree with some like right-leaning beliefs on. But no, I didn't like follow him. I did see his debate on Jubilee. I thought it was really funny and cringe in a lot of ways. I wanted to one day debate him, in a sense. I'm not particularly unhappy that he
has terrible views about veganism.
He has terrible views about he was anti-vegan. So I'm not really crying, let's just say that he's gone. He perpetuated anti-animal rights, and well, anti-veganism just doesn't have a place. It doesn't have a place in this world. It should not have a place in this world. So that said, you know, your style, conviction, intelligence, well spoken. Yeah, I do see what you mean about having a similar sort of cadence of like articulation, maybe like minor speech patterns and whatnot. From what I've observed, especially in recent times, like watching him, and he's fresh in my mind now, like I think I see that. There's a lot of people who are not well spoken that engage in debate. For sure. Yeah, absolutely. I did see a lot of dishonest tactics by him, and I'm particularly, you know, displeased with those. For example, the day of the shooting, somebody said to him, do you know how many trans were killed by, or so you know how many mass shootings were done by trans in the last 10 years? And he said, too many. Well, that's called equivocation, right? Like, the person was clearly asking if you have a specific quantitative number, numerical value. Answering with too many, presupposing that either A, regardless of the number that you know that there is or isn't, even though you know that they're asking that of you, or B, you're saying that you don't know, but you don't care, because whatever it is, it must be too many, is anti-logic, because if you don't know how many it is, then how could you say it's too many? Trait true of knowing if something's too many would entail that you know what the number is to know if in relation to it it's too many or not, or, you know, at least have an idea. I think he knew what he was doing when he gave that response. I do. Funny thing is, a lot of people say, like, when they hear like me criticize, or even just other people criticize in general, they're like, so you think he was stupid, or this person's stupid? No. In fact, my Matt Walsh diss rap that I did, I showed it to Vegan Gains, and he was like, oh, I don't think he called him stupid enough. Well, yeah, it's because I believe he's self-deceptive. I don't believe the guy's dumb. I think Matt Walsh is pretty fucking smart. I think he is, in terms of his capabilities. But I think that he is really bad faith. And if it were the case, and so he, you know, he's self-deceptive. He doesn't want to believe certain realizations or truths so that he continues to believe things ideologically. And if he recognizes that from a meta view, then he is smart but evil. If he doesn't recognize that and he's an extremely poor reasoner, I have my qualms about Matt's statements of like, why would you cut somebody off? Why would you be so arrogant? Like even some people who may get riled up, like I don't think they'd be that arrogant about how many statements they have, like hyperbole after hyperbole tastes like a piece of yoga mat. You know, like it's God, like that's pretty fucking incredible,
You've
dude.
said it so many times in the rap, it's more like a meme to me.
Yeah, I love that.
It hit me differently when he said, it's like, oh my god.
I'm so glad. I can't wait for it to become a meme. That would be really great. Oh, did someone pop out YouTube? Hi, I'm proud veg too, but I still don't understand enough the moral implication of the dairy consumption. So you are veg and anti-abortionist. So to the first part, veg, I'm not as familiar with that term super much, because I'm used to people just saying like vegetarian or vegan. I take it, given that you said you still don't understand enough the moral implication of dairy consumption, that obviously you mean vegetarian. So I'm vegan, right? I am a animal rights believer, I like to say. Vegan has a lot of implications with its title. Not that I necessarily have a problem with it, but I am on a path to redefine veganism. Yeah, so you said that you don't understand enough the moral implications of rape consumption. So I'll give it to you. So starting with, actually, believe it or not, it's the least problematic of the situation. The rape in question. Obviously they have to, like, cows only produce milk when they are lactating. That means they have to have young to give that to. That means that we, quote unquote, artificially inseminate, that's a euphemism for rape, female cows. If you wouldn't do it to a human, why would you do it to an animal, right? What's the trait or set of traits that morally differentiate the two such that you'd say it's okay to rape the one, not the other? If you're a vegetarian, I expect a lot less resistance or path to entry with that, which is why I think, you stated, for example, that you still don't understand the moral implication, right? So don't think I'm coming at you as an attack or anything like that. No, I think this is it's actually been pretty refreshing recently. I don't know, like fucking God's real or something like that, but he's been blessing your boy left and right with like non-trolls. Whew, keep it coming. And then like I say that and 2 seconds later, you're just like, dead flesh is delicious. No, but I'm sorry. So going back to the point, kidnapping is then the next part that's necessarily integrated with the consumption of rape juice, as they call it, milk or cheese. So they have to strip away the young in order for them to use the milk that was meant for the young. So they can, even if it's just temporarily, like even on the most idyllic of farms, they have to put the cow up, whether it's by hand or to a machine. They have to, you know, which by itself is painful, right? It feels a lot more painful for someone to milk a cow or put them up to a machine, especially, rather than to just let the baby suck on their teats. And by the way, even if there was minor pain associated with the baby doing that, it certainly would be a justified sense of a minor amount of pain, given that the mother wants it and the baby both want it. Yeah, there's that. Someone just joined. I can't stay on forever, guys. I gotta go in a second, so someone's gonna join the waiting room. I'm probably gonna be heading off, but let me finish with Kasal. Is that an I? Kasai, huh?
Kasai.
Yeah, Kasai. So kidnapping is always entailed, whether or not it's just like separating a baby from their mother for a temporary amount of time, which, you know, even if somebody wants to trivialize that, I can imagine just like a kid wanting to be with their mom and I just strip them the fuck away because I said for like an hour I'm gonna like press on this woman's tits and just grab some juice. Like, I mean, obviously there's the sexual assault component. Obviously I would have already raped her for that. Obviously I would have you know, been taking away the child and causing them distress and the mother distress for some period of time. And if it causes physical pain, it's not even just sexual assault. Like, hell, even in some situations when men sexually assault women, like, you can posit ideas where, like, it doesn't physically cause pain, but it's, like, fucked up. Like, but with cows, it actually causes pain, too, because, again, you're pressing on their fucking, you know, breasts in order to squeeze the milk out. And then finally, of course, I don't know, like, where people get this idea from that cows go away for just, like, a big celebration party where they're, like, all loved and respected by Gandhi and his, like, 15,000 disciples. But that's actually not what happens. They get slaughtered as a necessary part of the production of rape juice, milk, and cheese, because they're going to make full use of the cow in question. They're not just going to say, oh, you demanded, you know, rape and kidnapping and exploitation and sexual assault, but you didn't demand the death? Okay, well, we'll just keep them on the farm. They're not living rent-free. Humans don't even live rent-free, and we have, obviously, way more fucking rights, you know? So, no, cows get fucking their throat slit regardless of whether or not you support dairy or whether or not you support the direct flesh of it. Whether or not you consume it is one thing, but they still get killed for it regardless. So it still supports death, obviously massive forms of suffering, lots of rights violations, whether or not it's the sexual assault, the rape, or the kidnapping. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the bright side of it. So that's that. And then, so you're a veg and anti-abortionist. So people have different definitions of what they take that to mean. So if you take that to mean something like, I believe in light or that like sperm rights or something like that, that's not the case. I actually think that the point of fertilization, you know, beginning is morally significant, because I think that if like a newborn, you know, was starting to be delivered or something like that, even if they hadn't come outside of the womb, that, you know, the process that they've begun is morally significant. And certainly by the time that we do understand that that somebody is pregnant, a fetus is already sentient. It's usually around 6 weeks or so. And they've developed sentience at like 4 to 6 weeks. Actually, it's usually 6 to 8 weeks that people find out they're pregnant. I understand, but I still think that rather than completely abolishing the Holocaust, animal farming for products such as rape products and eggs, we should simply make practices that ensure animal welfare mandatory. I mean, if you wouldn't be for that in the human case, I don't know why you would be for that in the animal case. What trait or set of traits do you think are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to be just for human welfare practices that are mandatory while still allowing the same exact Holocaust, right? Like, it's a difference of value that's going on in terms of what the end goal is trying to appreciate when you point out the concept of animal welfare, right? an increase of utility or a decrease in disutility, as we say, increase of well-being, decrease of suffering, rather than to just not violate rights. And of course, there would still be suffering entailed by that process to large metrics, no matter how much you try to reduce it. Yeah. Finally, let's go on to, I'm here and I think millions should hear this. Appreciate that, Day. Thank you for sticking around for the time that you did. Yeah, really. Well, I think that's it. I'm gonna skedaddle. This is the world's longest fucking live stream. It says 11 hours, which is crazy. Wow. Huh? Maybe it's technically 10. Sometimes it shows, I don't know, an extra one. It's wild. Where did the time go? In a sense, it feels like it. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate that. You know, yeah, I just can't appreciate it enough. You know what's playing on the vertical? And yeah, you know, we had some really good conversations this time around. I do expect more. I do expect more trolls, but it's great to be able to balance that out psychologically. It's playing. So, as always, whether it's the cold hard truth or a poison that lingers until it takes effect, you're gonna get